Welcome to Weiss Schwarz. Today's video, we will be doing a set overview for the brand new ReZero Volume 3 set that comes out on Friday, August 28th, 2026. This is a very exciting set for Weiss. ReZero is one of the most popular anime in the world, I would argue, and it has been a pretty big part of Weiss. Maybe not necessarily from a competitive standpoint, but it's had several releases since the anime first premiered. Bushiroad has done a pretty good job of milking ReZero as much as they possibly could, especially given the fact that we only had for a very long time, and ReZero fans will know this, we only had one season for what felt like an eternity. Luckily, the anime has really picked up the pace in the last few years, so the wait between seasons is nowhere near as agonizingly long as it used to be. But even with just one season and whatever random special that ReZero had put out, Bushiroad really milked it. I believe we had gotten 4 total sets, possibly a fifth set if I'm forgetting one, in English before the release of this set. And even though this is confusingly named Volume 3, this set, despite the fact that we've had at least 4 sets previously for ReZero in English, this set only covers Season 2 of the anime. So that should just go to tell you, ReZero has done very well in Weiss, very popular. People love ReZero. People like trading cards. People like ReZero trading cards. So now that we finally have more seasons to adapt, after Bushiroad realized they could not just keep pumping out ReZero sets without having more anime to adapt, we got a season 2, now we have a season 3, and now we have season 4 that's halfway through airing. So they finally released in English a set to cover season 2, and JP already has released a set that covers season 3, and I'm sure there will be a set that covers season 4. ReZero just prints money for anybody that makes merch for it. Trading cards are no different. And there's a reason for that. People just really like ReZero, and I'm sure people have been anticipating this set for multiple reasons for quite a while. Collectors have been anticipating this set because for the first time in Weiss's modern history, there is a new ReZero set that where the supply is going to meet the current demand that there is for the collectors out there. When Weiss got a huge push in terms of growth during COVID, which is now 6 years ago, which is crazy. But at that point, while Weiss wasn't like a nothing game in terms of how many people were buying into it, it largely wasn't well known. And even today, it may not still be that well known amongst a lot of games, especially when we're talking about One Piece and Magic and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and all that stuff. But it's definitely grown from what it was. But when a lot of people suddenly moved into ReZero during the COVID boom, um, I mean, when people moved into Weiss during COVID, uh, and they're like, oh, look, all these different anime, and there are signed cards from the voice actors. I really want those, yada yada. Most of ReZero sets had already come out and were printed during a time where there was just less demand. And Weiss is generally a print to order game. So the supply for those cards was just abysmally low, especially now that there were a lot of people that were jumping into the game, whether they're players or collectors, and just wanted ReZero cards, and there just wasn't supply to meet them. So this is really like the first set that we have had in sort of modern times where um, sets are just ordered more than they would have been a mere 6, 7 years ago now. There's just more players in the game, there's more collectors in the game, and even if it still doesn't compare to the big dogs like Magic and yada yada, it still is definitely a bigger game than it was. People definitely now, compared to what they used to do, more people will buy cases purely to rip product just to hunt for SPs and higher rarity and whatnot. And while people did used to do that back in the day, definitely, high rarity, the sheer number of high rarity collectors and high rarity players that are currently in the game, the numbers just weren't there back in the day. They absolutely existed, but the sheer number of them that are there now just didn't exist. So this is really the first modern ReZero set where people are going to know that this is a popular set for whether it's for players or for collectors, and it should be opened accordingly, which I think is really awesome, especially as someone who, when I got into Weiss during the whole COVID boom, I was very excited for ReZero, and then I saw that not only could you not find any ReZero cards, to certainly not the high rarity ReZero cards, if someone was willing to sell them, they were going for absolutely insane prices. Bushy Road rarely does reprints. They have not reprinted any of those old ReZero sets, at least in the last 6 years. I can't swear before that. So this is really a lot of people's first like chance to be getting some actual playable and easier to collect ReZero cards, which I do think is really awesome. Now, just to continue with the brief history of ReZero within Weiss before I actually start talking about specific cards, ReZero's had like an interesting place in Weiss's history where even though it's been sort of, I don't want to say, I know I said milked before. I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. I do love ReZero. I'm fine that they've printed a million sets for ReZero, relatively speaking. But competitively, each set no ReZero set has ever set the world on fire. I'm not even just talking about does it hold up well today. The answer is no. Most cards in most of in all the ReZero sets that have been released so far, they don't really hold up today. There are some cards that still work fine, and there are some cards that aren't necessarily bad by today's standards. But like, there's really no reason to run them unless maybe you like the art or the character on them or something like that. But then there are a ton of cards that truly are just they weren't good then, and they're just even worse now. So ReZero, I'm not saying no one's ever done well with ReZero competitively when it first came out or anything like that. But it never had like all its level 3 combos were kind of bad, to be honest. Even for the time, there were some that were like fine, they were passable, they were good enough. There were definitely some standout cards from various ReZero sets. Something like the Rem early play, which is a very good early play and still is a good early play. Like, that's a good card. But that's sort of what you could expect from ReZero, where when you look back at the past sets, there are cards that are good in a vacuum, but if you try to build a deck, you're only going to have a handful of standout cards, and most of your combos are going to be kind of just blah. Especially your level 3 combos, which are not killing anyone from anything, honestly, or even trying to. So many of them don't even try to kill your opponent, which is kind of wacky and a whole other discussion. But what is interesting is that this set, Volume 3, which is so poorly named, but whatever, this set is going to make a huge splash in the competitive landscape of English Weiss. It made a huge splash in JP when it came out in JP. Like a year ago or so now when it came out there. So much so that they had to implement a choice list for specifically ReZero Volume 3 in JP. They put two cards on the choice list that were both from Volume 3. Not that there's really any reason to put any card from any other ReZero set on there because they're just, most of them are really not that great, but I won't keep harping on that. But this set is going to put in some real work once it is released in a few days in the English meta. Right now, as of August 2026, when I'm recording this, the English meta, the two top decks are pretty inarguably Bandream and Oshinoko. Whether you think one's better than the other doesn't really matter. They are the two top decks. They are phenomenal decks. They are phenomenal sets, especially Bandream, which has like 100 releases at this point. The only thing that they might have milked more than ReZero is probably Fate and then Bandream, honestly. But ReZero is finally going to be doing something. Like, it's going to be doing a lot. There is one combo in this that we're going to talk about in depth once we get to the level 3 combos that just puts out huge damage numbers. It's easy enough to at least double it or triple it. And that card combined with a card that we will also talk about that is on the JP choice list as well, just makes it so easy to kill your opponent. It makes it way too consistent. The deck was designed to just work well with the cards that are meant to just blow out your opponent. I've tested, obviously the cards are not out yet when I'm recording this, but I've tested in the simulator a ton. The main meta deck that is coming out of this set is very strong. It does have weaknesses, especially in this current meta where Oshinoko is running around, and Oshinoko loves your opponent to be playing as many level zeros as possible, and the main meta ReZero deck is going to be playing a high number of zeros. So it does sort of have a poor matchup into Oshinoko. But aside from that, uh, ReZero is in a very strong position competitively. Now, I say that, and I do think it's a good thing. I like when sets come out with good decks and whatnot. But my real complaint about this set, and this is coming from someone who absolutely loves ReZero. I have loved ReZero since I first saw the anime sometime in college. I remember it had already finished airing its first season, and that's when I heard about it. And I had watched the first episode or two at home before I went to some classes, and I loved it so much from just the little bit that I had seen that I pretended to be sick so that I could stay home and not go to college that my dad had been paying lots of money for, just so that I could watch as much ReZero that day as possible because I just couldn't wait. So I just pretended to be sick and coughed a lot that day. That's how much I love ReZero, so I'm a huge fan of it. So if I have any criticisms about this set, I'm not a ReZero hater or anything like that. It's more that for whatever reason, I think whoever designs the cards at Bushiroad for ReZero sets, they might just not be that biggest fan. They might also kind of actively hate ReZero because I feel like with this set, despite the fact that there is one deck in here that's going to be incredibly meta, it's going to shoot its way up there with Bane Dream and Oshinoko as soon as this set comes out in terms of how good the deck's going to be. I feel like this set largely pushes you towards that one deck, and it does make the deck as good as it reasonably can be expected to be. But it kind of just doesn't care about anything else. I'm not saying there aren't any good cards found within this set that don't directly relate to that one deck that we'll discuss, which is a Rem deck. For Rem fans out there, you'll be happy to know it revolves around Rem almost completely. It's just that everything else in the set either feels pretty underpowered in comparison or dreadfully underpowered in comparison. There's a there The main deck feels phenomenal and it reads phenomenal, and it plays phenomenal, but everything else feels kind of really just meh in comparison. In my opinion, even the second best deck, which I am a fan of, and we'll talk about that as well, it revolves around Beatrice. For anyone who's a fan of Beatrice, just by comparison, it feels so underpowered after you spent a lot of time playing Rem. And I still think it's a good deck. I don't think it's like really anything crazy. It's definitely not going to top tier or anything like that, but like it does what it's supposed to do, but it's not supposed to be doing anything crazy like the Rem deck is. And then that's the second best in my opinion. And from there, the drop off just gets worse and worse and worse and worse to where it's like if you buy into this set, if you're not playing Rem, well, you must really love the character of the deck that you're playing. And if you don't, why are you even you just I guess really love ReZero and don't want to play Rem for whatever reason. Um, that's sort of how I feel about this set as a whole, which is kind of disappointing. I read all the cards when they first got revealed for JP, however long ago now, at least a year ago or so, and my thoughts have just never really changed on it. Where outside of that one deck, it does just feel very kind of blah, and that is a little disappointing. There's definitely some cool stuff here. If you are someone who already owns a lot of ReZero stuff, and you from past sets, you'll definitely have cards in this set that if you don't want to be replacing any of the old combos, maybe they have sentimental value or something like that. You'll find cards in here that will supplement those decks for sure. That you do have enough modern profiles within this set to just make it better. But at the same time, it's kind of just again, I'm not going to harp on it. It just feels a little disappointing overall. That will just preface anything that might appear negative that I have to say about this set. Just comes from a place of deep love and admiration for ReZero, the franchise as a whole, and the fact that um, I have always wanted to get ReZero cards and play with ReZero cards within Weiss, and even though overall I do have a decent opinion of the set, I can't help but feel a tad disappointed by just some of the quality of the cards. Now, I will say, even though this is a channel that really only talks about English, um, the fourth set just recently, like a month ago, came out in JP. And even though the cards in that set look beautiful, and we're not going to be talking about the card specifically in this video for the fourth set, Volume 4, that is by far one of the worst sets that has been released in the entire time that I've ever been around Weiss. That set just sucks from top to bottom. There's like a handful of good cards in it, and everything else in it is honestly like straight garbage. Aside from the fact that the cards look beautiful, and there are some cool utility things. So that's all of this together kind of just makes me think that for whatever reason, the guy designing the ReZero cards at Bushiroad just doesn't really care for ReZero, and he has a hard time keeping his contempt for it in check, which is somewhat surprising because I can't help but feel that if, there were just more options in the set aside from one deck that is extremely good, you would think more people would want to buy into it. Maybe people don't like the one deck. And same thing with in Volume 4, I can't think of one deck that comes out of that set that's actually good. I like literally that's how bad the fourth set is, but trying not to get too distracted. That's just my love for ReZero and my frustration because of my love for ReZero sort of seeping out a little bit, because I did want the set to be a little bit better. But overall, if you are a fan of ReZero, especially if you're a fan of ReZero and haven't had a real opportunity to buy Weiss cards for ReZero before, this is a really great place to start. There are a lot of modern profiles in the set. There are enough good combos to get you by, if you don't care for the main level 3 combo of the set or the main level 1 combo of the set. There is enough in other colors with other characters where you will still be able to play ReZero, and you should be able to play with some character that you do like or a combination of characters that you like. And maybe I don't know if this is most importantly, but it's definitely important. Um, importantly, uh, compared to previous ReZero releases in Weiss, this is a set that's going to be very accessible for anyone that's in the game now. It's going to be opened up an absolute ton, and that will make base rarity extremely easy to get. Higher rarity, some of the stuff might be easy to get, some of the stuff might be a little harder for one reason or another. When we get to the collectability portion of the set, I will go more in depth into that. But there is definitely a lot to like if you are a ReZero fan, especially if you are a collector and are willing to maybe have to pony up a little bit of money. And if you are just a player who likes ReZero and you don't need every deck that comes out of a set to be top S tier powerful, there is enough in the set that should keep you happy. So without further ado, let's get into the level 3 combos. For anyone who has watched any of my set overview videos in the past, you will know that I always like to start with the level 3 combos for this set. It's a personal preference of mine because whenever I look at a new set, I like to see how powerful or maybe overpowered the level 3 combos in the set are because I like to know what sort of range I can kill my opponent from in the game. And I always think there's just some of the more exciting cards to read. Unfortunately, for ReZero Volume 3, there's kind of a lot of blah when it comes to the level 3 combos. Um, None are outright bad. That is something good. I do think off the top of my head, there's only 4 new level 3 combos, which is a tad disappointing considering this effectively is going to be most modern Weiss players' introduction into ReZero, and they're not going to have access to most of the previous card pool for ReZero cards to choose from. It would have been nice to maybe have a little more variety, but it's fine. We'll start with the one that is objectively the worst, and even then, it has some potential. I don't actually think it's good, to be honest. But like, there are some people that I know like this sort of combo. So, it is this Echidna, embodiment of the thirst for knowledge. Echidna works on this choice climax. When she attacks, she has no on-play effect. When she attacks, choose up to one card in your opponent's waiting room and put it on the top or the bottom of their deck. And her climax combo is at the end of her attack, you may pay 2, ditch 2, sack the climax. If you do, choose one of your other characters and stand it. Um, it really sucks that you have to sack the climax. That is why I don't like this card, to be honest. It is very expensive. Pay two and a ditch two is a lot. If it was like pay two, I mean, because it's standing something, there's really no world where this thing can be anything less than a pay two. I do understand that they can't make the stock requirement less because then you'd be getting stock back, and that wouldn't really be fair. So the pay two is sort of like the bare minimum, but I think ditch two is a lot, and I think ditch two is a lot when you pair it with the pay two, mostly because this card is designed pretty much to work with all finishers that are within ReZero, probably ReZero Volume 3. You attack with your off finisher, you get your off finisher burn. You use this effect on the Echidna to restand the off finisher, and then you get to use the off finisher burn effect again. But most of the more powerful all finishers that would be helpful in closing out a game within ReZero Volume 3. They also have discard requirements and stock requirements. So, you're just spending a lot of both of your resources there, both stock and hand. And it makes it very difficult from my testing because I've tried to make this combo work. It makes it very difficult to effectively do three lanes of cards that are doing meaningful stuff. The Echidna, her meaningful thing is that she's gonna stand one thing. So that's one lane. And I guess standing one thing is something, but you only get one shot at it because you got to sack the climax. Your other two lanes should be all finishers, and unfortunately for my testing, unless the game is just going really well, you just won't have the hand or the stock, or maybe both, to have three solid lanes of meaningful attackers. You'll have the Echidna in one, you'll have one solid off finisher in another, and you will probably just have a third lane that is whatever. Maybe you'll have the stock to use one of the less resource intensive off finishers. Maybe you won't. You'll just have to move up a brainstorm. It's certainly possible to be high rolling into situations where you will have three meaningful lanes. But from my experience, sometimes you just see damage. And even if you have three meaningful lanes, they're meaningful, relatively speaking. They're not really the craziest things you're ever going to read in your life. So I don't know. This card, we will talk about some of the cards that you are probably going to be pairing this Echidna with to restand later on in the video. I think it's kind of just fine. I think they very easily could have made this better. Um, I think while I don't mind her putting a card on the top or the bottom of their deck, I think one card may not be enough. I think if they were going to only let you do one card, they probably should have just given her some on play effect, some, even if it was like a blind stock on play, even if it was a draw two ditch one on play. I mean, if they gave this draw two ditch one and blind stock on play, then I would actually like this card more, even if the cost was still the same. Even if she still had to sack the climax. And when you sack the climax, you're losing the soul because she's on a choice, and the choice, you'll lose the soul when you sack it, and that just really stinks. I mean, some games it's going to be good because maybe you stick a lot of damage early on and whatever it is. I'm losing my enthusiasm for this card as I think about how close they were to creating something that was really good, or at least much more playable than this. I think the only people that are going to play this are if they like choice, and this is the only choice level 3 combo in the set, or if they like Echidna, which is valid. She's kind of effed up, but she's kind of funny. Um, oh, and I didn't say this earlier, but I am current on ReZero with ReZero Volume 4, Season 4. Just came back from hiatus as a little side note. Um, I'm going to try to not spoil anything. I'm sure I will spoil things from Season 2, which this set is based on. So if you haven't finished Season 2, go finish it and then come back to this. Or don't, I don't control, you manage your time. But I will also try not to spoil anything from Season 3 and 4, but I cannot promise. So just keep that in mind. Moving on. We have something that is definitely better than the card we just looked at, but considering it is on I was about to give my ranking for Amelia, but I don't know, that could lose me like half of my followers if I rank her too high or too low. So maybe we'll just say good girl, Amelia. This derived conclusion, Amelia, is certainly a step up. It's an interesting card. She works on this bar climax, which is not bad. She gets -1 loss. She has no on play effect again. I guess that's a thing with this set, I guess. She gets, instead of having an on-play effect, she gets -1 level while in your hand if you have two specific cards in your memory. Those specific cards are this 1/1 event and this level 0 warm affection Amelia and Fortuna. We will talk more about what those cards do later on in the video. Both of those cards, by their own effects, will send them to memory. One of them has the chance to do it for free. The other, there's really no way around spending the stock. That's the event. So you pretty much, in order to get this Amelia out a level early, you are spending at least one stock extra than you normally would to get it out early. But it's pretty easy to get these cards in memory, so it's not the worst condition. I probably would have preferred it if it had like a level requirement, like some sort of experience requirement. Even if it was have these two cards in your level, I think I would have preferred that. Maybe just so I could save a little bit on resources, especially because the cards, while not the worst things I've ever read, they're not really that crazy, to be honest. You're probably only playing them strictly if you're playing this Amelia to get her out at level 2 instead of level 3. If you are playing any other deck, I kind of don't see why you would even bother playing any of the two cards needed to early play this Amelia. It would have been nice if the cards were just a little bit better, but again, I digress. Her actual climax combo is when you play the bar climax, if your hand has 6 or less cards, this Amelia gets the following abilities until the end of the opponent's next turn. During her battle, your opponent cannot play backup from their hand, and this card cannot become reverse. And she's got her other effect, which is her burn effect, which is when she attacks, you may pay 1 and discard any green card from your hand. If you do, burn 4. I think once we get past the whole needing two specific cards in memory, and those two specific cards aren't going to set the world on fire with their actual effects. Once we get past that, I do not think this is a bad combo. I mean, it would have been nice if instead of it saying your opponent can't play backups during her battle, if it just straight up said like he can't be chosen, but that probably would have been too good. If you are able to get out 2 copies of this, then you really just have to worry about siding in your third lane when you are level 2 if you burn out 2 copies of this. And then your next 2 lanes, you could just be fronting without worry. And I say that instead of triple because I think at level 2 it's probably unreasonable to think you'll have all the resources you need to effectively triple this or to do it consistently. You'll have games if you're playing this, but you'll get 3 copies of this out of level 2. I think it's just a lot of stock because you are still, that would be 6 stock. If you count the event being in memory, that's 7 stock at minimum, and then you would need an 8th stock in order to have the stock to pay for her burn effect. But I like the fact it's still nice that she has some protection. It is nice that she can't be reversed until the end of the next turn. I do think that's really cool. I like that it's not just a turn that she has played, where we have seen this sort of early play combo in the past where they may have like some burn effects and they may come out early, but if they have protection they may only get it like until the turn after they're played, or maybe just that one turn, for example. I like that you can just keep looping this as long as you are playing the climax, and because the climax is on a bar, it is easier to loop it, so it can just sort of keep maintaining the whole no backups effect and the can't become reversed effect. I think that is pretty decent. I think that was a good change that they did. Getting rid of any sort of on play protection and just exchanging it with on climax placement. Um, it still would have been nice if she did something on play. Probably would have been too good if she healed on play, or especially if she dug on play. So I guess it is what it is. I do not think this is a bad combo. I think if you are an Amelia fan, I think this is perfectly fine. It's really not crazy. Like, do not get me wrong, just because I'm not shitting on it, doesn't mean I think that like this is gonna go like top a regional or something like that. Um, but it is weird that this is a double rare profile, and I'm not normally someone who harps on rarities when it comes to card quality, but this doesn't really feel. This feels like a double rare profile from like 2020. This doesn't feel like a 2026 double rare profile. Again, I still like this card. I don't love this card. I love Amelia, but like I don't love this card, but I don't hate this card or dislike this card. I'm going to build this deck for fun. I think aside from the early play requirement, which is not something you actually have to do, you could just hold off and play this at 3. I think having to discard a green card is probably the weakness of this card that is going to pop up the most often. Now, fortunately, green is a good color within ReZero. Yellow is the weakest color. Green, there's enough green stuff between all the ReZero sets where you can make that work. There is an Amelia level 1 combo that we're going to talk about that's also on bar. So she's green. At that point, you're playing 8 bar. That's pretty good. You could be discarding extra bars that you trigger. That's always nice. And there's enough green stuff where I think you shouldn't have a hard. I don't think you need to go mono green with this combo. I know I've seen some people talk about how you're forced into mono green. I think you should be largely green when you are building this deck. But I don't think. I think there's enough good stuff, especially in blue, where you can be mixing the two colors together. And as long as you are mindful that you do have a lot of green in the deck, then I think you should be fine. And that will, in 9 out of 10 games, it won't be a factor. Like, oh no, my hand's full of non-green cards. I've got the hand, I just don't have the right color in my hand. I don't think you're going to have to worry about that as long as you deck build appropriately. Um, Burn 4 is a lot, which means that your opponent's more likely to cancel, but, you know, if they eat it, it's a pretty big number to eat. Um, I think the strength of the Burn 4 comes from the fact that it's very easy to be looping it and doing it as early as level 2. Because it's only the one stock, it means that you will always have the stock as long as you don't spend it on something else before you're after you do like one turn of this, she's not going to become reversed the next turn. As long as your opponent doesn't bounce her or de-level her or something. Um, on the following turn, you'll have that one stock that's generated from the last attack to feed the next round of attacks. So it's something that because she can't become reversed and because she is on a bar and you're most likely playing this in a bar, you should be able to be looping this at least 1 to 2 copies starting at level 2. Once you do start playing the copies out, it does become harder to play additional copies because assuming you're paying the one stock to actually do the burn. I guess you do always have the option to just or start early playing this and to play the climax, but not actually go for the burns because maybe you want to build the stock, but you just want like a nice 2 soul beater, 3 soul with the climax out. That can't become reversed during the following turn. That's always an option. You do have that. Sometimes it's not that wouldn't necessarily be the wrong thing to do, depending on how the game's going. Overall, this is not a bad card by any means. I think considering Amelia is incredibly popular, I think and spoilers, this card right here is one of the 3 secret pluses that are found in the set. This is the double rare art, but there is a secret plus version of this. So they really put their Amelia eggs in this basket by making this card one of the most prominent collector's cards in the set. I think they could have maybe done a little bit more with it, but it feels like one of those cards that if you like Amelia, it's good enough. And you can definitely play around with it. I think you have way more freedom with this card than you do with the Echidna. I do like this more than the Echidna. So yeah, I feel like Amelia, it's there. Next up, we have this waiting for that person, Beatrice. She works on this door combo, this door climax. This is what I think is the second best level 3 combo that's in the set. We will talk about the best, in my opinion, level 3 combo in the set next. But this one is not anything special. It's not crazy, but it has like this whole package around it that I think elevates it and makes it a little bit better. So what she does is when she's placed on the stage from your hand, you put up to one card from the top of your clock into your waiting room, and then you choose up to one Tome of Wisdom in your memory, and you put it face up underneath this card as a marker. Tome of Wisdom is this 1/1 event that is pictured here that sends itself to memory when you use it. We'll get to why the marker is important in a second. Her actual climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the door climax in your climax area and you have another magic or weapon character, magic or weapon being the dominant trait for the set, for all ReZero sets, pretty much, except for maybe Frozen No Memory Snow, which is mostly Memory Snow, or at least they talk about Memory Snow a lot. Anyway, getting sidetracked. If you meet those conditions, choose one of the following effects and perform it. You can either burn one for free, that's it, you just burn one, that's the end of it. Or you can pay one, ditch two. If you do, you choose up to one card in your opponent's waiting room, put it on the top of their deck, and you burn them for 4. So that's it, that's what she does. So very similar to the Amelia because most of the time you're probably going to go for the burn 4. She does require you to discard an additional card than the Amelia does, but it can be of any color, which is nice. However, we can mitigate that cost if we're going for the whole top deck burn 4 effect. If we have enough Tome of Wisdoms to marker under this Beatrice, and if we have this 2/0 Choose Me Subaru that's pictured on the left. What this Choose Me Subaru does is when you would pay the cost for the climax combo of this Beatrice that's pictured here, you may put one marker from underneath that character into your waiting room instead of one card from your hand. He's also a frontal assist for 1,000, which is fine. So what that means is, let's say you have 3 Tome of Wisdoms that are in your memory. You play out 3 copies of your Beatrice. You take those 3 Tome of Wisdoms, and you put one underneath each copy of your Beatrice. And then when you go to do the climax combo, if you want to do the top deck burn 4 effect, you pay the 1, and then you discard 1 card. And instead of discarding a second card, you would take that Tome of Wisdom that was markered, and you take it from underneath the Beatrice and you send it to waiting room. So at that point, this card effectively becomes a pay 1, ditch 1, top deck, and burn 4, which is a lot more reasonable than ditch 2. Now, if anyone's already started doing the math, that is still expensive in other ways because the Tome of Wisdom is a 1/1 event, and that means that rather than needing 7 stock upfront in order to triple this Beatrice, you effectively need 10 stock. You're spending 10 stock upfront on this combo because you need to spend 3 stock to get these Tomes of Wisdom into your memory. There are ways to mitigate the stock cost that we will talk about later. However, the actual Tome of Wisdom, what it does, I was going to talk about it later, we'll just talk about it now so people would get a full grasp of the entire package for this Beatrice because it is pretty important. And Tome of Wisdom is mentioned quite a lot in this set. What it does is you look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them on the top of your deck in the original order, and look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, put them on the top of their deck in their original order, and you choose up to 1 character in your waiting room and you return it to your hand, and then you send the Tome of Wisdom to your memory. We have seen 1/1 events that salvage before. They don't set the world on fire again, but it's fine. I think the fact that even though you're putting the cards back in the original order, so you can't put your opponent's climax on top, having the personal top of deck knowledge plus top of your opponent's deck knowledge, it is valuable. You are still getting a salvage out of it. You're getting a minor amount of memory compression out of it. I think the Tome of Wisdom is good enough for being a card that is pretty essential to this Beatrice. Now, you technically do not need to be playing the Tome of Wisdom whatsoever because you don't have to have a marker underneath Beatrice in order to use any of her effects. You would just need to have a larger hand size than you would actually be allowed to naturally draw into. So you'd have to rely on triggering climaxes and getting characters back to hand, or hitting brainstorms before you move to your attack phase, which is fine. But I think the Tome of Wisdom is good enough to be played. I think looking at your opponent's deck does give you good knowledge for, do you frontal, do you side, do you direct, especially because you'll know what your triggers are, so you will know if you should be, if you're going to be over swinging, you can order your attacks a certain way. There is more support around the whole Tome of Wisdom. I don't think most of them honestly worth talking about, and we're not going to talk about most of the cards that mention Tome of Wisdom, outside of a couple of them. But I think the reason why the Beatrice works is because Tome of Wisdom is not a bad card, but also because the Choose Me Subaru does exist. I think that Subaru is putting in a lot of work, and makes it much easier to triple this Beatrice. And I think the Beatrice is, while not as powerful as the next combo we're going to talk about, she's honestly not even close in terms of power to the next combo we'll talk about. I think this definitely is a solid combo. I've tested it a bunch in the simulator, and yes, it does feel underpowered when compared to the REM that we'll discuss, but it's still good. The package as a whole feels strong, and even if the ceiling is less, just overall playing the deck, it feels pretty decent. There is enough good red stuff. There's enough. Beatrice has some good cards in this set, aside from the cards pictured here, and it does work. And there are definitely times where you are going to be um, doing the top deck, and then you will stick a burn 4 that would not have stuck had you not put the card on top of their deck. And when that happens, that is going to feel pretty good. We have seen Burn 4, for anyone who is a little newer to Weiss or whatever, a lot of people will dismiss Burn 4. And I'm sort of one of them, to be honest, at this point. Like, Burn 4 used to be better than it is now. At this point, if your combo is just a Burn 4, that's not really good enough. But there are ways to increase a Burn 4's efficiency and make it just a better card, even if Burn 4 is still just kind of blah. We saw that Seven Deadly Sins was so strong that it had to be hit multiple times on a ban list. And the end game for Seven Deadly Sins was Burn 4. However, it had a Mocha 1 tied to the Burn 4. And even though it was a small change compared to just a normal Burn 4, I mean, um, it helped. And the rest of the deck was so solid and so strong that it made up for the fact that at the end of the day, that deck's climax combo was a Burn 4 that also had a Mocha 1 attached to it. I think while I am not saying that the Beatrice deck is anywhere near close to full power Seven Deadly Sins, making that comparison. What I am saying though is that the Beatrice deck, if you build it the way that they are mostly trying to get you to build it, I think it's strong enough where it makes up for the fact that the top end is definitely not bad, but not as strong as the next combo that we're going to look at. And for people who like Beatrice, for people who don't like the REM combo, for people who like doors, whatever your reasons are, I think this has enough going for it where it is worth it. I will definitely be building this at some point. And while I can't sit here and lie and say that I'm like super duper excited to play this, or that I think it's going to be like the craziest thing ever, because it's not going to be any of those things. I like the character, and I think I like how it all just sort of comes together. So I am excited to at least do that. But moving on, we're going to talk about the card that is arguably the highlight of this entire set, which you could infer means that the set overview has nowhere to go but down. But it is this Carefree Yawn Rem. And she's yawning because 10 years later, this bitch still has not woken up, at least in the anime. I don't know about the light novel. It's crazy that they actually has her eyes open, since she's asleep all season. But anyway, what this card does, it works with this Pan's Climax here. On play, look at up to 3 cards on top of the deck, choose one of those cards, add them to hand, rest go to waiting room. And on attack, if you have the Pants Climax in your Climax area, you may pay 2, ditch 2. And then you reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is level 0, or is it level 0 or lower character, you burn 3 2 times. If it's anything other than a level 0 character, deal 1 damage 2 times. This is a very, very powerful card. For anyone who is familiar with the JP side of things, or they have tested this card, whether with their own JP decks or in the simulator or with proxies or whatever, you will probably know that this is a very, very powerful card. The deck, and we're going to talk in depth about the cards that support this card, it supports the card so well that it is so easy to triple this and have all 3 of them just hit 3 level 0 characters, which means that you are just burning 3 6 times plus your 3 swings. At worst, this card is burn 1 twice. Burn 1 twice is whatever, it's nothing crazy. Burn 1 twice is great if you snipe 2 climaxes out of it. Short of that, it's nothing crazy. This would actually be a pretty expensive burn 1 twice, but I can tell you from having practiced this very extensively, it is so easy to set this card up. And again, we'll talk about how in a bit. It's so easy to set this card up that it feels so unfair with how easy it is to make this card just burn 3, burn 3, burn 3, burn 3, burn 3. And when you're throwing those kinds of numbers at your opponent, especially if you're try fielding this, which isn't as difficult as it might seem when you are basing it just off the cost of the card. Um, it's tough unless your opponent is ridiculously compressed to imagine them surviving it. So weakness of the card, yes, if you want to maximize the damage, you have to reveal level 0 or lower character, but there are lots of ways to make it more likely that you'll do that. The Dish 2 is not as much as it seems because it is digging for a card on play. So it's more like a Ditch 1 because it is just giving you back one of those cards. The Pay 2 is a lot. I won't deny that. However, for anyone who's familiar with Bunny Girl, you will know what I mean when I say this set has the Stakata package, or maybe not this set, but ReZero as a whole has a Stakata package. For anyone unfamiliar with Bunny Girl, Stakata package is a colloquial term to refer to a package where there is a 1/0 Amelia from a previous ReZero set, and there is a level 0 vanilla 3K Amelia. And by vanilla, I mean it has no effect at all. It's just a 3K beater. The 1/0, they're both blue. The 1/0 says when you place it on stage from your hand, you could take a copy of that level 0 vanilla Amelia from your waiting room and you could send it to your stock. That card was all that pull package was also found within Bunny Girl. And like Bunny Girl, when Bunny Girl finally got a very meta relevant set, that package became very good in that main deck, and the price of the cards shot up through the roof. ReZero has been no different. Those cards are like commons, and they are way more expensive than they should be. And we will talk about those cards later, but basically, between that package plus other things that are found within ReZero, it is a lot easier to reach that 10 stock threshold than you might think. I have very rarely had a game where I am not able to do at least 2 copies of the REM. That has basically never happened unless I just didn't cancel once between level 0 and level 3. It's very easy. The deck is set up very well for you to at least get 2 copies, and even with 2 copies, burn 3 4 times and still have 3 swings. That is pretty strong. And there are some good cards within this set that you could easily just throw into a third lane and it'll feel like they're putting in some work. So this card relies very heavily on you having a very high level 0 character count in your deck. So to bring it back to my introduction for this video, where I talk about how the REM deck has a very bad matchup into Oshinoko, you could probably understand why now, because the main Oshinoko deck mills the bottom 3 cards of your deck, and for every level 0 card, burn 1. From my testing, I generally have pretty close to 30 level 0 characters in my deck. And I could tell you that in terms of that synergy with this Carefree Yawn Rim, it makes it really easy to just be burning through a million times and just deleting my opponent from the face of the earth. Having that many level 0 characters in my deck. If you are versing Oshinoko, though, yeah, sure, doesn't feel great. But at that point, all you got to do is hit level 3 first. You hit level 3 first, and you're probably just going to win anyway, so it doesn't matter. Plus, I don't think it's necessarily the best thing to go around just saying a deck isn't good just because one deck counters it. If that was the case right now, then what that would mean is that Shauna is an S tier deck because it counters almost every deck that is found within the meta. But we all know that Shauna is not an S tier set or an S tier deck. It has something going for it that's almost like a gimmick, and I play Shauna and I love Shauna and I spent way too much money on Shauna, so I can say that. Um, but my point is, you shouldn't be too concerned with the fact that your deck, if you decide to build this Rem deck or play this Rem combo, that you shouldn't be too concerned that there is one deck in the format that is close to a very hard counter to this. Because realistically, if Oshinoko hits level 3 first, they're probably going to beat the Rem player if the Rem player built their deck the way it's supposed to be built to maximize the Rem combo. But I don't think you should go into a format thinking, oh, I really got to worry about that, even if it is one of the better decks. Right now, we're still in teams format, and even if every single team that you play against at a team regional has Oshinoko on their team, you still only have a 1 in 3 shot of actually going up against them if you are the Rem player. And if you are at a singles regional, I can't promise you'll never verse Oshinoko, but at that point, you're still going up against a lot of people that have their own interests, and there's just too much uncertainty. It's very unlikely that you're going to just constantly be going up against Oshinoko. And again, at that point, all you got to do is hit level 3 first, and you're golden, and you'll probably just win. So this card is just a powerhouse. It throws an enormous amount of damage at your opponent. It is on paper similar to cards like Enterprise or to Beatrix from Eminence and Shadow. Both of those revolved around throwing multiple instances of either 3 damage or 2 damage at your opponent. The difference is that the Enterprise and the Beatrix could both deal 0 damage to your opponent. It could do nothing. They could whiff on their effect. Even when the Rem quote unquote whiffs, she is still a burn 1 twice. If you are able to try feel this, it's going to be so easy for 2 of them to be doing burn 3 twice, or even if one of them is a burn 1 twice, at that point that should still be enough. You're still getting 3 swings. You're still getting burn 3, burn 3, burn 3, burn 3, burn 1, burn 1. That should be enough to close out most people unless they were like 2-0 or they were very compressed. But I have been able to just win games easily when my opponent is like a little bit below mid 2, right? Or definitely mid 2, very doable. Anything higher, if you triple this, they're dead. There's like no way for them to really survive that reasonably. There is a card that does work with this directly, the Stressed Up Ram. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them on top of your deck in any order. ReZero, especially with pass sets, is no stranger to cards that let you look at the top X number of cards from your deck and rearrange them. So this Ram does do that, but she also bonds to this Carefree Yawn Rem combo, meaning that when she's placed on stage from your hand, you may discard a card. If you do, you can salvage the Rem combo from your waiting room without having to spend any stock to do so. So not only does she get you access to your level 3 combo for free, essentially, but she also lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck and rearrange them, which can be very helpful for you if you need to decide, wow, I saw 2 level 1s, maybe I should brainstorm, get those level 1s out of there, or wow, I saw 2 level 0s, we're good to go. There is a brainstorm that we are going to discuss, and that brainstorm lets you look at the top card of your deck when you play a climax, and you could either leave it or you could get rid of it, which helps set up the REM even further. It's a brainstorm that REM is also on. So there's just a lot of ways to set up this REM. And again, unlike other combos we've seen that are similar to this, like Enterprise and Beatrix, which can whiff, this thing cannot whiff. As long as you're paying the cost, you're still throwing some damage at your opponent. You are still throwing at least 2 instances of damage at your opponent before the actual swing itself. This card just does a lot of work. It's pretty disgusting. It's early to say because it hasn't actually been released, and most of my testing with this card has been just in the simulator playing against myself. So it is a little early to say, but I would argue that right now this is definitely one of the most powerful level 3 combos that we've ever seen in the game, in English Weiss at least. It's tough for me to say that this is the most powerful, but I would definitely say this is like a top 3 most powerful level 3 combo that English has had so far. It's very strong. It's very easy to try field it. The Some people might be turned off about playing such a high level 0 count. Fortunately, with this deck, it just works, especially if you are playing 8 pants, which this deck was pretty much designed to do. It's just you're still just pushing damage throughout the whole course of the game. You are getting your opponent super duper close to level 3 because you are constantly slamming a climax when you're 8 pants. So you are just pushing damage throughout the course of the game, putting them even closer to kill range when you actually go for your level 3 combo turn. You just win games with this that you had no business winning. And when I try field this, I think in all the games I've tested, it's really not more than a couple maybe where I had more than one of those rems, like quote unquote whiff and just be a burn one twice. Even most of the time, I'd say like 90% of my games when I'm doing triple rem, all of them are getting burn threes. And then the remainder, I'll have some where one of them will be burn one twice, but very, very few when I'm try fielding rem, which is, again, is very easy to do. Very few of them am I getting more than one copy of rem whipping and being burn one twice. So it's just a very strong combo overall. Super easy to set up. It feels good to play. Because of the high stock requirement, you just naturally are getting a lot of compression because you're building so much stock, which you could argue makes you susceptible to stock swap. But that's still fine, even if your opponent stock swaps you. You know why? Because you want them to suck those climaxes out of your deck. Because in this deck, climaxes mean burn one twice. We don't want burn one twice. You want them to take those climaxes out of your deck so that then you could go and kill them with Rem and be more likely to just hit them with burn 3 into oblivion. And then, they'll be really sad and they'll go online and they'll start crying that Bushiroad needs to hit the deck, which if English is anything like JP, they will hit eventually. Deck's not even out yet, so it's way too early to start talking about that. We also have a very different format from JP, but that's a different discussion. This is going to be a very strong card when it comes out in the next few days. People are going to play it a lot because it's ReZero. People are going to play it a lot because they've heard that this is going to be a very powerful deck, and they are not wrong. We, even if Weiss is not the same size and doesn't build the same amount of hype as some other card games, people pay attention to certain things when people in the community who maybe aren't the types of players who are super closely following the JP meta, if at all, or they don't, they just buy into sets that they like. They don't necessarily care about power. And for the hardcore players out there, there are lots of players that are like that within the Weiss community. Not everyone is like super as into just playing the most meta thing that is possible, but they were excited because a new ReZero set came out. But they probably also heard once they started looking into it that a lot of people were talking about how good it was going to be. So it's like a win-win for those people. So I think between the fact that this is an incredibly popular IP, Rem is a incredibly popular girl, and this is an incredibly powerful card. I think this card there's going to be a billion copies of this card flying around, and a lot of people are going to be playing it. Um, and yeah, just really, really strong, and definitely be prepared to see a lot of it for the remainder of the team regional season, as well as the soon to be upcoming singles format season. But that will be it for the level 3 combos. Only 4. The Rem, obviously, we talked about that a lot for good reason. It's a crazy combo, very strong. The Beatrice, not bad. I do like it. It's not crazy, but it's fine. Amelia's not bad either. The Echidna is really the weak link here. And any exasperation or seeming lack of enthusiasm for the Beatrice or the Amelia is not necessary. Yes, those cards could have, I guess, been better, especially the Amelia, but I do not think either of those are bad picks whatsoever. It's really tough when you compare them to something like the Rem. But the Rem is also, it's an unfair comparison because the Rem is so absurdly overpowered that anything is going to seem weak. We are talking about in my opinion, the Rem is like a Gura level sort of threat. When Hololive Volume 2 was coming out, all anyone could talk about was Gura. When Bunny Girl 3 was coming out, all anyone could talk about was the new level 3 My combo. Every once in a while, we get a set that releases and it just has a new level 3 combo that like has people sort of shaking in their boots. It becomes the new boogeyman of that format that it releases in. Gura was like that. Mai was like that. I think right now, this new Rem is that boogeyman. It really is just that strong. And if you are super concerned, if you've never tested it or seen it in action, if you are concerned that it could just be burn one twice and burn one twice isn't that strong, let's give it a couple weeks of play, and we'll see if you feel the same. But yeah, I like Rem, so I'm very satisfied with that Rem combo. I also like Beatrice and I like Amelia, so I'm satisfied with their combos. But maybe with set 5, they will give us a better Echidna card. But next up, we're going to talk about the level 1 combos. Moving on to the level 1 combos for the set, very similar to the level 3 combos. We have one combo that is sort of a standout. Definitely, at least when talking about within the confines of the set and how it works with the level 3 Rem combo that I praise so much. And then we have other combos which may not necessarily be bad, but they're not the most amazing things. They're very sort of standard combos. Sometimes, as I've done more and more of these set overview videos, I've wondered if modern Weiss has just spoiled us too much, where a lot of the combos that we are going to see here with the level 1 combos, I think they would have like rocked people's socks if they came out a few years ago. But maybe now we've just gotten so spoiled that we take these sort of things for granted. Because I guess not every level 1 combo or any card needs to be the new defining card of Weiss Schwarz. It could just be a perfectly serviceable, acceptable level 1 combo that is on a good trigger and a good color that works well with the rest of the deck or whatever. I think we sort of see a lot of that when it comes to the level 1 combos for ReZero. I think 3 out of the 4 are very, very, there's nothing wrong with them. They have strengths, they have weaknesses. None of them are bad. And then there's like one real standout combo that you're going to see a lot of for various reasons. So we're going to start from the bottom and work our way up, but so that I don't sound too critical, and I'm not just saying that so that I don't sound too critical, I actually don't want to be too critical because it's not that bad. When I say start from the bottom, I don't actually think this is really that bad. I think it's objectively the worst level 1 combo in the set, but I don't think it's actually a bad level 1 combo. It is this Guardian of the Sanctuary Garfield. Sorry. I just won an eBay auction for a card and I was distracted. Anyway, he works on this choice climax. During your turn, he gets 2,000 power. which honestly could have been a little bit better because it requires a reverse. So a little bit disappointed about that, but still fine. What he actually does is when the choice climax is placed in your climax area, if you have two or more other characters, he gets the following ability until the end of the opponent's next turn. During your turn, when his card's battle opponent becomes reversed, look at up to 6 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to one level 1 or higher card from among them, reveal it to your opponent, put it into your hand, and put the rest into your waiting room. He also gains hand encore, so ditch a character to encore him instead of paying 3 to encore save him. Gets those effects till the end of the opponent's next turn. I think this card is fine. I think if it was 8K, I think this would have been better as a modern 2026 level 1 combo that requires a reverse. Level 1 combos that required a reverse were all the rage for a lot of Weiss's earlier history. We have largely started moving past that. However, there's always exceptions, but when we do see a modern level 1 combo require a reverse, typically there is some, because that is a definitive negative, because there are ways to have your reverses denied, whether your opponent leaves you an open field, whether your opponent backups over your level 1 combo, or whether they have a JC or a runner or something like that. Needing a reverse in a level 1 combo is a weakness because it can be played around. So what a lot of modern level 1 combos do that require reverses, even though if you need a reverse, they might give you an added benefit in exchange for the negative of needing the reverse. Maybe they let you generate stock as well as hand. Maybe they generate you 2 hand instead of just 1 hand, like a traditional level 1 combo. I guess the added benefit of this is that it has hand encore. We're on choice. I don't know if hand encore is really the best fit for level 1 combo when it's a choice combo. It's not as easy to loop as if this was on bar. However, I will not deny that I do like the mill 6. I think 6 is a really good number. I've played a lot of mill 5s combo level 1 combos recently, and I do enjoy them. 6 is my math checks out. It's even more than 5. I'm a huge fan of deck speed. I like having the optional deck speed to just blitz through my deck when I am in a bad deck state because I'm someone whose climaxes are just drawn to my hand. So I find that on my first deck, I constantly got to get to a refresh so that I can get to a better deck state with more climaxes in it. So having a combo that could get me through 6 cards of deck from my deck, 7 when you count the attack, I'm personally pretty happy with that. Yes, it only grabs a level 1 or higher card, but notably it's a level 1 or higher card, not a character. So even though it's level 1 or higher, which is a sort of negative, the trade-off is that you can be grabbing events. Unfortunately, there's no events that I'd want to be grabbing. I'd have to double check and go back to previous ReZero sets. I can tell you that within set 3 ReZero, there's no event I'd want to be grabbing with this, if I'm being perfectly honest. There's one event that we'll talk about that's a level 2 event that I do not think is a bad event. Is it an event that I want to play with this card? No. Doesn't have synergy, but ReZero is always going to be getting sets, so this could have some like usefulness in the future if we get a future set that has a really good level 1 event or a level 2 event that doesn't have a bonder attached to it or something like that. I think for now you play this if you like Choice or you like Garfield, which is fine because he's kind of like a pain in the ass when he's first introduced, but he gets way better. I love this guy now at this point in the show. But aside from that, some people I know that they do like having the level 1 combos have hand encore. I don't dislike that. It is something. Only real complaint is that it was harder to loop. Maybe because this thing does have a couple of negatives, maybe they could have given it a soul trigger. But at the end of the day, I think this is a perfectly fine 1K1 level 1 climax combo. It's not amazing, but it's certainly not bad. I have absolutely seen legitimately bad level 1 combos in the 10 months that I've done set overviews for this channel. Maybe not 10 months yet. We're not quite there. 8 months. And I have for sure seen far worse modern level 1 combos just from the years that I've been playing. than this card. So I think this card, for every positive, this card has a negative. Its negatives, though, aren't the worst thing in the world. So it is perfectly fine, depending on whatever your reasons are for wanting to play this card. It's fine. Next up, let's come up with a shorter fucking name for some of these cards, because goddamn, some of these names are just getting so long. Let's sing of the future together with you, Amelia. I kind of like how Union Arena, if anyone plays Union Arena, every single Amelia card that would be in a Union Arena set would just be called Amelia. That is it. They all have the same name. You differentiate them by their card code instead of the name. Makes it so much simpler so we don't have to memorize these goddamn sonnets and entire bibliographies just to come up with a card name. Anyway, we have this Best Girl Amelia. Oops. I wasn't supposed to say who my favorite girl was, so I don't piss off half of my 60 subscribers. Anyway, too much distractions. I'm going to focus now. We have this Amelia level 1 combo that I do think is better than the Garfield we just looked at. I don't think it's amazing, but I do like the combo. And it's not just because Amelia's on it. She is on this bar climax here with this very pretty art. During your turn, if you have another magic or weapon character, she gets 3000 power. So she'll be 7k, 8k with the climax. And her climax combo is at the beginning of your encore step. If you have the bar climax in your climax area, this Amelia is in your center stage, and there's no character facing her, or the character facing her is reverse. You may discard any card from your hand. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 2 the Looming Trial or magic or weapon characters from among them, reveal them to your opponent, put them into your hand, and put the rest into your waiting room. The Looming Trial is that 1/1 event that needs to be in your memory in order to early play the level 3 Amelia combo that we talked about earlier. Um, this combo is not amazing, but I don't think it's bad at all. I considering that it's pretty much better than the Garfield in every way, aside from deck speed, because it does have 2 cards less deck speed, but rather than needing a hard reverse, it could require a reverse or just an empty lane, which means that any of your opponent's they can't JC to try to, and JC for anyone unfamiliar stands for jump counter. It's when your opponent has a character that when one of your other characters is attacked, you can pay the cost to bounce that character that's being attacked back to hand. Something like that would help dodge reverse effects. This doesn't really care as long as it's got a reverse or an open lane, which is a more favorable condition. It does have a better power line than the Garfield we just looked at, being 7k on her own, 8k with the climax, so she's 1,000 more than the Garfield. Being able to grab the event, that specific event, is important if you are playing that Amelia deck, even though it's really not that good of an event in general. But in that Amelia deck, it's pretty important, so it's good that this does grab that. It was very clear because of the level 3 Amelia combo needing to discard a green card in order to pay its cost. It's pretty clear that they wanted you to go 8 bar Amelia specifically. So this sort of just helps with that because she'll grab you the event you need for that combo anyway. And at worst, she is just grabbing you 2 magic or weapon characters, which almost everything in all of ReZero is. Though there are a couple of notable cards in this set that we'll talk about that do not meet that trait, which is kind of annoying. But I like that this is Encore Step, not on attack or end of attack if it has a reverse or an empty lane, because what that means is you will know how your attacks went in terms of your triggers. Did you trigger a lot of climaxes? Did you trigger too many bars and now you just got to blitz through your deck? Or did you actually trigger surprisingly well and now maybe you don't want to go through your entire deck? So maybe you don't look at the full 4 cards. Maybe you stop at 2 cards when you see 2 characters. That way you maintain some sort of deck state. Of course, the downside of this is if you have a really, really good deck state, if you want to use this effect and you don't actually want to go negative or out or just stay neutral, you will have to look at least 2 cards, assuming that there's no other events or other or non-traded characters or climaxes on those cards. So this card could, even if you're just looking at 2 cards per copy, it could still mess with any sort of good deck compression that you have. But these are all like ifs and maybes and whatnots. I think in a lot of modern Weiss, by the time you get to level one, people in most games you'll want a little bit of deck speed anyway. Of course, there's always going to be games where you're just like doing phenomenally well in that department, and you actually don't want any deck speed whatsoever, because you want to keep your deck as is so that you cancel more the next turn. But I think on average, you'd appreciate a little bit of deck speed at level one. For most games that go, at least from my experience, you may not need to look at the full four, but four is a solid enough number. And because this is doing it on an encore step, and because you are on bar, you can always just discard bars that you triggered but you don't want. And at that point, it just feels a little more free. The whole discard cost in order to use this effect, which I think is pretty fine. Um, yeah, it's definitely not a bad combo. It's This is one of the double rares for the set, even though I have the SR pictured here, even though it's the same art as a double rare, I think. I think this is a solid combo. I think again, if this had come out a few years ago, people might have like been a little like nutty, like more on this combo. I still think though that by modern standards, this is actually a good combo. I think there are going to be games when people test this where by the nature of how this combo works, it's going to feel like a bad combo. But I think most of the time, this is going to feel like either a perfectly good combo, and sometimes it's going to feel like a really great combo, um, because you'll just want to get rid of all the extra bars that you have. And 8K is a pretty respectable number to be swinging for when you need either an empty lane or a reverse. So I do like it overall. She does have a little bit of support that directly ties to her. We got this challenge in the Sanctuary Amelia. This Amelia is a 1/0 green that is a Rico. However, unlike most Ricos, which revolve around discarding a card to reveal the top card of your deck and then salvaging a level extra lower, and X is equal to the level of the revealed card, um, what this Amelia Rico salvages is she salvages X, but X is equal to the number of copies of the level 1 combo pictured here that are in your waiting room, which is pretty interesting. As long as you have one copy of this level 1 combo in your waiting room, you can always salvage her off of this level 1 Amelia Rico, which is pretty cool. And it makes it, if because you're on bar, it feels like it's a lot easier to be looping this level 1 combo because you have a stockless way to pretty much always salvage it from your waiting room. As long as one copy is there, you're going to be able to get it back, like guaranteed without spending stock. And I do think that feels very nice. um, I have tested 8 bar a decent chunk, but like I'm not crazy about the top end. Like I do like it, and I'm gonna play it in real life because I like Amelia and all that. But it's more of a fun deck, and I do have fun with it. Don't get me wrong. I think ever since I won that regional, in case I haven't mentioned it on my channel at all previously, I did win a regional this summer. Um, but it's irrelevant. So I've had this ever since then. I've had this like, oh, I gotta be competitive. I gotta maintain the crown sort of mentality. And the last couple of weeks, I've sort of just been thinking, yo, cat's called Weiss Schwarz, because that's how I refer to myself when I talk to myself. You gotta chill out a little bit, man. You proved yourself already. Now it's time to have fun. You have so many decks that are just sitting around that you always wanted to have fun with, but you never did because you're always testing the most meta thing you could think of because you were striving for the gold. But now that I've got the gold, um, I've found that in the last couple of weeks, I've been sort of just relaxing a bit more, and I've been building all my fun stuff that I always bought and never had the time to really play. I think 8 bar Amelia is going to be one of the things that once the cards come out, I'm going to build it and I'm going to play with it. At my locals, we're allowed to play different decks every round. We don't have to play the same deck every tournament. I think I'll play a round or two every tournament with it for like for the foreseeable future, because I really like the art on it. I like the Amelia. I think 8 bar is decent enough and fun enough, and I'll tweak it and make it the best version of what that deck could be. It's never going to be like a tier 0 deck or anything like that, but I think that's perfectly fine. However, I think this level 1 combo is good enough where it can be splashed into other decks. It doesn't have to just be 8 bar. It has good synergy with 8 bar, but it's strong enough and versatile enough where it could be. And cards like this challenge in the Sanctuary Amelia, being able to essentially just get it back every turn for free, and then because you're on bar, you can just start looping the combo again. I think it's a little underrated, and I do like that. Like I was surprised to like I forgot this 1-0 existed because for the last few weeks, all I've tested when I've tested ReZero is the Rem deck. It had been like a good month or so since I really tested Amelia or Beatrice, which was the other deck that I was somewhat excited to build. So I totally forgot that this Amelia on the left here existed, and when I read it, I was like, oh, all right, that's it's not crazy, but it's still pretty good. And so I do like that. I think it helps further what the deck is trying to do. So, long story short, this Amelia combo is not bad, considering she is if not the most popular girl, easily the second most popular girl in ReZero. I would have thought that maybe Amelia's combos would have been slightly more, but I think that this combo, compared to her level 3 combo, it's a little more favorable. I think it's more generic. You don't need to be doing anything with a specific color like you have to do with the level 3 combo when that one needs to be discarding green cards. This one feels like just a generic level 1 combo that you could play in any ReZero deck that has green in it, whether because you think it has good synergy with that deck or simply because you like Amelia, and that is absolutely perfectly fine. And that's what I think this card is. Absolutely perfectly fine. And I do not mean that in a derogatory way at all. I actually do like the card personally. Next up, we have this Pajama Party Beatrice. All this time, I've tested this deck a lot. I never realized that the pillow she was hugging was Echidna. I kind of just didn't focus on the doll. That makes perfect sense because she has such a hard on for Echidna. Anyway, so she works on the store climax. If all your characters are magic or weapon, she gets 2,000 power. This is cross turn, so she is 6k all the time as long as you meet that condition, which is pretty nice. 7k with the climax. When she attacks, if you have the door climax in your climax area and you have another magic or weapon character, reveal the top card of your deck, choose one level X or lower magic or weapon character in your waiting room, and return it to your hand, or put it at the bottom of your stock. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. Climaxes are regarded as level 0. I think this card is good. I like it. Um, it's a very solid combo, especially for a rare. I think 8 door is a very viable deck, not tier 0 or S tier or anything like that. But I think it's a very solid sort of 1k1 deck, and I like the versatility of this card. I mean, yeah, this card does nothing if you don't have a waiting room, but that's pretty niche, so I'm not going to harp on it too much. By the time you're hitting your first level 1 combo turn, like you're going to have a waiting room of some stuff. I like that you can be just shoving zeros into the bottom of your stock if you choose to, so that you're getting some zeros out of your waiting room, out of your next refresh. So if you are going up against something like Oshi that cares about having zeros in your deck, you're just shoving them away. Um, but you're still building the stock resource so that you could be brainstorming the next turn, which if you are not adding cards to hand with this effect, you're probably going to have to. But because you're generating the extra stock, I think it all kind of evens out. This card is, I think its biggest weakness is purely the fact that it has absolutely 0 deck speed. I think that's the only real problem with it. It would be nice if there was some way for this card to dig through your deck a little bit. But overall, I think this card is fine. I think red has always been a decent color for ReZero. I think that continues with this set. I think red has some good stuff at level 1, especially one card that I think is really good that we'll talk about when we talk about the non-climax combo level 1s for the set. And I think just red as a whole is a good enough package, and a door is a good enough package where the versatility of this just really shines. The only way I think, honestly, they could have realistically made it better is if either it gave you deck speed, or if instead of giving you deck speed, it was on maybe a different climax trigger so that it was a little bit easier to loop it. But I am someone who has uh, recently won a regional playing Beijing with Oblivionis. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that I did win that regional recently. So I'm so spoiled with having level 1 combos that give me deck speed while also building me hand or stock. I think I need to go cold turkey on that deck for a while so I can sort of come back down to like earth and remember that not every combo is going to have it all. Not every combo is going to have hand and or stock generation and deck speed and a more favorable climax trigger. And that's coming from someone who doesn't dislike door at all. I've played plenty of 8 door decks and enjoyed them. But I think this is a very solid combo if you like Beatrice and if you like 8 door, and or if you're just looking for something that's a little bit different. But I do think the true strength of this combo is the versatility with the resource that it generates you. You will have games where you do not care about the card that you could potentially salvage, but rather than just salvage a character you don't care about, you could turn that into a different type of resource that you could then use for other things. That sort of effect does also feel very strong when you already have a lot of hand, and maybe you'd rather just build the stock rather than just adding useless cards to your hand or going overhand. So very, very solid card overall. Next up, we have this Happy Christmas Rem. She works on this Pants Climax. She is sort of the main level 1 combo that is going to be coming out of this set. A Pants is very much going to be the big deck that comes out of this, and this is the level 1 Pants combo that goes with the A Pants deck. So what she does is during her turn, she gets 2,000 power, so 6k, 7k at the climax. When you play the climax, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a magic or weapon character, you salvage one magic or weapon character from your waiting room. Then you choose one of your characters, doesn't have to be itself, and you give it Twin Drive, on attack Twin Drive. So you give that character on attack, pay 1, trigger check twice. Notably, this card does not have to be in the center stage in order for you to use its climax combo. It can get the salvage from the back. Now, I'm sure for anyone that is unfamiliar with ReZero Volume 3, you will see the immediate quote unquote weakness of this card is the fact that it has to reveal a character, a traded character, in order to salvage a character, meaning that if you reveal an event or you reveal a climax, this thing just whiffs. Fortunately, we have multiple ways to top check and rearrange our deck in ReZero. The biggest, though, is a brainstorm that we haven't yet looked at, but I have talked about. It's a normal salvage brainstorm. It's a REM, and it also says when you play any climax, you may look at the top card of your deck and you could either leave it or you could get rid of it. And by get rid of it, it can either go to your waiting room or it can go to the bottom of your deck. So it's very versatile in where you send that card. So it's really, really easy, especially if you have more than one copy of that brainstorm, to set up the top of your deck. It's very easy to you can play the climax, and before resolving this Happy Christmas Rem, you can resolve the brainstorm effect to look at the top card of your deck and either leave it or get rid of it. Also, because I have talked to some people who didn't realize this right away, so I'm thinking of it now, so I'm mentioning it. Unlike a lot of climax combos that are similar to this climax combo, this REM doesn't do anything with the card that is revealed. Very often when we see this sort of effect that like on a level 1 combo that like gives you a chance to get back a card, but you have to like reveal the top card of your deck, and then depending on what it is, you either do or don't do something. Very often, that combo will move the card somewhere else after you are finished resolving that one copy's effect. This REM does not move the card at all. It cannot move the card. So as long as the first one doesn't whiff, none of them whiff, and that's really great. So for a combo that is letting you salvage anything in your waiting room, it's giving Twin Drive to anything. It's incredibly easy to set up, and it can be used from the backstage, which is very helpful because we're on a pants climax. I think this is a very good combo. When I first read this, I didn't realize how the whole deck works together. I was just reading the cards one at a time, and I thought this card was kind of not that great. But now that I know what the entire set does now that I have tested it for many months and put in a lot of hours into the 8 Pants deck. I like this card a lot. This card puts in a lot of work. Um, it's just a very good card. It's on a good trigger. Being able to give Twin Drive to anything makes it feel better when you shove this into your back row. It makes it feel better in the 8 Pants Rem deck because despite being 8 Pants, you actually don't have a lot of soul triggers because you are playing so many level 0 characters who, of course, do not have soul triggers. So you are often you don't feel that great when you are siding with those level 0 characters, even if you have a Pants out. So being able to get Twin Drive can help you dig for soul triggers if you really want, which can be nice to keep up the damage. It's also nice to be paying out climaxes during your attack phase, especially because you are using the brainstorm to look at the top card of your deck, so you'll know what it is, and the level 1 combo will then reveal it, so you will know what your first trigger will be. So being able to assign the Twin Drive anywhere, rather than have it give it to itself, and then if it attacks first, the Twin Drive is pretty much meaningless. Then you'll know, oh, okay, my first trigger is going to be a card that I want buried in my stock. So I'll give Twin Drive to my third lane or my second lane or whatever it is. It's just extremely versatile. You could stack it if you want onto something that's nice. It's just very versatile, and that is very nice. And there are going to be games where if maybe you don't want to be paying out climaxes, but you actually want to give twin drive to stuff so that you can dig closer to a climax so that you can maybe loop this combo. I have looped this combo countless times. It's a lot of fun. My only real complaint about the card is that aside from the twin drive digging you one extra card through your deck, this card has 0 deck speed, and that is sort of a shame. But on the other hand, you don't really mind hitting level 3 first when you're playing 8 Pants ReZero, because once you hit level 3, your opponent has a good chance of losing, as long as you've got the right resources at that point. So it's sort of okay. Overall, good card. Expect to see it a lot during the upcoming regional season, especially for the remainder of teams regionals, which I know there aren't that many left. We've only got about a month to go at the time of recording this video and by the time ReZero releases. But even so, ReZero is incredibly popular. A lot of people love the IP. They want to play ReZero. They probably heard by now that it's going to be really amazing, even the more casual players. So they're just going to build whatever they are told is the most meta thing, which is perfectly fine. And this card is part of that package, so you will be seeing it a lot. Just very, very solid card overall. That is it for the level 1 combos. Again, it wasn't too many level 1 combos, and you could argue that a couple of them felt a little similar, needing reverses in order to do their climax combos and that sort of thing. But so some people could be disappointed by that, maybe wanting a little more variety. But I think the real standouts, while I like the Garfield, but to be fair, I think I like the Garfield maybe a bit more than I should because I like the character, especially once we get near the end of season 2. I do think that the Amelia combo does what she does and does it well. And if you build your deck around it, it's fine. I think the Beatrice combo does what she does well, and that's fine. And I think the Rem does what she does well, and that's fine. There is no level 1 combo here that is broken in the same way that the Kana from Oshinoko Volume 2 is broken, or the Oblivionis from the new Maigo Ave Musica Band Dream set is broken. But, you know, this set doesn't need everything to be broken at every level. We still have very good combos to choose from that help you in the ways that the particular decks they're designed to play in need that sort of help. And I think that is pretty good. So yeah. Next up, we're going to talk about some random climax combos. Next up, we are going to discuss some of the miscellaneous climax combos from ReZero Volume 3. Those are level 0 combos and level 2 combos. For anyone who's watched my channel before, I very often skip level 0 combos and level 2 combos. Not because I have anything against those numbers, but because generally when Bushiroad prints level 0 and level 2 combos, they're very often not that good. It's just sort of always been the case. There are exceptions. Miran was a really broken level 2 combo from Slime. Elizabeth was a really broken level 0 combo from Seven Deadly Sins. There are other climax combos at level 0 and level 2 in the current game that are definitely good and not bad, regardless of whether they see any real competitive play. But in general, Bushiroad kind of just prints sort of crappy ones. So in these videos, I do not cover every single card. That would take too long, and I already spend so much time over talking the cards I think are some of them are more blah blah blah. I just had a stroke. My personal favorites. So I tend to skip them, but I am going to cover the level 0 and level 2 combos within this set because I know how popular ReZero is, and I am expecting that ReZero being released is going to bring some new people into the game, as well as maybe bring back some lapsed players who haven't really played Weiss in a while, and maybe they do know how to play and all that, but it's just been a little while. And now is the perfect time because it's coming out right when season 4 is airing its second half, and there's just a lot of ReZero hype. But to be fair, and just full disclosure, the level 0 and level 2 combos we're about to talk about are really nothing crazy. They're very bland, and in all fairness, I normally would skip them if this was any other set, but it's ReZero, so I don't really mind talking about it. First up, we have a level 0 and a level 2 combo that work on the same climax. It is this bar climax here featuring that really nice scene where they kiss. If I remember right, it's when Amelia's feeling all bad about herself, and to cheer her up, I guess if I remember right, Subaru kissed her because that's what the beautiful girl doubting herself wanted more than anything, is for a very average guy to say he was into her. So I'm just kidding. It was a really sweet scene, and I really liked it a lot. It always gets me very teary-eyed whenever I watch that scene. Anyway, we have these two cards that work on the same climax. First is this Words of Love from the Bottom of My Heart, Subaru. He is a frontal assist, not even a global assist. Wow. A frontal assist for 500 power. So watch out, all of those decks that like to wall up, because this Subaru Natsuki is coming for you. I wonder if that's flavorful because, he's weak as crap. And maybe that's why he's only a 500 to the people directly in front of him. They're trying to show that he's kind of useless. And I am not a Subaru hater, all right? When I say useless, I don't mean that literally. Subaru is the GOAT, all right? He's one of the best modern anime protagonists. He has been through so much and had so much growth, and he is far from the useless piece of crap he was in the first half of season 1. He is He's awesome. Anyway, so what his climax combo does is at the beginning of your encore step, you may sack the bar climax from your climax area. If you do, you salvage a magic or weapon character. Very simple, because you have to sack the climax, you can only use one copy of it. Now it is on a bar, so the idea is that it's easier to loop, so it's not that big of a deal that you have to sack it, but it's really not anything crazy. Then we have this 2-1 Expression of Emotion Amelia. She works on the same bar climax. She gets 1500 power for each other magic or weapon character in your backstage. So she will be 9-5 before any other sort of buffs as long as you have a full backstage. Then her climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the bar climax and you have this Subaru on your stage, you mocha your opponent for 2. So you look at up the 2 cards on the top of their deck, choose up the 2 cards from among them, put them on the top of their deck in any order, and put the rest into their waiting room. I think this is fine. It's a very cheap mocha. It is sitting reasonably big because the power is cross turn. It's fine. Because it's so cheap and because it is sitting reasonably big, it's not outside the realm of possibility that you could loop this for a couple turns. Um, it's kind of nice that the same turn that you use the 2-1 Amelia Mocha, you could still use the Subaru sack salvage effect. Since the Subaru doesn't actually sack the climax until your encore step. So that's kind of nice, I guess. Maybe you salvage a backup so that it's easier to defend this Amelia so that you could loop it the following turn. However, if you are going for 8 bar, I do not think this is the way you should be building it. But if this is how you wanted to do it, this is a very sort of cheap, efficient combo. Now, the downside to that is that it's probably not going to clear your opponent. If you see 2 climaxes off the top, this is going to feel very strong. If you see no climaxes, I guarantee you that they will cancel on 3, which is how Mocha 2s always work. But, it's kind of nice that they're working together. Next up, we have this Halloween cat, Rom. She works on this door climax. When she's a level 0 combo, that says when she attacks, if you have the door climax and 2 or more other magic or weapon characters, look at up to 5 cards on the top of your deck, choose up to 1 magic or weapon character from among them, show it to your opponent, put it into your hand, put the rest to waiting room. I think the actual effect of this card is not bad at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with top check 5 add a character. I think the actual problem with this card is not the effect, but it's the fact that it's a level 0 2500 character that doesn't do anything else. I think that's genuinely what kills this card. I think they should have just made this a level 1 combo, and I'm not quite sure honestly why they didn't. We talked about the level 1 combos already. There isn't just a normal combo that gives you any sort of deck speed without needing either an empty lane or a reverse and like a discard if it's the Amelia. So having something that's just a straight up on attack, get a good amount of deck speed while giving you a character would have been kind of nice. The fact that this is a level 0 means that once you start playing it, most likely it's also a weak level 0. 25 is not that much for a climax combo that needs to attack for its effect. What it means is that when you use this past level 0, odds are you're probably going to be crashing into your opponent, which isn't going to feel that great. If this was a level 1 combo, they would have given it more power, and at that point you can probably be clearing some lanes with it. While I think this is a very cute card, and I actually do not dislike the effect, this is a bad combo because it's not the type of combo that should be staples to a level 0. They could have fixed it by making it level 1, like I said, or they could have tried to fix it by rather than requiring that she be the card to attack, they could have given her the ability that when you play the climax, you can give something the ability that like on attack look at top 5 or I mean that might be too good I guess, but that those would have been ways to make this card a little bit better. As it is, you play it if you really like Rom. I don't really see why else you would play it, even though it was so close to being a legitimately good combo that I would have really enjoyed playing. Maybe they could have made this better if it was on a standby. I think then it's possible that the trade-off would be worth it if this was a level 0 combo that did exactly what's printed on it, but it was on a standby. That would help it feel like even though this set does not have standby and the set like has nothing in it to support standby, it would have just felt better if that you were getting some other sort of plus out of it, especially because this card has no other effect and because it's probably not clearing your opponent's lane. So yeah, but it is what it is. Next up, we have this pajama. Aw, Echidna's just like a pajama party. Beatrice has the Echidna pillow thing. Echidna has the Beatrice little pillow thing. That's kind of cute. Anyway, Pajama Party Echidna. This card's okay. So what she does is she has the really cool climax art. I really like that art a lot. She's works on this choice climax. When the choice climax is placed in your climax area, if you have 3 or more other characters, you may choose 1 level X or lower character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. X is equal to the number of the climax that's pictured here that are in your waiting room. So if you have 0 copies of the climax in waiting room, you can salvage a level 0 character, and so on and so forth. She is also a spammable top check 3 brainstorm. So pay 1, but she doesn't have to rest herself. And for every climax, look at top 3, add a card, rest go to waiting room. However, because she's not resting herself, because you can spam it as long as you have stock to pay for it, you do have to discard a card whenever you add a card off of it. So just something to keep in mind. I think this combo would have been, I don't want to say broken, but I think it would have been really legitimately good if you could, if she was not a spammable brainstorm. If she was a pay one, rest herself, top trick three brainstorm that had the same climax combo, she would have been kind of nuts. Now, Bushy Road has clearly learned from their mistakes with Seven Deadly Sins and the Elizabeth brainstorm that also had a very good climax combo staple to it, because they've been pretty wary ever since then of giving us good level zero combos that had like spammable brainstorms tied to them, especially if the climax combo was a good effect, like this one is, because I don't think this is a bad effect. Um, I think at that point, this card would have definitely been in the conversation a little bit more. I'm not saying that people would have like been playing it on a meta level, but I think this would have been a card that could have gotten some people excited. I still don't think it's a bad card. I think a spammable top trick three brainstorm, even if you don't play the climax combo, it's not like the worst thing in the world to have that sort of deck speed and potential selectivity. Being able to spam it, like there is value to that. And I think there's probably some value to this just as a level zero combo that can be grabbing back potentially its climax turn after turn if you just start looping the top deck 3 brainstorm effect. Um, there's some value there. Not enough that like I'm really gonna do anything with it, but if you like Echidna, if you think the card's cute, if you like level zero combos, it could have definitely been worse. I think this, in terms of level zero combos for the set, I do think this is better than the Subaru. So yeah. Next up, we have these level two combos that work on the same climax. This Magical Girl Rom and this Magical Girl Rem. We'll start with the Rom. They both work on this Pants climax. This is a combo that was so good to so close to being like really really good, but there's like one line of text that screws the whole thing up and makes it so that this combo could have been like, it wouldn't have had the support around it that's some a 2-1 combo like Muron had from Slime, but because the deck's just not like built the same way and the card pool is just too different. But this package was so close to being so similar to it that it kills me every time I read it. So what this Magical Girl ROM does is, the name of this card in all of your zones is also treated as ROM. I'm sorry, it's like kind of blurry because Bashiro keeps releasing this low res art. I assumed that was supposed to be Rem. Maybe it's something with the kanji or something. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. She's Rom. Rom is Rom. There we go. So I'm assuming it has something to do with the Japanese text there and how it's named in Japan, in Japanese. But anyway, moving on. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a magic or weapon character. If you do, you choose one Magical Girl Rem in your waiting room and you put it on any position of your stage. And her climax combo is at the beginning of the Encore step. If this card is in your center stage, you may pay the cost, which is to sack the climax. If you do, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. It's not great that you have to sack the climax. It means that you can't be spamming the ROMs and getting a bunch of burn ones. That's kind of blah. The Rem, though, is superior in my opinion. She's always treated as Rem in all your zones, so that's nice. And during your turn, if all of your characters are magic or weapon, she gets 2,000 power. So she'll be 9/5 on her own as long as you meet that condition. And when the climax is placed in her climax area, if she's in your center stage and you have another Magical Girl ROM in your center stage, choose up to 2 characters in your waiting room. One of them goes to your hand and the other goes to your stock. The line of text that I had mentioned that I think kills this whole package is the fact that the Magical Girl Rem must have the Magical Girl ROM in the center stage in order to use Rem's effect. If it didn't have that, this would basically be like Miron, except instead of searching your deck for something, like Miron does, you just everything's from your waiting room. Um, And obviously, of course, the package around this doesn't support it the same way Miron does. But this whole package is fine. It would have definitely, I think, as far as 2-1 combos go, I think it's fine as is. I think no one's really going to play it unless they just like these characters and stuff. It doesn't really mesh well with the whole like main meta deck because that deck needs more level zeros, and just shoving a bunch of level twos in your deck isn't that great. But I guess I like that the ROM does summon the REM so that you don't have to pay the stock to summon the REM. So you're getting like 2 2-1s out for one stock if you summon out the ROM. That's kind of nice. The REM, I like that it's very selective with what's going to your stock. That's useful in some matchups. It just would have been nice if you could try field it. Honestly, I get the whole flavor of them working together and all that stuff, but if even if it said on your stage would have been better. If the Magical Girl Rem said that it just needed Magical Girl Rom on your stage, but it could be on your backstage, I think this would be a great package that with future support and like better off finishers could have like been a legitimate thing to play around with. But because you just got this random Rom that is just like chilling in your center stage just so that you could use her better sister, it's kind of just like a little disappointing. The random burn one feels like meaningless. I don't think that's like worth it. I would have rather she do something else. I don't need a single burn one that badly. And that is a little disappointing. But the art's cute. It's nice that they are working together. It would have just been nice if they could work together in different ways. It's kind of funny that like they made Rom kind of like Rom's not useless in this. It is nice because she summons the Rem, but like they kind of made Rom easily the more useless of the two. When like the climax picture they showed is when Rem is taking a nap and she can't do anything for herself, and Rom's got to do everything for her and Subaru. It's kind of funny that it's sort of like backwards, where Rem's doing most of the work with this card, and Rom is just sort of happy to be there. But whatever. People will play this because it's not actually bad, and it features two popular characters, especially Rem, and it's nice to have the flavor of them working together and stuff. This is never going to be meta unless they come out with a future set that directly supports this, like literally directly. But like I tested around with it a bit. Unfortunately, ReZero just doesn't have like a good enough sort of like suite of off finishers. It has off finishers, but not enough, I think, to support this, like where this replaces your level 3 combo. Plus the fact that they don't have hand encore, and they're not sitting like that big cross turn, so it's harder to loop this. Now, it is pretty easy to loop this in the sense that you could just get back copies of this with the Rem, assuming you play out 2 Rems, and then you could just start like you could do it all over again because it's only one stock to play them out, and there's no stock to actually use them once they're on the stage. It doesn't really matter if they die because you will have had the stock to pay for to pay for new copies to be summoned out, which I guess is something. But even then, that's 2 burn 1s over the course of 2 turns. Like, who cares? Like, no one cares. Still, I do like it, but I like it mostly because I like the characters and I like the flavor, and I think this card was so close to greatness. But because of that single line of text, it will just have to be okay with just being a perfectly fine, but very unexceptional level 2 combo. And that is it for the miscellaneous combos for the set. One of the rare set overview videos that I have done where I cover every single climax combo in the set. Typically, I do just skip the really, really bad ones, but I covered everything because I love ReZero and I know how much people like it. Next up, we're going to start talking about some of the notable and discussion worthy non-climax combo cards. Next up, we are going to talk about the notable level zeros for this set. There are some good level zeros in ReZero Volume 3. I hesitate a little bit because I feel like there is one level 0 Rem that hard carries the level zeros in this set, and it's kind of not even close. I think that this is a set where, unfortunately, a lot of the zeros feel a little dated. Um, they feel almost like pack filler. There are definitely some good zeros. You're going to be able to you can build any modern ReZero deck using only cards from ReZero Volume 3. Um, the only deck that really needs anything from a past set would be the main Rem deck. And it's only one package of cards, but you could skip it if you really don't want to spend the money when it comes to level zeros. However, for any deck you want to build from ReZero Volume 3, you'll have enough good stuff to choose from, zero wise, from this set, but I will say your options aren't going to be like, there's not going to be too much variety. There are some cards that are clearly the good cards, and then there's a whole bunch of cards, most of which I am skipping because they're not worth talking about, that are some variation of on attack, give some power, on play, give some power, something like that. And I don't think that really cuts it in 2026. So to start, we're going to talk about a card that was close to being good, but has a major drawback. It's this apprentice maid, Petra. She is a refresh on play, pay one, ditch one, refresh your deck, which is nice. She also has shift. She has red shift, so at the beginning of your main phase, if she's in your clock, you may exchange her in your clock with one red card that's in your hand, which is okay. You know, it's fine. I don't think either of these effects are the bad part about her. I think her weakness is the fact that she is totally off trait. She is made trait. While the vast majority of all ReZero sets, most of those cards are going to be either magic or weapon or both. They may have another trait that's not magic or weapon, but that trait is almost always, not always, but in most relevant decks you're ever going to see, that extra trait, such as witch or something like that, it's going to be irrelevant. And most cards that refer to traits, they're going to be referring to magic or weapon. This is not either of those. This is made. There's no support for the made trait. I don't think. Not in this set for sure. It means that any of your cards that say, "Oh, you can salvage a magic or weapon, you can search a magic or weapon, you could give power to a magic or weapon, you can discard a magic or weapon, anything like that, this card just whiffs on. This card cannot be used with those cards. Can't be searched with them. You can't be salvaged with them. You can't discard it for cost for things that need to discard a magic or weapon. Um, I know that this girl was not a fighter. She's not a weapon. But like, you tell me she has like no magic in her a little bit. They couldn't just give her a teensy weensy little bit of magic to give her the magic trait. Um, they just give her maid and that's it. Because of that, this card, people might still play it like sometimes, and they'll just like hard draw it or maybe brainstorm into it. I don't think it's really worth it. On paper, it's not a bad card, but the whole trait thing just kills it. Next, we have a card that's kind of interesting. It's this Battle Ready Rem. It's not interesting for its effect, to be honest, but it's not like a bad card. All of your characters in front of it get 500 power. That is pretty battle ready. 500's. Oof. Anyway, our second effect is when you trigger a Pants Climax, you may discard a Pants Climax. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, put it into your hand, and put the rest into your waiting room. So this is obviously good in 8 pants. I think it's kind of weird though to be using this. The main 8 pants deck that's coming out of this will be the level 1 Rem and the level 3 Rem that we talked about when we talked about the level 1 and 3 combos. And while you could totally throw this card into that deck, I think the issue is that deck slots are sort of spoken for in terms of slots on stage. The backstage is either going to be double brainstorm or it's going to be 1 brainstorm and 1 copy of your level 1 combo. Sure, you could always throw this into it doesn't say it has to be in your backstage in order to get the whole dig 3 effect. You could just throw this in the center stage. It would give you some deck speed that you're lacking because your level 1 combo when you're playing 8 pants doesn't have any deck speed at all when it comes to your level 1 combo, at least. but it's just weird. This stage doesn't really support having the slots for this because your back row is already spoken for. So you kind of just, I just don't think, even if you could slot it into the deck, there's just no place to really put this. And that is kind of the biggest thing going against it. But I don't think the effect is a bad effect if, you're willing to accept that you might just have to either not have double brainstorm, which is going to be worse the closer you get to level 3 in the REM deck, or you have to throw this into the center stage and just hope you trigger a pants. If not, this thing's going to die because it's at 500 power. Next, we have this collapsing forbidden library Beatrice. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a magic or a weapon, note it doesn't say maid, so it would whiff if you reveal the maid that we looked at in the first card of this portion of the video. But if you reveal one of those types of cards, you may put it face down underneath her as a marker. If she has a marker, she gets 3,000 power. We've seen this profile a million times before. The only thing that's really special about this one is the fact that it doesn't whiff on events. Which is important because it's a Beatrice. She's red. Beatrice deck uses events. So we've seen this profile aside from that little difference a million times before. It's not a bad profile. It's fine. Nothing wrong with it. After level 0, 4K power may not be the most relevant. However, she still would maintain some relevancy because she would effectively be turning your brainstorms into a 5-card brainstorm. If you play her before you use the brainstorm effect, which is not terrible. She doesn't really see play in like the meta builds of ReZero or anything like that. But she's not a bad card. I know there are definitely people who like this sort of profile. Next, we have this Core of the Barrier Ryuzu. She has one effect. When she is placed on stage from hand or when she attacks, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 magic or weapon character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck. Nothing crazy. We've seen this effect before. Both, these types of things that are on play and on attack. It's a nice way to keep your stock clean during the attack phase. You attack with her later so that you can pay out any stock that your earlier attackers, when if they triggered a climax or something, you could pay it out right away. It's kind of nice. Excuse me. This card's fine. Maybe a one of. I don't play it in any build that I've ever, built, but it's nice that it's there, I guess. Next, we have this Elegant Tea Time Echidna. She is a good card if you are playing one of 3 events, because this card grabs one of 3 events. She is a completely useless card if you're not playing those events because she's only got 500 power and she doesn't do anything else. So what she does is when she is placed on stage from your hand, you may discard any card. If you do, you search your deck for one of the 3 events that's pictured here. Notably, one of them, the green 1/1. It's funny that they're all 1/1s. The green 1/1 is the one that you need for the Amelia combo if you want to early play her out. The red one is the Tome of Wisdom that the Beatrice combo can use alongside this, and it's just good in the Beatrice deck in general. And the other is this 1/1, which is Tea Party combo, which we are going to discuss when we discuss the level 1s of the set, though I personally do not think the Witch's Tea Party is that good of a card. But it's nice that this does search the deck. It means that if you really want to be grabbing these events early, you could just be grabbing them as early as the first turn of the game. Because you don't sometimes these like bonders 2 events they only grab from waiting room. This one grabs from deck. That is pretty nice. It is very versatile. Depending on what build you're going for or what you're trying to do, it is nice that one card can do all these different things. There's not really a deck that you're going to build that would be playing more than one of these events. The decks just don't mesh well together. Unfortunately, this one card isn't going to be versatile enough to grab you the Tome of Wisdom, or maybe the Looming Trial, or maybe the Witch's Tea Party, depending on how the game is going, because you just wouldn't be playing all three of those cards in the same deck, because there's just no real synergy between those cards or the decks that they are in. But still, for one card to be able to grab these different things, it is pretty nice. I guess it's pretty flavorful. Next, we have this Gainem, I don't know how that's pronounced, Guide Amelia. She's a Rico. We already looked at Amelia Rico in the set, but this one is a lot more generic. She doesn't do anything else, just on play, discard a card, reveal top card of deck. If it's level X or lower character, salvage a level X or lower character from your waiting room. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. It's nice to have a level 0 Rico in the set. Blue is a good color for the set, so it's nice that this Amelia is in blue. She doesn't do anything else. Her power is a little weak, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. By Rico standards, it doesn't really need to be anything more than what this card is. And I am very glad that the set does have it. Always throw a couple of Ricos into any deck that I build if they have a level 0 Rico. Next, we have this Ghouls from Solitude Amelia. This is an interesting card that I've seen some people kind of shit on, but I think this card has some value. Sometimes I put it in my deck when I'm testing. Sometimes I don't. I think it's not for everyone, but I think it does have a purpose. When this card is placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is discarding a card and putting a magic or weapon character from your waiting room at the bottom of your clock. If you do, you choose one character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. So this is a stockless way to salvage something. This is effectively pay one, ditch one salvage, but without the pay one. Sure, you're clocking yourself, but sometimes it's nice to be able to stocklessly clock yourself. That can be important if you are stuck at a level, but you want to get to the next level and you're 2-6. It's nice to be able to do that without actually having to pay any stock. It's nice that you are getting a useful effect while you are doing it. Salvaging any character is pretty nice. 2500 power isn't the worst thing on like a random one of level 0 utility piece. Overall, I like this card. I think this card could be a little useful in the Rem deck. It helps you save stock while selectively salvaging something. You're not actually plussing because you do have to discard a card from hand. But I think with what this card is designed to do, that doesn't really matter. This card just has a goal in mind, and I think it accomplishes it. Every set, at the end of the day, every set always has pay one, ditch one, salvage one. It's nice to have something that's a little different from the traditional sort of profile that we have seen time and time again for many, many years. Next, we have this Happy Christmas Amelia. Do they even know what Christmas is in the ReZero fantasy world? No. Subaru knows what Christmas is, but why would the rest of them know what Christmas is? I'm just realizing how many cards in this set revolve around them being in Christmas outfits or whatever. She looks adorable, so I don't really care, but that's a flaw. Not that Amelia's a flaw, but is she wearing a beret? Or is that a banner thing behind her? Whatever. I like this card, so I'm going to stop shitting on it. She still looks nice. What this card is, this is Winter Clothes Frieren. For anyone who's familiar with Frieren, which based on Frieren's popularity is probably a lot of people. When this card is placed on stage from hand, you may discard a card. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to one level 1 or higher card from among them. Show it to your opponent. Add it to hand. Rest go to waiting room. This is a good profile. Level 1 or higher is nice. This is a card that can be used in the Rem deck. That's going to be the meta deck. I put in a couple of copies. Let me correct that. I have tested a couple of copies of it because I wanted some deck speed. However, while I've been prepping and recording this video, the reason that I was playing this card is because I felt I needed some deck speed that didn't revolve around the brainstorms. For anyone that is, because I wanted to save stock because the REM takes a lot of stock. For anyone who's very familiar with ReZero, you might be wondering why I would use that when there is a perfectly good REM level 0 promo card that is also a Dig 4, except it's a Dig 4 on death. The reason why is because Bushiroad EN loves to shaft English players by not releasing some or all of the promos that we get for various sets, and it's so random and there is no warning, or sometimes we'll get them but they're very delayed. They have announced, or at least by announced, I mean they've revealed English images of promos multiple times and never delivered them, or they will reveal promos and then they will not tell us how they were going to get them, and then we might get them 6 months or more later, if we ever get them at all, or they might be incredibly difficult to get. And again, sometimes we just don't get them at all. So I was going with the assumption that there was a chance that Bushy Road might not give us that promo, which we are going to talk about in a second. So I wanted to prepare for that possibility. However, while I was prepping and in the middle of recording this video, there has been confirmation that we are getting those promos in English, which is really nice because the promos are actually legitimately very good. Some of them are very playable promos. So just a little aside, if because this that card probably has better synergy than this card. And the only reason why this card is not bad in the Rem deck, but is not like as good as it could be, is because the deck has so many level zeros in it. You have a higher than average chance to whip with this card. In an average deck, you're not shoving, 30 level zero characters into a deck. So you are just less likely to whiff. So I think this is a card that's very good. I like this card. It may not be the best fit for the Rem deck, especially now that we have confirmation that we're getting the Rem promo that we will discuss shortly. Um, I think this card is very good as like a 2 of maybe or a 3 of in plenty of other ReZero sort of decks. Definitely a very, very solid card, even if I question Amelia's faith in Christmas and Jesus Christ, mostly because I don't think she knows what either of those things are. Unless Subaru told her about it, I guess. Next up, we have, oh, look, more Christmas. Happy Christmas Ram. Happy Christmas Ram, however she's pronounced. When she's reversed, her battle opponent is level 0 or lower. You may reverse that character. And when she's put into the waiting room from the stage, you may pay 1. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it into your clock, and put the rest into your waiting room. If you put 1 card into your clock, choose 1 magic or weapon character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. I think this is a perfectly fine salvage rookie. I do like it. I generally do prefer on play rookies, but there have definitely been sets and decks where I will play on death rookies. I think as far as salvage rookies go, this is about as good as you could, as good as on death salvage rookies are. This is close to as good as you could possibly make it. I mean, the fact that it is a level 0 bomb, so you don't feel bad about throwing this out turn 1. The fact that you get to look at top 3 cards and selectively clock yourself so you can color fix or just shove unwanted cards into your clock and keep them there. But then you're also salvaging anything regardless of level. I do like this card a lot. There is a Rem Ricky from a previous ReZero set that is hard to find now. So it was sort of unknown. This was sort of like the option a lot of people I think were anticipating playing with, because that Rem Ricky is now very old, hard to find, and in JP they did reprint it as a promo when they released Volume 3, but like I said just a minute ago, we weren't positive we were going to actually get all or any of those promos purely based on how Bushiroad has handled promos in the past. However, the Rem Search Ricky is also been confirmed to being released in English. So some people might play that, but I think there are people that will play this. I think at that point they're both good enough. It comes down to personal preference. I think this is definitely one of the on death salvage rookies that I have liked more of compared to others in recent years. Next, we have this In the World. My mother loved Amelia, where at some point Amelia must have time traveled and grabbed a kid version of herself because she's holding the kid version of herself in her arms. But that is pretty sweet because kid Amelia had such a tough upbringing. That poor kid. She didn't deserve what happened to her, or Fortuna, or the other people she lived with. Poor kid. Anyway, she is a double drop searcher. Simple profile, but a very good profile. On attack, the turn she summoned. Pay 1, ditch 2, search your deck for up to 2 magic or weapon characters, show them to your opponent, add them to hand, shuffle your deck. This is very nice to keep stock clean during the attack phase, similar to the on attack drop searcher, well, I guess on attack searcher that we talked about earlier, the yellow one. You attack with other things first. They trigger a climax. You could immediately pay it out with this. This is also highly selective, so it's super cheap and super easy to grab 2 very specific cards from your deck by only paying 1 stock, which is nice. It's a nice way if you're playing something like Pants, or Bar. It's a nice way to get excess climaxes that you might have gotten from triggering climaxes. Just get them out of your hand and exchange them for playable characters for the next turn. Double drop searches are always nice. You play whatever ratios you want. I tend to like to play 2 to 3 of them if a set has them, depending on the deck that I'm playing and how valuable it might be. She doesn't really need to do anything else, which is probably why she doesn't do anything else, because that one effect is good enough on its own. Next, I don't know. I'm talking about some cards, like starting with these that like really aren't that amazing, but like we kind of just didn't have a lot of options. So it wasn't terrible, so I decided to talk about it. These 2 cards work together. We have this, which I guess is kind of flavorful, so that's kind of nice. We have this Ma Beast melee. If you have another copy of the Elsa that is pictured here, this melee gets 2500 power and the following ability. At the beginning of the Encore step, if you don't have another rested character, you may pay 1 to rest this card. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1. If you do, you search your deck for 1 copy of the Elsa that's pictured here, put it on any position of your stage, and shuffle your deck. What the Elsa does is if you have another copy of this Mob Beast user melee, she gets 2500 power and hand encore. She also has an effect that when she's placed on the stage from the hand, you may discard any card. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 Mob Beast user melee, put it on any position of your stage, and shuffle your deck. We have seen these sort of cards that summon each other and then get bonus effects if you have the other card on the stage for many years now. They compared to where that sort of effect started, these effects have gotten better. This is, however, not the best or even close to the best iteration of this sort of effect that we've seen. I think this lies squarely in the middle. I do not think this is if you could be spending up to 8 slots if you max out on copies of this. I don't think this card deserves 8 slots of your level 0 lineup. Even if you played 3 and 3, I don't think these cards deserve 6 slots of your level 0 lineup. But they're not the worst version of this type of card that I have ever seen. I think the Elsa being 35 is good enough for level 0, especially because it is summoning the melee. I think the melee being 3k cross turn, as long as you meet the condition, is both flavorful because she's not as strong as Elsa, since Elsa trained her, but it also is still big enough. Plus, like, she could always save herself if you don't have anything else that's rested. And they just summon each other. I guess it makes sense that Elsa's summoning condition is. I guess it's better that Elsa is just sort of better in every way. Her cost to summon the melee is better. Her power is better, but I guess she is the one that is stronger than melee, and she did teach melee, and so I guess just from a flavor standpoint, I guess that makes sense that they're similar but different, and melee is just sort of worst. I did just notice now, though, that Melee is a Mob Beast user traded character, which sucks. She doesn't even have weapon, which makes no sense because that girl. Well, I don't want to spoil anything that happens after season 2. The girl's. It's not like she's exactly defenseless. They could have just made her weapon. But I'm realizing now that while Elsa can work well with everything else because she's weapon, melee might cause problems if you have anything that says if all of your characters are weapon or magic. But no one's gonna play this because it's not amazing. But if you like these characters, there are definitely people that like Elsa for sure. She's been around ReZero since the beginning, always popping up and cutting people open. And so, you know, if you like them, you'd probably play them, and they definitely could be worse. They definitely could be better, though. I probably won't even buy these, and I certainly would never sleeve them up or use them. But you know, that's enough about those cards. Next up, we have this Mini Amelia. This is one of the promos that was just recently confirmed as coming to English, which is very nice because this is a good card, aside from the fact that she's adorable. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a magic or weapon character, put it into your hand. Choose a card in your hand and put it into your waiting room. And then she has another effect where when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a climax. If you do, you salvage any magic or weapon character from your waiting room. Very solid sort of card. Both effects can be relevant at different points in the game. This obviously has good synergy with 8 pants. You can use it in 8 bar. I think this is a type of card that you would see often as a one of. So even though 8 bar, the Amelia level 3 means says you have to discard a green card. I think this card is so versatile that it's okay that this is one of the non-green cards you splash into that deck. Just because this would be like a one of most likely anyway, and she is so versatile that just a very, very solid card. But definitely in the 8 pants deck, this is still a very good pick. And it's because of the nature of its effect, it is sort of like a future proof sort of card where if we get future sets that have like good bar pants combos, she'll sort of just always be relevant. Next, we have another one of the promos. This mini ROM, if she's in the middle position of your center stage, she gets 3k power. That is cross turn, so she'd be a 4k. Pretty nice. And she is a climax swapper. Pay one, ditch one, on play two climax swap. So not a bad card at all. Definitely, a fine one of. Next, we have the one that I think is going to probably be the most expensive, not only because it is adorable and people like Rem, but also because it is a very, very good card. It is this mini Rem, another one of the promos that was just confirmed to be coming to English. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your characters. It gets plus 1000 power until end of turn. And when she's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may discard a card. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to one character with Rom or Rem in its name. Show it to your opponent, add it to your hand, and the rest go to waiting room. I think this is a very good card for helping with deck speed issues that the level 1 Rem combo could give your deck if you're playing it because it has no deck speed. I think for a level 0, this is a very solid card. Obviously, if you play this card, you're going to start leaning more heavily into Rems and ROMs. Probably a lot of Rems. There's a lot of good Rem stuff. This did see and has seen a lot of play on the JP side of things for the 8 Pants ReZero deck, both before and after the ban list that came out for that deck. I would expect, now that we have confirmation we're getting it, I'd expect this card to see a good chunk of play on the English side of things. It's just a very solid card. If you're playing it, you will skew a bit more heavily towards maybe Rem than you would have before. Personally, when I wasn't sure that we'd be getting this, so I built my deck accordingly, just to be a little practical. I had more Amelias in my deck because I didn't think we were getting this. However, now that we are getting this, I will definitely be making some changes because I think this card is very, very good, and I do really like it a lot. It has a lot of value, and just a very, very solid card to be playing in the Rem deck. Next, we have a card that I don't really like personally, but I've seen some people really hype it up. I think it's fine. One who supported me, Rem. So she's a 4500 level 0 who cannot stand during your stand phase. There's no way to stand her. It's just, once she's rested, which is kind of flavorful now that I actually say it out loud. I don't know if that was their intention, but since she took that nap when she started taking that nap like 10 years ago, she still has not fucking woken up. So I guess once Rem decides to rest, she really rests. But she does have a secondary effect that is pay one and send herself to waiting room to look at up to 4 cards from top of deck. Then choose a magic or weapon character and add it to your hand. 4500 is pretty big for level 0. It kind of doesn't matter that she. Well, I mean, it does matter that she can't stand. That's honestly pretty bad. If like you clean cut this back or something, or or even if she just survives from the fact that she's a 4,500 beater, you're basically just forced to pay the one to get rid of her, which does kind of stink. Certain play styles might like this card a lot. It is a very sort of aggressive card for when you're going first or even when you're going second. It'll definitely start losing value once your opponent hits level 1 and starts playing at level 1s because their level 1s should be able to beat over this. But if you're the type of player that likes this card, it exists. It's kind of funny, I guess. I wouldn't play it though. Next, we have this Promises Made Beatrice. You may discard a card and send this Beatrice to the bottom of your deck. If you do, search your deck for up to one magic or weapon character and add it to your hand. So she is a search helmet. We have seen this effect a bunch of times before. They're becoming more and more standard because it just feels like the standard sort of effect that most decks should have access to. You don't have to play this card, but this card is not a bad one of if you don't care about the fact that she is a Beatrice. So in the Rem deck, if you're playing the Rem we just looked at a couple slides ago, you may not want to play that too many non-Rem cards, but in anything else, this is a very solid one of sort of tech option. Next, we have this Reunion at the Castle of Dreams Echidna. During your turn, if all your characters are magic or weapons, she gets 2,000 power, so 3,500 during your turn. And then she is a cost 0 summon Ricky, an on death one. So when she's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may pay one, clock yourself from top of deck. Sorry. If you do, search your deck for up to one cost 0 or lower magic or weapon character with level equal to or lower than your level. Put it on any position of your stage as rest and shuffle your deck. I don't like summon rookies. I don't like on death summon rookies. But some people do. So I mentioned it. 3,500 power means she will get over some stuff on your turn when you're level 0. So it's not the worst thing in the world. But the Rem and the ROM rookies do exist, so no real reason to go with this over those. But if you need some yellow fix or you like Echidna, at least you have some Ricky option of some kind. Next, we have the Surprised Amelia. She is a Saka character to climax swap from your waiting room. So on play, discard a climax, sack a character from your stage, and then you choose a climax in your waiting room and you return it to your hand. I don't mind paying one to climax swap. We've been doing it since the dawn of time, but there are plenty of people I know in Weiss that prefer sack a character climax swappers to save on that stock. There's definitely a value of saving the stock. So, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's nice to have the option for different types of climax swappers. Not a bad one of. Next, we have this Survivor of the Demon Clan ROM. Another sort of one of possible tech option. I mean, I wouldn't play it, but like some people might. She is a on play, put a card from hand to stock if you want. She's also on death, pay from stage to waiting room on death. Pay two to salvage a magic or weapon character from your waiting room, return to your hand. I think the hand to stock is nice. I think the second effect won't pop up as much, but it could be relevant, especially if during your attack phase you trigger way too many climaxes and you just need to get them out. And the hand to stack could sort of mitigate that a little bit. A lot of people won't play this. I don't really play it, but I think that it's not the worst like one of tech option someone could throw into their ReZero deck. Next we have a card that's like kind of funny. I can't decide if it's funny in a way that makes me smile because it's like secret good tech or if it's funny because it's just like so bad. Um, and it's like randomly good, like 1 out of every 100 games. It is this unrecallable fear Amelia. So we'll go out of order with her effects. What she does is you can pay 2 to send her to your memory, which is a lot. And then while she's in your memory, if she's in your memory and you have a copy of Warm Affection Amelia and Fortuna, That is a different level 0 that is we looked at previously. It's the Amelia and Fortuna that's required to be in your memory in order to early play the level 3 Amelia combo. And the Amelia and Fortuna says when it's reversed, if you have 2 or less cards in memory, you may send it to memory, or you could pay 1 and send it to memory in order to salvage the level 3 Amelia combo. So if you have this Amelia and you have that Amelia Fortuna in your memory, all players level 3 or lower characters cannot stand during the stand phase. If this card is in your memory at the beginning of your main phase, put this card into your waiting room. I think this card is funny because Weiss very often doesn't let you sort of just, unlike other games, maybe like Yu-Gi-Oh!, which if anyone's familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon, those games will often have sort of cards that could be seen as like quote unquote anti-meta cards in the sense that their whole goal is they basically just play cards that say your opponent cannot play. I know that for anyone familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, that's basically what Yu-Gi-Oh has become all around for many years now, and I don't disagree. But they will have cards that say like your opponent cannot attack, or they cannot use a certain type of effect, or they cannot do a certain type of thing. They just shut down a portion or portions of the game. Weiss largely doesn't have that. The most that you sort of directly interact with your opponent outside of battle is, typically on an average game, you have something that maybe subtracts power from them, or you have a card that de-levels them, or bounces a character from their stage back to their hand. Maybe you'll stock swap them, or you'll use a Fumio on them to directly mess with their deck and their compression. Even then, they're usually so costly, you're not using those every game. Very rarely do you just like have a card that is just a blanket. Your opponent cannot do a very normal and specific part of the game. We have seen plenty of cards on level zeros from other sets that will say on play, pick a character on your opponent's stage, and it can't stand. But we don't really get these sort of just quote, not board breakers, but close enough, that basically just turn off your opponent's entire ability to perform a basic function of the game, like this card. This card is good if you are going up against like a standby deck and they've got some big old beaters that are on their stage that you haven't been able to get over. If they standbyed out some even bigger beaters or potentially even climax combos in their backstage that they were waiting to use because they used or triggered to standby the previous turn. This would be good against something like maybe Overlord, back when it was Goat's Overlord, which technically is still playable, even though it's pretty bad now, where they just build these boards that you can't touch. This isn't touching those characters, and it would stop them from effectively using those characters the following turn. I think this card is incredibly niche, and in our current meta, I think the biggest thing you'd really be doing is like just stopping your opponent from like using their brainstorm the following turn. We don't have a ton of standby in the English meta right now. Goat's Overlord isn't really a thing. Pretty much the cards that this would work best against aren't really much of a thing right now. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but I don't know if you're already sort of at a disadvantage because you're probably playing this with the 8-bar Amelia deck, which already has a lower ceiling than a lot of modern decks. And then to have to throw a card in there that says pay 2 and get nothing out of it immediately, so that you could try to stop your opponent from doing stuff. I guess it's one slot. It's not the worst thing, but if you're in those specific matchups, I think this is a card that could really disrupt them. I think 99 games out of 100, you're not going to be in that type of specific matchup, and it's not worth it to sort of build a deck that, needs to play certain cards just so that this card is live. Um, you know, this card only lasts the one turn because I don't know. I think I've actually spent so much time I never got to its other effect, which says at if this card's in your memory at the beginning of your main phase, put it to your waiting room. So it's not like your opponent can't stand stuff for until the end of the game. It's really just that one turn after you use this, which could be very impactful. Don't get me wrong, but pay two is a lot for something like that. But it's nice that it doesn't get around protections because it's not actually choosing your opponent's characters or anything like that. It's just preventing your opponent from using a basic mechanic of the game. And there's no sort of protection in Weiss that will help you from that. But if you are building the 8 bar Amelia deck, or at least the level 3 bar Amelia deck, and you're playing that Amelia's Fortuna card anyway, um, throw a copy of this into your deck, and then you'll have that random matchup where your opponent is playing 8 standby something or other, and they just got a whole bunch of 2/2s on their board, and they got a couple copies of their 3/2 climax combo in their backstage, and you just use this and you shut them all off for the following turn. At that point, this card would feel really, really good. In most games that you're liable to play, I don't think this card is going to feel like it's justifying the cost to use it. Um, so I don't think it's a card that is bad because I think the actual text is good. I think, however, the fact that this card needs a card that you aren't going to really be playing in your memory and you are paying two to do it, I think that's what makes it kind of bad. But it's a bad card that in certain niche scenarios, if you are willing to make some major deck concessions, it's a type of card that could legitimately just win you a game. Um, steal a game from your opponent, and that's kind of interesting. So worth mentioning because it's a very interesting card, even if it's not something that you'll probably see a lot of. Oh, next up we have, there we go, the Warm Affection Amelia and Fortuna. That's, I actually forgot that I put this in there. This is the card that needs to be in memory in order for the Amelia that we just looked at to be live. So just briefly, even though I already explained it, when she's reversed, if your memory is two or less cards, you may send her to your memory. And she's a pay one, send herself to memory to salvage your level 3 Amelia combo that we looked at earlier. Um, you know, in that deck, it's fine. It'd be nice if it did something else. I don't think, despite the fact that it's free memory, if you're not playing that Amelia combo, I don't think free memory is really worth playing this card. Unless you just like seeing Amelia and Fortuna happy, which I wouldn't necessarily blame you. They were really sweet together. Um, yeah. R.I.P. Fortuna. Next up, we have Witch of Envy Amelia. Oops, I mean Witch of Envy Satella, because Amelia and Satella are not the same person, which the light novel author has stated that he's just trying to throw people off. Well, you know what, dude? Why do they have the same voice actor? Like, how much are you trying to mess with people? There's obviously something going on because they have the same voice actor and they look identical and yada yada yada. Anyway, getting distracted. I just want answers to some of these questions that have been lingering for years. This is a card that is bad, not because the card, not because the effect is bad. It's bad because there's nothing. Well, there's nothing to use this card with. What this card does is on play, you may discard a card. If you do, you salvage any Subaru character in your waiting room and you return it to your hand. A level 0 that just doesn't care about level, can discard anything. It doesn't even have to be a character. It doesn't have to be a climax. Just discard any card to salvage any Subaru character could be really good. The problem is that Subaru's cards suck ass. Despite being a goated anime protagonist, he just doesn't have anything that's worth playing. You know, I'm trying to think back because I've been recording this video, spacing it out a little bit. I don't think we have covered so far a single Subaru character in this entire set overview. I Oh, we covered the 201 that works with Beatrice. That is it. That is the only one I think. And I think there is a single other card in this entire set overview as I'm going through them in my head really quickly. I think there is one other Subaru that's not that 20 that we cover in this entire set overview, and it's not even a good card. I only talk about it because I think it's flavorful and it's funny, but I would never put it in a deck because it sucks. Um, that's the problem with Subaru's cards is they're not worth playing. So you can't play this because there's no good Subarus to grab. In the future, if we get better Subarus, um, this will be better. There is, there's always past Subaru cards, but they're worse than the Subaru cards in this set. I think the best hope for a card like this is if in a future set we get some sort of combo, which we've seen a couple of in the past, but like a level 1 and or a level 3 combo that we're probably never going to get something that's just Subaru by himself doing something awesome. But because he's always like a supporting player for the like his teammates and the people he cares about, we could very easily get like a level 1 or a level 3 combo where it's Subaru and like Amelia working together on a card, and the card has both of their names in it. Um, and this card could grab like that card because it still would have Subaru in its name. At that point, this card would be relevant. Right now, this is a good card that would be like a decent one of that's just, trapped in a set that doesn't support it whatsoever. But imagine if this card said on play, discard a card, salvage any Rem, salvage any Amelia. This card would be infinitely better because they actually have good cards worth playing, especially Rem. So, I'm mentioning it because it's a card that is funny. I see why Satella would only grab Subaru. Um, but in the future, maybe, you could actually do something with this. But if you are trying to make a really shitty Subaru deck work, at least you have some good piece of support to go with it. Next, we have this with cat ears Rem. This is another one of the promos that we hadn't been confirmed to be getting to English, but now it is. So it's being included. This is actually just a reprint of a Rem Ricky that was from a previous ReZero set, but it's a much needed reprint. She's pay 1, clock yourself from top of deck, search your deck for a level 1 or lower character, so a very traditional Ricky. And she's also on attack. Um, you may put the top card of your deck into your waiting room. If that card is a climax, draw a card, choose a card in your hand and put it into your waiting room. This would be the Ricky that you would use if you don't want to use the new ROM Ricky. I've seen some people do a split where they do some REM, some ROM. I've seen some people that only do ROM, no REM. Some people only do REM, no ROM. I think it's personal preference, meta dependent, those sorts of things to influence your decision. Whether you feel like getting this promo, paying for it, because from my understanding, and it could be wrong, is this promo is part of a promotion that Bushiroad has not done a ton recently. They did it with Fujimi, but when you buy 3 boxes of product, they will give you a random promo pack that has like one of 6 cards in it, I think. And this is one of those cards. So 3 boxes, even if let's say conservatively you're spending $50 a box, $50, 150 to get 1 pack, that is a 1 in 6 chance of getting this promo. This is a promo that was really needed. Yo, are those Puck's ears on top of her head? Oh my god, I didn't notice that. That is so adorable. Anyway, oh my god, yeah, and the little paw prints. I guess that is Puck. Do Rem and Puck ever directly communicate in the show? I mean, she's around when Puck's around a lot because Amelia's around her a lot, but like, do they ever actually like speak together? I don't know, but it's still a super duper cute card. Um, Anyway, it's nice that they did reprint it. Maybe you don't want to choose this card over the ROM because there is a chance that this will still be expensive just because it's a 1 in 6 chance that requires you to spend some money just to get the 1 in 6 chance. So even though ReZero is going to be opened up a lot, this card, I think collectors will want it because it's cute, players will want it because it's good, so it will be highly sought after. That could drive up the price, but and I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But just in case I'm not, you still have the ROM alternative, which is still pretty good. And if this is expensive, well, it's still a good Ricky. Yeah. Next up, we have this Halloween Jianshi Rem. I don't know what that means, but This is the brainstorm that's been talked about in this video a couple times before. She's a normal pay one, rest yourself, salvage brainstorm, but her more impactful effect is her first effect, which says when a climax is placed in your climax area, look at the top card of your deck, put it on the top or the bottom of your deck, choose one of your characters, and that character gets plus 500 power until end of turn. I paused because when I read it, I realized I misremembered it earlier. I stated earlier in the video that I thought you might be able to send it to waiting room, as well as bottom deck, but you can only you can only leave it, or you can put it to the bottom of your deck. That's still fine. The point of this card is it's a brainstorm, which you'd have to play anyway, but you use it in the 8 pants deck because both the level 1 and the level 3 rem want you to be seeing certain cards on top of your deck when you use their climax combos. The level 1 rem needs to see a traded character in order to turn her salvage live, so you can play the climax, and before you resolve your level 1 rem combo, you can resolve this, and you could see if there's a traded character on top, and if there is, you leave it. If it's a climax or an event, you could send it to the bottom of your deck, giving you a second chance um, to not wait for your level 1 combo. And if you have another copy or even more than 2 copies of this on your stage, you can keep using it, until you get it right. And the level 3 rem really needs this because you want to be seeing revealing level 0 characters with the effect of that rem. And this helps you either get rid of climaxes or level 1 or higher, and just makes it more likely that you will see level 0 characters. It is not putting the card that you want on top of the deck, but if you saw a card that you did not want to see on top of your deck, any other type of brainstorm would just force you to leave it there. This is giving you a real fighting chance to replace it with something better. So this is a very essential card in the upcoming 8 pants rem deck. Expect to see a lot of it, and yeah, good card for that type of deck. Next we have what is, if it's not the best card in this set, it is the second best card in this set. The best at that point, the best card would be the level 3 Rem combo. It is this Irreplaceable Presence Rem. This is a card that I think is going to get on a lot of people's nerves once the set drops this week and people start playing a lot of ReZero. And that's because this card is super fucking annoying. And I love this card. I think this card is awesome. I have had so much fun playing it in the simulator, and I can't wait to play it in real life. It is such a good card, but for anyone playing against it, it's an annoying card. So what it does is if all of your characters are magic or weapon, this card gets plus 1500 power and the following ability. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, choose one magic or weapon character in your waiting room, return it to your hand, choose one card in your hand, and put it into your waiting room. We've seen this effect before. You know, the Your Forger from the Spy Family Trial deck had this, nearly identical to this. But we've seen other profiles like this over the last couple of years. It's a very good profile. I like it a lot. It's a great level 0 profile. Great way to stocklessly get things out of your hand you don't care about and get yourself things you do care about from your waiting room. But this card takes it one step further because she has another effect that says during her battle, when the damage you receive is not canceled, this card gets 1500 power until the end of turn. So she is already 3k all the time as long as you meet her condition, which is very easy to meet. You just have to not play the stupid level 0 maid, which would be a lot better if wasn't off trait, or something like the melee that we talked about, which is off trait as well. So as long as you're not playing stupid off trait cards, this thing will be 3k all the time guaranteed. But if during her battle the damage you receive is not canceled, she will jump up to 45. Now, her salvage ditch effect is live all the time as long as you meet her board requirement, which means that this card will randomly jump up to 45 and her salvage ditch effect will still be active. So if this thing is 3k on your opponent's turn and they summon out like a 3500 beater and they attack into this, if you do not cancel not only did you this not immediately this thing will jump up to 45, and not only will your character get reversed, your opponent's character, whatever, but then the rem player will get another salvage ditch, giving them a second opportunity, assuming that they were able to get a reverse when they first swim with the rem, to get something from their waiting room that they do want and get rid of something from their hand that they do not want. I think this card is going to put a lot of players in a position where they feel like they're going to have to side against this card, even if they have a character that is bigger on their turn, simply because maybe that character will not be bigger if their opponent does not cancel. Um, and once you do that, you're basically just giving your opponent free advantage, because you're giving them a free attacker the next turn, but you're also giving them another chance to do the whole salvage ditch shenanigans. You're just sort of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You could have something that's stronger and you attack into them and you just pray that they cancel. But it's going to feel really bad when they don't cancel. And not only did you frontal into a zero that you are subtly now weaker than, but your opponent is also getting a plus out of it. Maybe not a hard plus, but having that sort of selective hand filtering is very, very strong. This card is really ridiculous. This is a 5 out of 5 card. I'm very excited to play with it. I'll pick up the SRs and have a nice time with them. But I think this card is just such a silly profile. I like the first effect. Do not get me wrong. I enjoy the whole on reverse salvage ditch profile. It's a good profile. I think tying it to a card to a level 0 that's randomly going to jump up to numbers that level 0s just naturally can't touch is so freaking annoying and just gonna annoy a bunch of people throughout the upcoming season and for as long as ReZero sees play. I think this is one of the pretty much whatever ReZero deck you build, this is like just a must throw in sort of card unless you are not playing blue whatsoever, because this card is just so strong. Just a very, very powerful card. If you haven't tested this at all and you think it's not that much different than your normal on reverse salvage ditch sort of profile, which you might have played before, you just haven't played this card. Trust me, this card is just better. This card is just silly, silly, stupid, and it's going to be so frustrating. You know, I can't. It's hard to say. Will people start playing more level 0 bombs in their deck just so they have a way to deal with this card? Probably not, if only because by playing the level 0 bomb, it means that they're still going to have to let their character get reversed, which means their opponent is still going to be able to use their whole salvage ditch effect. So they're still getting what they want, regardless of if you bomb them. And yeah, so this thing, unless your opponent just doesn't, if you're attacking into this and, they just cancel, um, you know, this card's probably going to be sticking around for a little bit and just really bugging the crap out of you. But that is it for the notable level 0s. I saved that rem for last because I knew I would talk about her the most, and because she's just the best level 0 that is in the set. And if other sets had something that was as good as her, it would just boost that because that rem is just absurdly powerful. But yeah, I think we talked about some good ones aside from that rem. Um, you know, some of them I was clearly just sort of picking stuff just to talk about. At times it did feel like I was sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel of what are just playable 0s, even if they're still not amazing. That it is a weakness that this set has. It's a weakness that the next ReZero set that's in JP has, which I'm sure we'll get at some point. For whatever reason, Bushiroad has decided that with this ReZero set, they will give us a handful of incredibly broken cards, and then a whole bunch of this card is fine, and then a good amount of this card is just not good in 2026, which I don't know why they did that. But you definitely have enough with, regardless of what sort of combos you're going with, you will have enough stuff to just work with. I think the biggest weakness that people are going to have when it comes to level 0 building with this comes from people who are playing 8 bar, because I think the amount of good playable green level 0s is sort of just lacking a little bit compared to things like blue and red. There's some stuff, but we really didn't talk about too many greens, and there are greens that I didn't talk about, but if I didn't talk about them, it means I think they're just not that good. You can definitely go back, and there are some sets that have some more greens with ReZero, but it's tough. That might be your biggest problem. I know a lot of people they like leveling zeros, especially when Oshinoko's running around to meet color requirement for like their level 1 combos. Um, ReZero, if you're playing something like 8 bar, might be a set where it could happen, but maybe you just throw in some higher levels green cards and plan to level those instead because you are just lacking a little bit. But next up, we are going to talk about the notable level ones. Moving on to the notable level ones for the set, we only have a few to talk about, not too many. The level ones have the same problem as the level zeros in this set, where, Bushiro did print a decent amount of level ones. They just didn't print, you know, too many of them, to be honest, that were particularly that great. Even the ones that I did pick, I felt like most of them, I was picking just so we'd have something to talk about at level one. So I try to look at cards that maybe filled certain types of decks people might build or niche, you know, types of effects that we don't see too often or fit certain types of play styles or that sort of thing. First up, we have this A Journey Through Memories Echidna. During your turn, if the Witch's Tea Party is in your memory, she gets 4,000 power. That's a 1/1 event that we'll talk about. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a card. If you do, you choose a level 0 or lower character in your waiting room and you put it on any position of your stage. Um, I don't know why you would use this instead of just a Rico, which could potentially grab you something that's higher than level 0. But if you're if you're playing that Witch's Tea Party event and you want a 7,500 beater that's can summon you something, Ken is your girl, I guess. Not great. Never gonna see play, but it's in the slide. Next, we have a card that I actually do really like a lot. I genuinely think this card is really good. This card is so good that they had to make her unbelievably weak to sort of balance how good this card is. This Distant Happy Times Beatrice. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest into your waiting room, choose 1 card in your hand, and put it into your waiting room. This is just a great way to dig 3 cards without spending stock, dig 3 cards closer to a card you might want to see, whether that's a climax or a character. If you have a card you do not care about that's in your hand, and there's a card in your deck that you want, um, at worst, you'll swap out the card in your hand you don't want for another card you don't want. At best, you are trading a card you don't care about for a card you did really want or need. I think this is a great card for the 8-door deck. Just a very, very solid card. Only weakness of it, I think, honestly, is because it grabs any card. That's absolutely phenomenal. It cannot whiff as long as you have cards in your deck. The only real weakness about this card is the fact that it's 1,500 power, so it's really not getting over anything. But I think they could have given it a much worse cost, because right now it really has no cost. So I'm fine with that. This is a very, very good card. I like it a lot. Next we have this Dressed Up Subaru. During your turn, only, not during your opponent's, he gets 3,000 power for each marker underneath him. When he becomes reverse, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, look at the top card of your deck, put it face down underneath this card as a marker, and rest this card. This card is flavorful, and that's why he was included, because I thought it was a funny card. I do not think this card is good. I think this card is really bad. I think it's genuinely awful. I think this card was never going to be a good card. I think, though, the fact that it's pay 1 and ditch 1, I think is truly atrocious. I think if it was just a ditch 1 or just a pay 1, I think this card would still be bad, but at least, like, you could do something with it. I think the fact that it's a pay 1 and a ditch 1 just kills the card for me. Um, you if you look at the top card of your deck, you must marker it. You do not have the option to not marker it. So if you see like a climax that you don't want to marker, too bad, it's going underneath this guy. So the only way to get rid of it would be like if your opponent to get the markered climax into your waiting room would be if you overplay this yourself or if your opponent bounces it or you choose to crash and not use the effect. Now, sure, this guy, I like the flavor that he gets bigger the more that he like quote unquote dies because it's all about Subaru learning from his past experiences and learning how to overcome like threats because of those that learned knowledge. That's very flavorful, which I do like. I like when Bushiro does that. I think just the cost on this is too much for what it does. I'm not saying that if they did adjust the cost, people to like what I suggested, people would play this or that they should play it. But I think in its current form, it's completely unplayable. Um, Changing the cost would make it a little bit better. But it's a funny card, so it's mentioned. Next, we have this ROM. She is a level 1 reverser bomb. That's all she does. She does nothing else. When she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent's level 1 or lower, you may reverse that character. That's sort of the quality of the level 1s that we are dealing with. This is a very dated card. This is not a bad profile. There's nothing wrong with a level 1 bomb. In 2026, though, a level 1 bomb has to do something else. It can't just be a level 1 bomb. And that's all this card does. And that's, I'm talking about it because gotta talk about some level 1s, I guess, for the set. But this is generally the sort of card quality that we are dealing with when we're talking about level 1s. Next, we have this Halloween Police Amelia. I wonder if like they have this emphasis on Halloween and Christmas just so that they could have Amelia have all these different outfits so that they could put them onto cards because people want to buy Amelia looking cute in different outfits. That's one theory. So once she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your other magic or weapon characters and it gets 1500 power and the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put the top card of your opponent's clock into their waiting room. If you do, put that character into your opponent's clock. I think this is an interesting card. It'd be nice if she could give the power and the ability to herself, in addition to giving it to someone else. But the fact that she must give it to someone else and she has no chance of giving it to herself is kind of annoying. Still, I think having sort of just a stronger level 1 profile that can give selective clock swap bomb ability to anything. It's a niche sort of effect, but there are times where it's important to deny your opponents on death effects by sending their character to somewhere like clock to avoid it. So it's not going to see play, but it's not the worst thing I've ever read. Next, we have this moment with you in the Castle of Dreams Echidna. Uh, During the turn, she's a 1/0 with a Soul Trigger. Just make note of that. During the turn that she's placed on stage from hand, or by the auto effect of the Witch's Tea Party, which is a 1/1 event we'll talk about. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay 1, rest one of your other standing characters. If you do, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. Your opponent chooses one event or character from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest into your waiting room. Look at the top card of your deck, put it on the top of your deck or into your waiting room. And when she attacks, if you have the Witch's Tea Party in your memory, she gets 1,000. She gets X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of characters your opponent has times 1,000. This card's interesting. It would have been nicer if she just like salvaged you a character by paying the same cost or something like that. Um, I'm not always nuts when you have to like let your opponent choose. I guess the only plus is that like if you reveal a character in a climax, you can't add a climax. So your opponent has to choose the character. It's not the most selective thing in the world. We have definitely seen this sort of 1/0 on reversed, rest something, pay 1 profile to like get cards. We've seen that a profile before, but we've seen other decks do it better. Um, I'm guessing that they made this worse because they give her the top check your deck effect, and they also gave her a soul trigger with the as a 1/0. I think they should have just done away with those two aspects to make this a little more selective in what she grabs. But you know, yellow doesn't really have a lot to be working with in this set anyway, so you sort of just take what you can get. Next, we have a card that is like really funny. I don't think it's gonna see play, but if like someone did use this, they could actually use this very successfully if they used it right. And the board state was just so. It's this Great Rabbit 1/2 event. That's right, you need to spend 2 stock to use it on a level 1 event. You can't use it if you don't have a magic or weapon character. When you use it, you search your deck for up to 1 copy of this card. Shuffle your deck, and then you choose up to 2 of your opponent's level 0 or lower characters and put them into your opponent's waiting room. Notably, this doesn't have to target level 0 lowers that are in your opponent's center stage. It could be anywhere on their stage. So you could target their level 0 back rows, like their brainstorms. This card, I'm assuming, only searches another copy of itself for flavor reasons because the bunny is one of the great beast things, and this one is always like replicating and duplicating. So there's like no end to it, and that's like it just overwhelms its opponents with unlimited numbers. I'm guessing that that's what that's about. But the kill 2 of your opponent's level 0s could be pretty impactful. I don't think most people are going to know what this card does, and they're not going to ask what this card does if they see it hit your waiting room, so they're not going to play around it. I'm not saying you should play a card counting on your opponent not knowing what it does so they don't play around it, but it's just a reality of Weiss sometimes. I think the actual effect is good. The cost is very high. I think the cost is too high. I don't think the cost could have reasonably been any less for what it does, because what it does is could be very impactful if you are targeting 2 characters in the backstage. So it's a funny card. People could use it, so I thought it was worth mentioning. Even though I probably won't play it in anything ever. Next, we have the Looming Trial. The Looming Trial is the 1/1 event that must be in your memory in order to early play the level 3 Amelia combo. What it does is, if you can't use it if you don't have an Amelia, when you use it, you draw a card. Then you choose one of your characters, and it gets 1,000 power until end of turn. Then you send this card to your memory. While it's in your memory, when your opponent's character attacks, you may discard a card and put this face-up card in your memory face down. If you do, choose one of your Amelia characters, and it gets 1,000 power and the following ability until the end of turn. The character facing this card gets -1 soul. I don't like this card. This card, they made the first effect, the on-play effect, worse because the memory effect could be like decently defensive if you start stacking this. But it's not worth it. You play this because you kind of have to if you want to early play the Amelia. They could have easily made this card a lot better if this, instead of saying draw a card when you use it, send it to memory, if it just said salvage a character, send this card to memory, or search your deck, which would have been even better. That would be something, but it doesn't say that. Draw a card is just totally random, and there's like no purpose to that. I mean, sometimes you're gonna high roll and get something really good, but most of the time, you're just drawing random crap, and like, who cares? So a salvage or a search would have been much better. We have seen plenty of things that are 1/1 events that are search or salvage and then go to memory. Those cards are much better. I mean, we've seen it within this set. There's the 1/1 Beatrice event that salvages you, and it also goes to memory. It doesn't have an effect while it's in your memory. But also, 1 soul isn't like crazy high. I mean, the only like you could use this with the old Amelia combo. It was a level 3 combo from a different set that was a neg soul. This doesn't target the level 3 Amelia specifically. It could target any Amelia. So you could target that. I mean, that's something. Overall, I don't think this card is that great. You play it because you sort of have to. It sucks they wasted this like really eerie art on this card. This card was so close to being good, but it's not. You know, it is what it is. Next, we have the Witch's Tea Party 1/1 event. Choose one of your witch characters, and that character gets 1,000 power and +1 soul until end of turn. Put this card into your memory. And then if it's in your memory at the beginning of your climax phase, you may put the Witch's Tea Party or witch character from your hand into your waiting room. If you do, declare 0, 1, or 2. Put the declared number of cards from your stock into your waiting room. Choose up to one cost X or lower witch character with level equal to or lower than your level in your waiting room, and put it in any position of your stage. X is equal to the total number of cards put into your waiting room by this effect. I don't think this card is good. Yeah. This card, I don't know. The fact that like its first effect just sucks ass right off the bat. You don't even get to choose any character. You have to choose one of your witch characters. There Akin is a witch. There's not a lot of witches. I mean, there's some witches. I guess they're pictured here. The girls to her left and her right are witches. But like, if you haven't noticed, the only one that I think we have talked about so far is the Satella that no one's going to play because there's no use in playing it. There's no point in it. The other witches, they are a couple of cards that we're going to talk about, but they're like level 1 and higher's, and they're very niche, and you're probably not even playing them to begin with. I think this card has a lot of lines of text, and most of those lines of text just don't say anything because it's mostly just a waste. You're not saving stock when you're summoning the character off of this. You're not saving stock. You got to factor in that you're using the one stock to play this, but then you're still spending stock to actually summon the character. It's just not worth it. If you really like Echidna, you could play this. If you really want to go for witches stuff, you could play this, I guess. But there's not enough witch support within the set to make this worth it, to be honest. So yeah. Next, we have the Tome of Wisdom. We talked about this when we talked about the level 3 Beatrice combo. It's a 1/1 event. You look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them back in the original order. Look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, put them back in the original order. Salvage a character, send this to memory. Not terrible. I think this works well in the 8-door deck. You don't have to technically use this in the 8-door deck. It just works well with the 8-door deck. But I think you are gaining. I mean, it makes sense that this is the Tome of Wisdom because even though you're not changing anything from your deck or your opponents, you are gaining a lot of knowledge. And that is pretty valuable. I guess this is pretty flavorful. To be fair, the Tome of Wisdom was filled with a lot of bull crap. So I don't know. But I guess this is when Beatrice still just like worshipped the crap out of Echidna and just did whatever that stupid book told her to do. There are several cards that reference Tome of Wisdom aside from the level 3 Beatrice that we talked about and the level 0 Echidna Witch that we discussed that searches this out. Most of them, I don't think we talk about any other ones because they're just not really worth mentioning aside from level 2 that we will discuss. There's like some Roswell stuff because Roswell is also, just as a refresher for people who've watched the show, Roswell is also all into the Tome of Wisdom and worships it and all that yada yada nonsense that hold up so much of the show. Not necessarily in a bad way, but Roswell's cards I don't think are worth playing. They revolve around taking the Tome of Wisdom out of your memory and moving it away. But I don't think the effects that you gain from doing so by taking it out of your memory and putting it back into your deck rotation. I don't think it's worth it, especially because you would rather have them in memory for when you do your level 3 Beatrice combo, so that you can use the 2-0 Subaru to get rid of her marker to lower the cost of the combo itself. I think that is a much better use for this card. Fortunately, this card is genuinely playable, so you're not just shoving it in like the Amelia event just because you have to in order to maximize the value of that card. You don't feel bad about playing this card. There's also like 4 different arts to this card featuring different characters just worshiping the shit out of this stupid book. So that's kind of fun. Next up, we have the Witch of Pride, Typhoon. She's a 1/1 that is interesting. Won't see a lot of play, but for what the card is trying to do, it does do a lot. When she attacks, choose one character in your opponent's backstage with level higher than your opponent's level. It can't stand during your opponent's next stand phase. And when she becomes reversed, if the level of her battle opponent is higher than your opponent's level, you may put that character to your opponent's stock. If you do, you put the bottom card of your opponent's stock into their waiting room. This sort of like is a great way to. This is really good against standby. Both effects will work very well against standby, but it has the potential to deal with like 2 problem cards on one card, which is nice. The second effect will be more relevant most of the time, but if you are playing 8 standby, the first effect should be pretty relevant too. You'd only be playing this out when you're trying to get rid of a higher level character, and if you're playing against an 8 standby deck, they'll probably have a higher level character in their backstage as well. So one card deals with 2 problems. Won't be put into many decks, but it's not necessarily a bad card. Yellow is a bad color though. And that is it for the notable level 1s. As you could tell, we didn't have that many of them to discuss, and the ones that we did discuss largely were underwhelming. The Tome of Wisdom is an exception, and the level 1 Beatrice that lets you dig 3 and grab any card is another exception. Both of those cards are good. And then we got some cards that aren't going to see play, but they're interesting cards, and they are there for the players who like those sorts of things. Next up, we will talk about the level 2s, and spoiler alert, they're worse than the level 1s. Moving on to the notable level 2s, this is another area where pickings feel kind of slim. There's definitely some filler in this set when it comes to the level 2s. There's not a ton that is really a standout. There are some profiles, though, that are interesting enough where even if you don't put it in a deck, they just read as interesting. And then, there are some that are standard, so they're included here, but we'll just try to get through this. First, we have this Firm Determination Amelia. This is actually a profile that has Bushiroad started printing more often in English. Not every set gets it. I think we are at a point where this sort of profile should just become a standard, at least in one color in every set, even if they still won't see much play. I think they're good profiles to have. What this card does is when it's placed on stage from hand, you choose up to 2 of your characters. It can be itself, it can be other characters. And those characters get the following ability until end of turn. When this card becomes reversed, if the level of this card's battle opponent is higher than your opponent's level, you may put the top card of your opponent's clock into their waiting room. If you do, put that character into your opponent's clock. This is sort of like an Adachi type effect. They don't really see much play anymore. They're typically 1/1s or 2/1s that will deal with opponents' characters that are higher level. This is good to deal with early plays. It's good against standby. Their profiles that used to be pretty standard. The differences between this and older Adachi, traditional Adachi type profiles, is that usually they only deal with one character and that is it. Lately, with some sets, Bushiroad has been printing it where on play you'll get to choose up to 2 characters and give them the sort of removal effect for higher level characters, which means that you are able to deal with multiple threats off of one card instead of only being able to deal with a single threat. And even if right now standby is not a huge thing or anything like that, who knows when Bushiroad will print some standby shenanigans that will put standby more in the spotlight. And even if right now there's not really anything in our current English meta where it's such a threat to be having these higher level characters out on your opponent's board where every deck needs to have an answer to it. Things could definitely change in the future, so I think it's nice for Bushiroad to start future proofing sets for when we get sets like that, where an opponent is able to start spamming higher level characters that are problems to deal with. So I think this is a good card. It really won't see much play right now. It's very format dependent, and in the current English meta, if you've got extra slots and you want to just play it safe, and you got green, throw this in, no problem. Other than that, it's nice to have in the future. Um, Green's definitely not a bad color for ReZero. If they really wanted to make it super splashable, they would just put it in blue, which has a ton of good stuff in this. But a good profile that hopefully Bushiroad keeps printing. Next, we have this 2-1 event, Moment of Overcoming Fate. This is an event that works well in the Beatrice deck. What you do is you choose up to one 4 long choice in your waiting room. That is the climax that works with the Beatrice level 3 combo. And you choose up to one Tome of Wisdom in your waiting room and you put it into your memory. Sorry, I think I skipped the part where you add the climax back to hand. So you add the climax back to hand from your waiting room, and the Tome of Wisdom goes from your waiting room into your memory. I think this is a good card in that deck. You obviously wouldn't use it in any other sort of deck. I think the biggest weakness of this card is just simply that there is not a bonder to the card. But I think what is printed on the card for that deck, it's pretty much everything you could want out of it that you could reasonably expect out of the card. For the Tome of Wisdom is the 1/1 event that is not technically necessary for the level 3 Beatrice combo, but it goes a long way to making it easier to triple that combo, and it is a decent card in its own right. Um, that is a 1/1 event though, so when you're playing the Beatrice, if you want to triple the Beatrice and each one have Tome of Wisdom as a marker, because just as a reminder, the Beatrice will marker that Tome of Wisdom event from your memory underneath it when you place it on stage from the hand. If you want to have each Beatrice have a marker, you essentially need to factor in an extra 3 stock into your game plan, because each one will require a stock to use it. So that takes the Beatrice needing 7 stock up front to triple, 6 to play out the Beatrices, and then 1 stock to pay the cost of the pay 1 ditch 2 burn top deck and burn 4. It's actually kind of more like 10 stock. Now you could spread that out throughout the course of the game. As soon as you hit level 1, you can start spamming the event whenever you get them. But this is kind of a nice way where for 1 stock you are able to get the climax back, and you are also able to get the Tome of Wisdom in your memory. So maybe you don't have to spend a stock on a climax swapper, or waste resources trying to get the climax. It's a little niche, so I've seen lists in JP. Sometimes they run this, sometimes they don't. I do not think it's a bad card at all. I think it kind of comes down to more personal playstyle. If you like to have the sort of safety net that this card provides, definitely not a bad card. It's a very, very fair card for what it's trying to do. It does 2 important things for that deck. Next up, we have this Recalling Your Words. This is a 2/0 event with the counter symbol, so you can use it during your opponent's turn when they're attack fronting into you. You can't use it if you don't have a weapon or magic character. So if you have a full board that is full of like that maid card, well, you're screwed, but I don't know why you'd run that anyway. But when you use it, you choose one of the following effects and perform it. You can either search your deck for a weapon or a magic character, or you can choose one of your characters and return it to your hand. I don't think this event is going to see much play, but I could definitely see it's a very good generic sort of event. Either way, the fact that it doesn't cost stock is the biggest thing going for it. I think the fact that it is just a 2/0 event does make it nice. Free deck search, essentially, you're just swapping out this card in your hand for a different card from your deck, or bouncing something back to hand. I think most of the time, most people will just search their deck for a character, but there are definitely times where you might have a character on board that you really want to save, or maybe you want to deny your opponent a reverse. I think either effect is good depending on the situation. There is no bonder to this, and I don't think it would really see much play most of the time, but I definitely know that there are players who appreciate this sort of profile, and it's not necessarily a bad card, not good enough to be a staple in really any sort of meta ReZero deck. But if you just want more cards with Rem in your deck, then this is not the worst option that you could pick. Next up, we have this Veteran Maid Frederica. This is another one of those cards that randomly just is off trait because she is only demi-human. She is not anything else, which is sort of unfortunate because it's not actually a bad card. And I think while you can't necessarily say that this card would be thrown in as a one of into any deck if it wasn't off trait, I think the fact that it is off trait means that it is just a lot harder to slot in. What it does has two effects. The first one is when it's placed on stage from hand, you choose one of your characters and it gets the following ability until end of turn. During this card's battle, your opponent cannot play backup from their hand. It also says you can send it to your waiting room to bounce one of your opponent's characters from their stage back to their hand. This is sort of a great way to, while it's not a double removal. It is sort of functioning as a way. It has a couple of good uses. There is a strength with this. With it does bounce something that's important. Being able to bounce your opponent's characters from their stage to their hand is always good. Especially Nikkei is still a thing. And if this was a D leveler, they could always encore their Modernia because that's I assume that's what you would target with a D leveler against Nikkei. But there's no real way to save in most decks unless something can't be chosen. There's no real way to stop it from being bounced most of the time. So being able to bounce something from one stock, one hand is always nice. And I still think the first effect can be relevant at times depending on your matchup. To stop them from playing backups, maybe stop them from using early play backups against your early plays. It's not a bad card. I think most of the time, what's going to be more relevant is the fact that it does bounce something for only one stock, one hand. But the fact that it's off trait means that it's just tough. So many of the cards that are in this set, aside from like brainstorms, they only grab traded characters, and this being off trait means that not only for a lot of the cards that you would throw into a deck, not only would you not be able to grab this off of those cards, but some of them will even say as part of their own cost that you must, for example, discard or sack a weapon or magic character, and this is neither. It makes no real sense that this is strictly demi-human because she turns into like some tiger monster thing, whatever it is. I would classify those as weapons. She's attacking people. Someone launches a magical tiger monster beast at you. You're gonna feel pretty threatened as if it was a sword or something like that. So being strictly demi-human is kind of annoying because this is a card. This is also an SP, which is even more disappointing. It's probably why the SP is worth like 18 cents in Japan. Because it's hard to play it. I don't dislike this character even though she's not in the show that much. But when she is in it, she's like a decent enough character. It's just disappointing that the traits don't work out. Generally, Bushiroad has done a pretty good job. Traits, for anyone who's a little newer to Weiss, have always been a thing in Weiss, but there were older sets, like much older sets, used to have sort of, not every set, but there was a more constant problem of various cards within the same set just clashing in terms of traits. It was just a more common thing. If you go back and read older sets, you will see that there are plenty of cards that will reference different traits, and so they just don't mesh well together, which is just annoying from a deck building standpoint. But in Modern Weiss, Bushiroad has done a really good job where they will just pick a trait that will apply regardless of things. Like when Avatar came out, rather than do things like airbenders and waterbenders and whatnot, they just said World of Avatar was the dominant trait, and everything was World of Avatar because everything existed within the World of Avatar. Super simple, maybe a little too simple, but that sort of thing Bushiroad has done a good job with for making it so that when most modern sets come out, you rarely have to worry about traits because everything will have some dominant trait attached to it that makes it so that you don't have to worry about it. Whereas with ReZero Volume 3, for whatever reason, they decided that they will randomly just have certain cards just be off trait, and that is just a little disappointing. But that's enough of that rant. Next up, we have this Witch of Gluttony, Daphne. When she attacks, she gets plus X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of characters your opponent has times 2,000. So if your opponent has a full board, she'll get pretty big. And when she attacks, you may pay 2, ditch 2, and then put all of your stock into your waiting room to deal 4 damage to your opponent. I think this card was really close to being like a very solid, if like not crazy off finisher. We have seen this sort of profile before, such as Slime with Shion, and there's some other set that came out recently that I'm blanking on right now, where it's basically pay two, ditch two, send all of your stock to waiting room to burn four. The difference is those other off finishers, they have a second sort of burn effect tied to them. Um, in the case of Shion from Slime, she has another effect that says once per turn when the damage she deals is canceled, burn one. This just gains power. I don't think that's good enough, even though you can bring this out at 2 and start using it at 2. You're probably not going to because then you'll lose all of your stock. Important note, you just need to have, as long as you have 2 stock when you attack with this, you're fine. You don't have to send any additional stock. You pay the 2 for the cost, and then you send whatever remaining stock you have to the waiting room. If that stock is 0, because you paid out 2 stock and that was all the stock you had left to use this, well, then it's 0 and you still use the effect. So just keep that in mind. I do not dislike that profile that has popped up a couple times in recent memory. I just think that that sort of profile, because it very much is an all or nothing sort of all finisher, it needs to have a second burn effect staple to it. And this just gaining power really doesn't matter. Maybe if it kept the power cross turn, because then you could always maybe attack with the Daphne first, build up a little stock after that on your next 2 swings. This thing would be sitting pretty big if your opponent had a full board, which means you could use it the following turn to get another burn 4. I mean, even then, I'm not saying it would be amazing, but it would be better. But the fact that this thing's going to die anyway, and it doesn't have any sort of additional burn means while you could still play it as an off finisher, and it would be 1 stock less than the other off finishers that are similar to this from other sets, which is, I guess, technically an advantage. Still, it's just okay. It could have been better though. I mean, it makes sense that they would give this character specifically an effect that burns through all of your stock. That's just good flavor, I guess. Next up, we have this Witch of Sloth Sekhmet, however you pronounce her. Um, it's an interesting card that I'm never gonna put in a deck, but like when I read it, I was like, huh. This card was close, similar to the card we just looked at. This card was close to actually being something that was worth considering, and maybe even throwing in some yellow splash just to play it. So during your turn, all of your other magic or weapon characters get plus 2,000 power. That's global 2K. During your turn, doesn't have to be in front of her or anything, and it doesn't have to be something of a specific level. I think that's already a decent start. And then you rest the standing card at the beginning of your attack phase, and if you do, all of your characters get +1 soul until end of turn. And this card cannot stand during your next stand phase. I think the two big problems of this card are, I think the biggest problem is the fact that it comes online a little too late. I think if this was a 1-1, I think this would just be better, being able to push Soul earlier. Some would argue that maybe that's a little too good, and I could sort of understand that. Soul is a big thing in this game right now, and it has been for a while. It's why one reason, aside from the fact that Bushiroad is just printing less of Standby, it's one reason why Standby hasn't done so well overall for a while now, because they are not pushing soul like traditional 1k1 sort of climaxes, and pushing soul means you're pushing damage. So I guess you could argue that if you just have this card that you could be spamming for extra soul as early as level 1, maybe it's too unfair, plus the power. Um, I think though, like I think that they could have just tried it out. I don't think it actually would have done much, even if they did make this a 1-1. But I think the fact that it can't stand during the next stand phase is also a killer. You play this out at 2, you'll get, at that point with Modern Weiss, um, if you use it the first turn you play it out, let's assume you play it out at level 2, odds are, because the next turn you have to count as a skipped turn because she won't stand, odds are you're not going to get another chance to actually use this effect, because modern games, once you're level 2, they just on average aren't going to last long enough for you to wait 2 turn cycles to actually use this thing again. And so I think that is a little bit of a disappointment. I mean, I guess that is a flavorful part because she's really lazy. She's the Witch of Sloth after all, even though she was kind of cool in the show. Or she wasn't as bad as some of the other witches, but I guess that's maybe just because she was more indifferent. But I guess that's not relevant to this actual card. It's a card that had potential, and you could always throw it in there. It wouldn't be the. This is by and far away not the worst card I've read in this set, and I think my bigger disappointment with this card is not for what's printed, but what could have been printed to make it better. Because I still think what is there is it's not bad. It's not good enough in my opinion. It's close to being good enough. But because it is close enough to being decent, I'm not gonna hate on this card. There are some situations where this can be relevant. I think, yeah, maybe in the future we'll get a card like this that is just a little bit better. But it's interesting. And that is actually it for the level twos. As promised, we kind of blitzed through that, at least by Catskill Weiss Schwarz standards, only 18 minutes for that one. Next up, we're going to talk about the notable level threes. Fortunately, unlike the level ones and twos, the level threes in this set that aren't climax combos, they're a little bit better. Next up, we are going to talk about the notable level threes for the set. There are a decent chunk of level threes in the set. Most of them, when I was reading them, I thought, huh, this is bad. And a bunch of them I thought, huh, this isn't worth talking about. But luckily, there are a few where even if they aren't necessarily quote unquote staples in a lot of ReZero decks, um, aside from one, which pretty much will be a staple, it was like depending on what color you're playing, what combos you're going for, what characters you like, this could find a purpose in different types of decks. Start to start off, we'll do this dressed up Amelia. She is just an early play healer that heals to the bottom of your deck. But she has a good condition for a more early play healer, but it's for more magic or weapon characters. So normally I won't harp on a trait, but this set it does matter. It does have to be magic or weapon. It's not just characters. During your turn, she gets 2k, so she'll be 11k in your turn, which is decent offensively for an early play. Healings at the bottom of the clock is okay. Normally you'd rather it. I mean, sorry, healing to the bottom of your deck is just okay. Normally you would rather just heal to the waiting room because you're just putting damage back into your deck. Because you do have to choose a magic or weapon character. You can't like choose a climax that you either clocked or refreshed and just shove it back into your deck. Though it would be kind of unfair if you could do that. Um, this card, I think, I can't tell if they were trying to balance it, and that's why it heals the bottom deck. Usually, when we have bottom deck healers, it's Bushiroad's way of either creating synergy with generally some other card in the set, probably a level 3 combo, or it's to sort of balance the fact that the card has other things going for it that are very good, and that is a way to balance it. I don't think this card has any. I mean, the 4 or more is nice, but we've seen 4 or more normal healers before. I don't think this card has anything special going for it that really means that needed it to be balanced. Only thing I could think of is maybe they wanted you to use this with the Rem and to the Rem level 3 combo, and they wanted you to put a level 0 character at the bottom of your deck, and then you would have as long as you were keeping track of your deck, you would know what that card is, but like, I don't know, that it's pretty niche that being such a perfect deck state where that would really be relevant. But still, just as a generic green healer, I think this is a good card. If you want to play this instead of a different healer in a different color, I think it's perfectly fine. Plus, Amelia does look pretty nice in it. Next, we have this Happy Christmas Puck. I think this is the first Puck card that I'm recording this over a couple of days, so I could be blanking, but I don't remember seeing another Puck card outside of that Rem where she had Puck ears on, and that doesn't really count. So this is a pretty interesting card. I actually think this is pretty decent, especially for an uncommon. So it's this green 3/2 that says when it's placed on stage from hand, perform the following action 2 times. D-level your opponent's character. So you pick one of their characters and they swap it with something of a lower level in their waiting room. Double D-leveler is nice. Um, so having double removal on a single card is very good from a card economic standpoint. It means that your deck building, you don't have to make as many concessions. It also doesn't require any additional sort of resource because a lot of the time, though not always, when we see double removal cards. Very often they'll remove something on play, and then if you pay an additional cost, they will remove a second card. This is, for two stock, you are dealing with two problem things. Bouncing back to hand is always better than de-leveling because when you de-level something, they can always encore. And sometimes your opponent has to have a valid target. For anyone who's unfamiliar, they have to have a valid target in their waiting room. So, like if they just refresh and they don't have a character in their waiting room, or you want to target two level threes, but they only have a single level three in their waiting room, you can't use it then. They have to have something that is a valid target to summon in order to de-level it. So it can sort of be played around, or sometimes, more often than not, your opponent's probably not going to be specifically playing around a de-leveler. From my experience, while they could definitely do that, and some players will do that if they're very aware of what their opponent's deck does, more often than not, the game state will be in. It'll just coincidentally be in a point where the de-leveler can't really resolve its effect too well, just because your opponent happened to get to like a refresh, or they happen to not have a valid target in waiting room. Um, but I still think it's good to have the double de-leveler effect. Oh, I think this makes it a good one of sort of card in a lot of ReZero decks. Plus, it is also an off finisher that is pretty cheap. When it attacks, you may pay the cost, which is pay one, ditch one. If you do, Puck gets 2,000 power and the following ability until end of turn. When Puck's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may deal one damage to your opponent. Burn one isn't anything to write home about. Pay one, ditch one, burn one on an off finisher that also needs a reverse isn't anything to write home about. But the fact that it does get to be 12k, so it's gonna find a reverse in at least one lane. But it's also a double de-leveler. I think that makes this card a very decent sort of one of tech option if you are splashing in green. A lot of the time when you have to spend two stock on some sort of removal, you may not have the stock necessary to try field your finisher at that point, depending on how the game's going. So it's nice that you still get some sort of burn out of it. I think there are plenty of times where you can spend two stock on some sort of removal and then still be able to try field your finisher. But you should be prepared in the event that maybe you got rushed to three a little fast and you don't have two extra stock to spare, but you really need to be dealing with something. And this card just sort of helps you deal with problems, up to two problems, while still getting pushing a little bit of extra damage. It's not like a revolutionary card, but I think it's aside from maybe increasing the damage to maybe a burn two, there's not much more they honestly could have done with this card. I think it's a very decent card overall. Next, we have this light spreading in the darkness, Amelia. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may sack another character from your stage. If you do, you salvage a climax. We have seen this sort of profile plenty of times in the past and recently. Normally, this profile would be an on play, pay one, salvage a climax. Lately, they're printing less of that, it seems, and more of the sack a character to salvage a climax. I think that's a better profile. When you're level three, every single piece of stock sort of counts, and a lot of the time at that point, you won't need the random brainstorm in your back, or especially if you've already used it. So saving a stock, but still getting a climax back is important. In the main 8 pants rem deck, you probably don't need this because you're on 8 pants, plus the rem digs 3 on play. But I think for anyone who just really likes the peace of mind, you have this as an option. But for other sort of ReZero decks, as long as you're splashing in blue, which you probably will be, because I don't see a world where, unless you hate Rem or aren't playing any blue, I don't see a world where you build a modern ReZero deck and you don't play that level 0 Rem on reverse salvage card. So that's your blue fix in like any sort of ReZero deck, and that means this card is playable if you just want a little bit of assurance and you've got some slots to fill up. Definitely not a bad one of sort of card, even if it won't see play in a lot of the top super meta ReZero decks. Next, we have a card that is definitely better, I think, than most of what we've seen so far. It's a decent card, maybe not a double rare profile in the year 2026, but it's this lovely and robust sister maid Rom. So if you have four more magic or weapon characters, she gets -1 level, so good early play condition. If you have three or more other characters, she gets 3,500 power and the following ability. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put that character into your opponent's memory. I like that the effect and the power and the ability are cross turn as long as you continue to meet that condition. That means she will be a pretty decent power line. cross turn, which is good for an early play. And then she has a third effect where when she's placed on stage from hand, you may marker a copy of herself from your waiting room. If you do, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. We have seen this effect before on early plays that on play, they will let you marker a specific character from your waiting room, whether it's itself or something else, and then you could burn one. I think this card is decent. The main Rem deck, they generally don't play this because they just don't want. If you play this, you need to be probably playing at least 3, probably 4 copies of it, and the main Rem meta deck just doesn't need all these extra level 3s clogging up the deck. Making you potentially miss on the REM effect. So the main deck, while I have seen people play it in Japan and they do top with it sometimes, or they used to, REM ReZero doesn't top as much anymore. I think this won't see a ton of play with those in English, but I do think that this is a really good card. Just it's a good card to be splashing into other things. It's good in the Beatrice deck. If you're doing really well in stock, it's never a bad thing to just have an extra main phase burn one. I think sending to your opponent's character to memory is something that you're not going to use all the time because you don't necessarily want to give them any sort of memory compression. But in certain types of matchups, you will want to deny them certain effects that they might get from when their opponent hits the waiting room from the stage or something like that. So having the option to do it, I think is really nice. Plus, she is at a good power line cross turn for an early play. There are ways where on your turn she shouldn't be missing that, but it is sort of reasonable to think that maybe some of your characters die the turn that you play her, so she could possibly miss that condition on your opponent's turn with the swing back, which would be unfortunate. But I think it should be fine in most of the time to keep 3 characters on your board, 3 other characters. And then she would be 11k cross turn, and that is pretty strong, especially if you pair her with a backup or something like that. So definitely a solid card. This is also Rom's SP for the set. The artwork is the same, except she's got a nice little signature there, which we will see later. A decent card that will definitely pop up once people start exploring ReZero decks outside of the main Rem deck, because it's a nice little thing to just splash in. Next up is a PR that we originally were not sure if we were getting. I've already explained it. If anyone is skipping around the slides, Bushiroad often doesn't give us every promo that comes out, and even if they reveal English pictures of them, that doesn't mean we're actually getting it. So I'm always wary when it comes to promos, especially good promos, because Bushiroad really likes to shaft us. But people have, while I've been recording this video, people have confirmed that they've gotten their stuff and that this card does exist in English, so that is very nice. It's an off finisher that says when it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and when she attacks, you may pay 2, ditch 2 to burn 2. I think modern off finishers have been getting cheaper. Generally, off finishers cost more resources because you don't need a climax with them, but we are starting to see off finishers get pretty cheap, and I think pay 2, ditch 2 is sort of a lot by modern standards for just a burn 2. I think it's because most off finishers don't really heal a lot of the time, so they're making it more expensive because she does heal, but I think in modern Weiss, if you're gonna have something that's a pay to ditch to, you'd probably rather she have some sort of like dig effect, dig for a card, whether it's from deck or grab something from waiting room. Um, Maybe you don't need the heal. That's just my personal opinion with how modern Weiss is and how easy it is to just kill people. I think the heal generally won't be so relevant, but I still think this is a decent all finisher. You could try pairing this with the Echidna level 3 combo that restands something else. It would be a lot of stock and a lot of hand to be using this Amelia's effect twice after you restand her with the Echidna. But it's doable. It's technically doable at least. And I think just in general, if you are just want some sort of off finisher, or you just like Amelia, whatever, I think this is a perfectly acceptable sort of off finisher. I think like Japan recently, I forgot what set it is, revealed a set that is they have an off finisher that has like no drawbacks and it's just like a pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2. So they're getting cheaper and cheaper. So with those sorts of things in mind, this is feeling a little almost antiquated in terms of the cost, but I don't actually think it's a bad card, and I do like that it was printed. I'm not quite sure that Puck is really that small when compared to Amelia when he's in his usual small form, so maybe they got the scale wrong there, but that's just me being nitpicky because it is a really pretty card. And it's a decent enough card overall. Next, we have another card that I think if you're playing the Echidna Restander combo, this is a sort of card that you will pair with it. Not that you have a ton of options, to be honest. It is this Witch of Wrath Minerva. During your turn, if you have 4 or more other magic or weapon characters, she gets 5,000 power, which is pretty big. And the following ability. During her battle, your opponent cannot play events or backups from their hand. When she attacks, if all your characters are magic or weapon, you may pay 1. If you do, burn 1, or put the top card of your clock into your waiting room. This would be cheaper to use with the Echidna Restander because she requires no hand and her stock cost is less than the Amelia we just looked at. Of course, the ceiling on this is lower than the Amelia, but you'd probably, just because the Echidna Restander is a pay to and a ditch to, this is probably more, it's just easier to make it happen. So that you can get the burn ones on both of her swings, her first swing plus the restand swing. It's nice that she does have the event and backup protection because you're probably going to be restanding this with Echidna. So that does make it good so you can basically get 2 swings out of this without having to worry about, money counters or whatever. Especially good since Nikkei is coming out with more stuff soon, since they get a set next month. And even though Nikkei has only just started to have reveals, we already know they've got Modernia, and as long as Modernia exists and their rest counter exists, it's something to be worried about. But there's always stuff like Hololive that has their own rest counter, and Overlord still has a rest counter and whatnot. So it's just nice. I don't think most of the time when you're using this, you're going to be doing the pay 1 to heal. Um, this card could have maybe been done a bit more damage. Would have been nice, but it's still fine. It's not amazing. Don't get me wrong. It reads. I don't even know if it reads like an uncommon. It reads more like a common, because it really is just whatever. But in that deck specifically, you just don't really have a ton of options. So this is sort of the type of card that you can most reasonably expect to be able to maximize its effect when paired with that Echidna. I don't really see people using this outside of that unless they really just want a very cheap off finisher just in case they can't try field and they have enough yellow splash. At that point, I guess it is a cheap off finisher even if it's not much of an off finisher. So yeah. Next, we have this Witch of Greed Echidna. This card is actually one of the 3 SEC pluses that are in the set. The SEC plus art does look better than this. If your waiting room or your opponent's waiting room is 2 or less climax, she gets -1 level in your hand. Not the best early play condition, but I guess I like it more than if it was just if your waiting room has 2 or less climax. At least it is giving you a second chance to be able to summon this if your waiting room is not up to snuff. Still would have been better if it was 4 or more, but it's fine. If you have 3 or more other magic or weapon characters, she gets plus 2,000 power and the following ability. When she is frontal attacked, you may pay 1 and discard a magic or weapon character. If you do, this card gets 4,000 power until end of turn. Then, when it's placed on stage from hand or by the effect of the Witch's Tea Party, that is the 1/1 event that has a Echidna on it that we talked about that I said was kind of dog poo poo. You may put the top card of your clock into your waiting room. So, most of the time, I don't think you're going to summon this off of the event, because to do so would just cost more, and it's not really worth it. That event's just not worth it overall. You'd just be spending more stock to bring this out than if you did it with your hand. I think as far as early play heals go for yellow, you don't have really many options. I think this is fine. Uh, I think the whole this card gains power optional effect could have been replaced with something better, especially for something that's a double rare in a major set that's also a secret plus in a set. I think that effect should have just been something better. Didn't have to be anything too crazy. But even if it was, and you could argue with me that maybe what I'm about to suggest would be too good, if it healed on play, had the same early play condition, but instead of the whole this card can gain power when it's frontal attacked, if it said something like salvage a character or search a character or do something that gets you some other resource, I think that would feel much more like a double rare secret plus profile in 2026 for a set as esteemed as, well, maybe not esteemed because it's a little whatever, but a set as that's going to be as big as ReZero. Um, but it's still fine. It is going to be really big at that point. If you use that whole effect when it's being frontal attacks, you can pay the cost between its own power buff, which would be, assuming you meet the condition, you'd be 10-5 and then you'd be 14-5. It's hard to imagine anything getting over this. Um, at that point, you're basically just paying a stock and discarding a character just to keep your two soul beater on board because it's not really doing anything else at that point. But if you're playing yellow and you like Echidna, it's fine. Shouldn't have been a double rare, shouldn't have been a secret plus for this set. If it was, they could have made it a little bit better, but for what it is, I guess it's passable enough, I suppose. Now, this is a card that is genuinely really good. This is actually one of two cards that is on the JP choice list right now for ReZero, the other card being the level 3 Rem combo. It is this, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, whatever guide Rem. This card is really phenomenal. So she has two different effects. The first effect is when she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of the following effects and perform it. You may return all cards from your waiting room to your deck. If you do, shuffle your deck. Or your opponent returns all of the cards from their stock to their deck, shuffles their deck, and puts the same number of cards from the top of their deck into their stock. Then her other effect, which is totally separate from what I just read, is when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard any card. If you do, your opponent puts the top 8 cards of their deck into their waiting room. This card is truly phenomenal. I've tested it a bunch, even though I don't necessarily use it every game that I play ReZero. This Knowing that I have this card just feels very strong, and when I use it, it tends to be pretty devastating unless I just get incredibly unlucky. This card's versatility cannot be understated. It is just really, really, really good. So basically, if you are in a bad deck state, maybe you're maybe you're playing. Let's assume you're playing the meta 8 pants Rem deck. Maybe you're keeping track of what's going into your stock. Maybe you're good at card counting like that. Maybe you're like, oh crap, I've got too many climaxes in my deck. I know that's a big problem to have. But what that means is that my Rems are totally going to be whiffing. They're just going to be a bunch of burn ones. I don't want that. I want burn threes. This card fixes that for you. Helps you just get into a different deck state and maybe put things back into your deck. If you're just in a bad deck state in general and you just need to fix it, this card does do that. But this card is also a stock shuffle, which is very important when you think about the second effect of milling 8 cards from the top of your opponent's deck. You can order the effects in whatever way you want. So you could do the mill 8 effect first, and let's say you mill a bunch of climaxes from your opponent's deck. Well, maybe now you don't really need to worry about the stock shuffle. Maybe you just refresh yourself or choose not to do the refresh or the stock shuffle. You don't have to. Or maybe you mill the top 8 cards of your opponent's deck and you don't mill any climaxes. And now your opponent has a much smaller deck. And you decide, well, maybe I should stock shuffle them because I just took 8 clean damage out of my opponent's deck. Which means there's a smaller, more compressed deck, more climaxes in it. The stock shuffle might hit more climaxes now. Um, the combinations of how you use these effects, depending on your deck state and your opponent's deck state, I think it's very versatile. It's very strong. There are games where I will use, maybe I'll just use the mill 8 and nothing else. There are games where I use only the stock shuffle, games where I use only the reshuffle myself, refresh myself, and most games though when I'm using this, I am using some combination of the effects. And it just feels very strong. I am positive that I have just cheated games because I have such a versatile card and I was able to just destroy my opponent's compression or take advantage of their compression that they might have already had. And being able to just mess with their deck in two different ways and sometimes in combination with each other just feels very, very, very strong. And being able to fix my own deck is always nice if I'm in a deck state where I really need it, especially if I'm trying to maximize the value of my rems. Because sometimes I will have games where, like I said before in the example, I will have some games every once in a while where, I have one of those, oh no, my steak is too juicy, my lobster's too buttery sort of situations where, wow, I've got like 7 climaxes in my deck and I got like 10 cards in that thing. Well, crap. I've already summoned all my rems. I don't want to be just doing burn ones and then triggering a bunch of climaxes. I want to be, burn a three, burn a three, burn a three. And this does just help fix that. I will say I probably use it to refresh myself the least. But it's still really nice to know I can always rely on that card on this card to refresh me when I really need it. Because usually when I'm using this card to refresh myself, it's either because I'm in a really terrible deck state and I'm not confident I could kill my opponent for whatever reason, and I need to do things to help me survive the next turn, and getting myself to a more preferable deck state will help me do that. Or if it's to set my actual rem combo up so that she has a greater chance of being a little more effective. But being able to really just disrupt my opponent in two different ways, oftentimes in combination with each other, super, super strong. There's a reason why this is on the choice list with the level 3 Rim combo. Um, when I first read the card, I did not deny how versatile it was, and I thought it read very strong. Um, but I didn't really understand how in an average game how impactful this card would wind up being until I really started testing it. And this card really is impactful. It is very strong. Sometimes people play one, sometimes people play two, just so that they are more likely to see it when they need it. Regardless, you're probably playing it in some amount of copies, whether it's one or more. Just super strong. We will see. Our format in English is very different from the JP format. We just have a lot less sets than they do. So we just have a different sort of ban list than they do. We will see how ReZero goes when it's going up against a format that has close to full power Bane Dream and current full power Oshi, how it will fare into those. Right now, it's assumed that ReZero is going to be very strong. Um, and the thing is, if you have 3 strong decks in a format and you hit one or two of them, well, now you either just have 2 strong decks in a format or you have one deck that is indisputably the top dog. And most people don't like to play with like a one deck format, especially since we're about to head into a single season. Now, I don't expect any sort of major hit soon. I don't necessarily think our format really needs it anyway. But eventually it might get to a point where ReZero, depending on how the season goes, it could be a problem. I could very well see this being a card that they hit in some form, even if they just mimic the JP list, because this is just very, very versatile, and very devastating when used correctly. So definitely keep a lookout for this. And but in the meantime, just if you're building 8 pants, just make sure you have a copy or two of this to throw in your deck. Next up, because that is the end of the notable level 3s, we will talk about the collectability of the set. Next up is the collectability portion. I know that ReZero is very popular with players, or at least it will be. It will be very, very popular with collectors, even if those people that are collecting ReZero have no idea what any of the text on the cards does. ReZero just does that. It is one of those sets that does bring out collectors. Players might flock to it because they love ReZero, but so are collectors. So, um, I don't want to like drop a bombshell and say that this is kind of a meh set in terms of collectability. I think it depends on what kind of collector you are. I think there are certainly some things to like about the set from a collector standpoint, and then there are some things to be discouraged by. First, we'll talk about what most people on average would be after if they're collecting this set, and that will be the SPs. We don't have a crazy amount of SPs in this set, which I don't necessarily dislike. There are 7 SPs in the set, which are pictured here. Of course, we've got, the big three, though let's be honest, it's more like the big two plus Rom. Amelia, Rem, and Rom. The SP for Amelia is her level 1 combo. Rems is her level 3 combo, where she's all sleepy. And Rom is the early play that we discussed in the other slide. The REM is going to be the most expensive by far. I have no idea what it's going to wind. I do have an idea. I have an idea of what I think it is most likely to be settling around once it does come out. But I think it really depends on Obviously, demand. There's going to be demand for it. People love Rem. The card's incredibly powerful. I think it's more of how many collectors have stayed with Weiss recently. It seems like recently Weiss still has a ton of people that collect it. No arguments there. I'm not disputing that. Recently, I think there has been a move to like Union Arena, which is also an anime-based card game, and Union Arena has a ReZero set that is coming out soon. I think it's next month. And to be honest, they also have signatures, so they're basically like SPs for anyone who's unfamiliar with Union Arena. Some of them, some of the signed cards, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to say they look better. To be honest, though, they look better. They look better than the SPs that are here. I think that as a lot of the cards are being kind of carried by just the fact that it's got a signature with a favorite, whoever's favorite girl in there. I think as I love Amelia, I think the Amelia looks nice. I like Rem, and I think the Rem looks nice. Same with Rom. But I think the designs are a little lazy, if I'm being completely honest. They have pretty basic art, basic backgrounds. I think it's the characters themselves and the fact that there's a signature on them that is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But I'm still excited, and I'm sure lots of people are excited too. But I think maybe Union put a little more work into designing them. So who knows how many people are going to wait for Union Arena's ReZero set? Who knows how many people are going to buy into both different games with the ReZero signed cards? Regardless, there are still going to be tons of people that are going to be seeking out these signed cards. I'm sure even though the less desirable ones, I'm sure Frederica has a couple of fans out there that will want hers. Luckily, you won't probably have to pay too much because I don't expect Frederica or the Petra to be much money at all. We've also got Beatrice there. We've also got the Amelia and Fortuna. Um, you know, yeah. Um, there was this thing when the set came out in Japan where you basically most people were sort of in agreement that if you're not pulling the AGR in the set and the JP side of things, we have a serial instead. But if you're not pulling that and you're not pulling a Secret Plus, you pretty much need to pull the Rem and the Amelia to sort of make your money back on a case if you buy a case. Um, it's probably going to be the same with English, if I'm being completely honest. The only thing, and this is sort of a negative, is for whatever reason, and I'm assuming that it hasn't changed for English. Set hasn't officially been released yet, so it's a little too early to say. But on the JP side of things, there were only two SPs in a case. Uh, Most sets like this, you would get three SPs in a case. This is the last English release that has the old box configuration of 24 boxes to a case. In JP, they had the old box configuration with the set. That's not fun to open when you've got 24 boxes in a case and there's only two hits in the case. And if we're being completely honest, you could very easily argue that two of the hits are going to be crap. One of them is going to be very meh. Another one's going to be very niche and also kind of meh. And then three of them are the ones that might be worth more. And if we're being honest, I think while Amelia and Rem are going to be close in terms of desirability, people just love both those characters. Rom will be desired by Rom fans, and she is the third place slot for most desired. But I think there's a pretty big gap between Rom as well as the Rem and the Amelia, and I think that will be reflected in the price. It's always possible we see like a small immediate surge of demand for someone like Rom, and maybe that will affect the price. But I think long term, she's not going to be something that necessarily is going to sustain a massive amount of value when the set releases in English. We'll see what goes on with Rem and Amelia. It's a little tough to gauge because English just doesn't get opened as much as JP. JP had a lot of people opening up just case. There were stores that were literally opening up dozens of cases purely because they were hunting the AGR there. We have the same card. It's just it's not hand signed. It is a serial instead, but it's got the same art. It is it's a stamped signature, but it's not hand signed. But it is in this set. We are going to show. I'm going to show a picture of it and talk about it. Um, but you would just have people opening stores, opening massive amount of quantities of cases, just because they knew something like that AGR would go for big, big money. Um, Here, I do expect people to be opening up ReZero. It's not going to be opened up to the same levels as JP for that reason, but also for other reasons. We're just a different market, the English market. And we will, while I'm sure there's going to be a ton of supply, we will sort of have to wait to see what happens with the highly desired SPs like the Rem and the Amelia and how it relates to their price and the demand and the supply. But we should have a good idea within the next few days. I'm finishing up recording this a couple days before the set officially releases. But you will feel bad if you open up a case and you spent $1,000 or more on the case and you just get the like Frederica or the Petra. That's not going to feel too good. But if I'm being completely honest, it's not going to really feel too good from a value standpoint if you don't pull the Rem or the Amelia. You might like Beatrice, but I don't expect Beatrice honestly to be worth more than like maybe $100. I don't think Betty has like, she has some fans. I don't think her fans really come close to Rem or Amelia. And most people are going to be so focused from a player standpoint, they're going to be so focused on Rem that they're not going to really be interested in the Beatrice combo. So from a playability standpoint, I don't think that's going to help its value too much anyway. It's fine. Not every card in a set needs to be worth a ton of money. I get that and I understand that and I'm totally fine with that. Not every SP needs to pay for a case. I do think though that the issue is that when there's only two SPs in a case in a 24 box per case system, it just isn't as much fun to open. And it does create a very, very big contrast in terms of price and value, which, as someone who buys singles, whatever, but for people who actually open up the product, I can't help but imagine that there's going to be a good chunk of people that are going to feel very deflated when they open up, things that aren't Rem and Amelia and maybe Rom. Just because at that point there's going to be a million playsets of this set going around, which means that they should be much cheaper. There might be more demand, but I'm pretty sure that play sets for this are going to wind up pretty soon being very like dirt cheap, simply because there's going to be so much supply of them. Because people will just be ripping up cases hunting for these, the serial, the SEC plus, the pluses that we're going to look at in a second. Um, you know, Overall, I'm fine with the SPs. Two SPs in a case sucks, but there are only seven. That does make it infinitely better. Those two things, when compared to other sets released this year, like Fairy Tale, like Eminence and Shadow, which only had one SP in a case. And Fairy Tale would have one SP as well, which just really stunk, and it had double the number of SPs. That was not a fun experience. So it's definitely not as good as it could be and probably should be in an ideal world. But this isn't like a doomsday scenario, this set, when it comes to opening. It's sort of like a bittersweet. Bitter because it could be better a little bit in terms of ratios and card design, at least with the art and stuff, even though the art's not necessarily bad. But it is a little lazy if I'm being honest. But it's sweet because it's modern ReZero cards and Weiss, which means people will finally be able to collect some nice signed cards for ReZero without needing to sell a kidney. Because I think even on the high end, I'm expecting the Rem to be the most expensive. I think the Rem SP from this set, despite being incredibly playable and incredibly popular, I am not expecting her to cost the same as pretty much any of the other REM SPs, because there's just going to be a much, much more supply of the REM SP will be available because it's being opened in modern numbers, and that will help it tremendously. So, unlike other REM SPs, which were printed a lot less and just very hard to find. Next up, this set has three SEC pluses. They are pictured here. We've got the Echidna, we got the Rem, and we got the Amelia. The Echidna is the early play that we discussed. The Amelia is the level 3 bar combo, and the Rem is the really, really good on reverse salvage a character and discard a card. Um, you know, the Echidna's fine. Looks a lot better than its normal art, but I think while most people shouldn't complain if they pull a Secret Plus, and while every set that does, well, almost every set that does get Secret Pluses, there tends to be that one that's kind of just the meh. This is easily the one that's worth the least. That is going to be the Echidna. It's the most niche. It's in the worst color, and she's very easily the least popular character out of these three, so people I'm sure will still be happy. But I think aside from the hardcore Echidna fans that are going to want to have no patience and will want to pick this up immediately, I think we're going to see, as someone who's, and I say this as someone who has followed the Weiss market for many years and has a good gauge on just psychology and trading card psychology, I think someone's going to spend X amount of dollars on TCG Player one time for a copy of the Echidna, and then you're going to get a bunch of people over the next few months that are still opening ReZero, and they're going to pull the Echidna and they're going to think that they're going to pay off their car with this, and they're going to expect to get the same price that that one random guy paid for when he overpaid for the Echidna SEC Plus, and they're going to get frustrated that the Echidna is just not going to be as desired and as expensive as the Rem and the Amelia. But not every card in a set can be like a huge hit. It's still going to be worth money. I'm not saying it's going to be worthless. It's still a secret plus. It's still going to be very hard to get. It will still be worth realistically hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But we're going to see people on day one that are going to be like the lowest listed on TCG Player is 8,000. So please, I will like to sell it for 7,995. Buyer pays goods and services and add $5 for shipping, because Weiss and trading cards in general just bring out the sorts of. I probably shouldn't insult people who do that sort of thing, but might watch this video, so I'll stop myself there. But I think my biggest complaint is not that Echidna was given in SEC Plus, even though, if I'm being honest, she shouldn't have been given in SEC Plus. It's more like they could have just made the Echidna cards better and then picked a better Echidna card to make the Secret Plus. I think that's my biggest complaint about it. Because I do actually like Echidna as a character. I would never pay whatever the money that the Echidna is going to wind up being for her Secret Plus, um, because I'm never going to play the card and I don't like her that much. But if they had made the card better, or they picked a different card and they had made that different card better, because we know that Echidna's cards are very sort of meh, then maybe it just wouldn't have stunned as much. And I think that comes down to more of a what I've said a couple times for this video, that whoever works at Bushy Road, I don't think they like ReZero that much, because every ReZero set sort of could just be better. But the Rem's going to be the star of the show. She is the most playable, most splashable, most generic. It's also arguable that she's the most popular character. I haven't checked a popularity poll or anything like that. I love both Rem and Amelia, so I don't need to like weigh in with my opinion on which one is better. But Amelia has a ton of fans. Rem has a ton of fans. But I think the Rem fans, without taking into account how many there might be compared to Amelia's fans, they are way more hardcore than the Amelia fans. Like Rem is like the ride or die, all that stuff. They will want this Rem. I think this Rem is going to be a big test of the current English Weiss market. I am not one of those, you know, doomsters or whatever the word is. I'm blanking right now. That just sort of shits on Weiss. I see them sometimes in like the Weiss Discord. They'll just go on there and they will just talk about how Weiss is dead and the market's dead, and because no one wanted to pay $2,000 for the random SP that they pulled that's worth $100, that means everyone's broke in this game, that sort of thing. Just usually, your usual bunch of idiots that have joined the game for 5 seconds and it's not meeting their overly high expectations, so they just go around like shit talking it and whatever, or because like the car that they bought at $200 a year ago is only worth 190 right now, and they're used to something like one Union Arena, which is having a big explosion right now, or One Piece, where the cards just go up and up and up and whatever. But that's enough of that ranting about that. But my point is, I think this card will be a not a big test. I think it will be a test, though, for the current state of the English market. Um, Everyone who follows ReZero and Weiss knows that this Rem, aside from the serial, is going to easily be the most expensive card in the set, and it should be the most expensive card in the set. It is the most generic. It's the best card out of the three Secret Pluses, and Rem's incredibly, incredibly popular, and the card does look nice. It's more inspired, I guess, than the SP, and I actually do like her SP art too, because Rem just looks cute in it. But my point is, I think that we have seen sets come out where a card is going to be worth money, and everyone knows it's going to be worth money. The question comes down to just how much money will it be. And when I say money in this instance, I'm talking about money, money. I'm not talking about $100 SP. I'm talking, 1000 plus, 1500 plus, 2000 plus. Um, there are cards every once in a while for certain sets that will be able to command those sorts of prices on release. Not just random losers posting $50 cards for 2K on TCG Player on day one because they're hoping there's some idiot with 2 grand lying around that doesn't know any better and will buy it from them. But like legitimate, you know, this is a card that is actually worth this much money. On the JP side of things, for example, Yu Tai has this, though I think they're sold out right now. I checked like a week ago, for like 3K, something like that. I don't follow the JP prices as closely as English. I'm much more in tune with the English market. I I don't quite think the English market right now is really built to support uh, a lot of people buying this card at $3,000 or more. And from what I'm getting from just what I see people talking about the last like month or so leading up to the release of this set, there are people that are sort of thinking that the REM is going to be that or higher. Um, I think it's a safe bet to say that the REM Secret Plus could be a $2,000 card, which would still put it at one of the most valuable modern Weiss cards that there is. Um, I'm I'm sure there are people out there that are huge REM fans, probably more collectors than players, that are would be willing to spend 3,000 on it. The question is, are there enough of them to support that price long term? You know, the more expensive it is, the less people that are interested in it, that or not interested in it, the less people there are that are willing to afford that price. You know, we have seen cards, generally serials, over the last year or so, where people might be asking 5K at a certain point, but they'll just bump their post into infinity, because there's just not enough people that are interested enough in spending 5K on a card, even if it's a popular thing like Fairy Tale or Oshinoko or Overlord, which had serials, and I've seen serials from those sets not be able to move at 5K after the initial hype of a set goes down. You know, it's tough to say because you also have to factor in that a lot of people that are opening ReZero, they're probably REM fans, and you know, if they go and they buy one random box or they buy a couple random boxes and they pull the REM, they might just keep the REM, which means you're just taking a card off the potential marketplace. Of course, there's going to be plenty of people that love REM, but you know, they go and they get some prize packs for the week and they pull this card. They're as much as they love her, they need to, you know, go pay their mortgage for the month, so they're going to go sell this. You know, it sort of just comes down to how many people in Weiss still have that kind of money for this sort of thing. Um, I think we're going to see some crazy numbers that people throw out immediately. I don't really personally think those numbers are going to be met. I think a reasonable number, I don't think it's reasonable to be honest. I think 3K is too high. I think 3K is sort of a number that is something that there will be some people who are willing and will spend that on a copy of this card. Probably. I think if people really want to move this card, that maybe they should look a little down. I know that the general rule of thumb for Weiss is that you take the JP price and you give it a 2 times multiplier when it's released in English. At that case, this card would be worth at least $6,000. This card is not going to be $6,000. There's just not enough people in English Weiss that have and are willing to spend 6 grand on a single card. That's not a serial, and even most serials do not go for anywhere close to 6,000 in English. I have seen serials for certain sets that struggle to move at $1,000, at $1,200. People will just be trying to sell it for months and months at a time, and they just don't move them. Rem is popular though, and she's more popular than most characters. I'd say she's probably one of the most popular anime girls of all time, so she does have that going for her. Um, but you know, we'll know in the next few days if we start seeing sales, what sort of range we could be looking at for this REM. I think there are certain exceptions to that aren't serials, but typically are secret pluses for when a set comes out. The secret pluses having a genuine high value that people are will prove that they're willing to pay. But I think those sets are more like, honestly, and I actually shouldn't even say sets because it's really just Nikkei. When Nikkei set one came out, there were five SEC pluses in that set. And of course, there were ones that were less expensive than others, but we did see that that was a set where, for the most desired SEC plus, people were willing to spend 3K on it. And there was a good number of people. It's one of the few cards that is really worth anywhere near that amount of money in modern Weiss, where when someone posts it for that price, more often than not, I do actually see it move pretty quickly, sometimes immediately, over the last year or so. So certainly in the last few months. And however, most cards don't, and most sets don't command that sort of thing. I think sets like Nikkei and sets like Azure are just a different beast entirely. You know, even Azure the most expensive SEC plus from that, and I think that was a set that had five, if I'm remembering it correctly, Azure Volume 2. Even the most expensive one tapped out at like 1500. And you could consistently, after just waiting like a week after release, start getting them for closer to like 1,000. Things might have gone up a little bit. Of course, that's sort of a different story because the SEC pluses for that set did not have signatures, but all the secret pluses had SP counterparts that did have signatures. So, it kind of just threw a monkey wrench in terms of how we value those things. But Nikkei is a set that I'm sure was, even though ReZero Volume 3 is going to be opened up less than Nikkei was in English, it did have two extra SEC pluses in there than ReZero does. But that sort of set did prove that certain sets will attract certain people with the right amount of money that are willing to spend it. Um, we'll see what happens with the REM. I think that's a big question mark that people have right now. How even people who would never spend the money on it would still have an interest in, like, I wonder what the REM's going to go for, just because they like REM, and it's just an interesting thing to see how the market is. I think if people like are posting this thing for like 2,000, I think they'll be able to move them without trouble. If I'm being honest, I do think that there are still those types of people in the game, whether it's collectors or players that like to have really expensive cards in their deck. I think something like that is feasible. I could definitely imagine that. I think once we get past that point, most sets just in general have a hard time commanding that sort of price. So I think this is like an example of something that's not Nikkei, which is in a class of its own. Seeing kind of non-serial card, kind of character from a show really command more than $2,000. We'll see what happens. I have no doubt that there are going to be plenty of people that are asking for more than that. It's really more of, will they actually get that in the end? We will see. I think the last super expensive thing that I saw that was like from an anime, not something that's different like Nikkei and Azure, which we have to look at through a different lens when we're talking about market and prices. The last really, really expensive thing that I can remember was Fujimi, which was recent. The secret Rias was, people will spend like easily 2K, 3K on that thing. I've seen multiple sales in that range immediately. I saw a sale recently where someone posted it for 3K. It was sold within like 5 minutes. And I assume it's sold at the asking price. Now, that is a little bit different because Fujimi, its whole release, Fujimi Volume 2, was an absolute mess. Bushiroad botched the crap out of that set, and I think that set tragically underperformed in terms of sales purely because of the release strategy that Bushiroad gave it. And by strategy, what I mean is they released it the same day as Eminence and Shadow. People only have so much money. Eminence and Shadow was a massive success, at least from a sales perspective. It had a lot of interest, that set, and releasing it the same day as Fujimi Volume 2 just meant that people only had so much money, and I think it was very, very clear when you look at the supply of Eminence cards versus the supply of Fujimi Volume 2 cards, especially when Fujimi has like 50 freaking SPs in it, plus it has like 5 SECs in it. I think that is just a sort of different thing. But the Rias is sort of a special case, and I think a lot of that price does come down to people love her, but I think it's also the fact that the supply was just non-existent. And when you do have decent demand for a card and you have near non-existent supply, that does factor into it. So if we don't count that set, I think the last set that I can remember that had a normal amount of supply and actually a very high amount of supply where there was a card, unless I'm forgetting something, that could command truly ridiculous prices, was Chainsaw Man with the Makima Chainsaw Man rare. On release, those were easily going for about $1,500. Of course, they've gone down a little bit, but it's really tough to find them. Makima is very popular. It was a very playable card. Makima was very popular, and that set was opened up a ton. I think, though, she was easier to pull than the REM is going to be, just based on the rarities and yada yada yada. So that could have affected the price a little bit, being a little bit less. And I won't sit here and say that Makima is more popular than REM because she isn't. Um, but most sets do not have cards that people are willing to drop, 3 grand plus on. That when they're not serials, and even then, plenty of sets with serials can't command that sort of price even on release. So I think this REM will sort of be a test of how many people are still in Weiss that would be willing to spend that sort of money, and how many people are, if they're not, at what price point are there enough buyers with the money willing to spend it on this REM? Because there's lots of people that would love to get their hands on this REM. It's more like, are there a ton that will spend 3 grand on it, or maybe more? Who knows? Or are there a lot more people that would be easily in a heartbeat willing to drop 2K on it? Um, my personal belief is that I think there are a handful of people that would spend 3K, possibly a bit more, on a copy of this REM. And then I think there is a decent enough, relatively speaking. There's not a ton of people that are always willing to just toss around thousands of dollars on a single card, but I think there's a much bigger pool of people that would be willing to spend something that's closer to the $2,000 range for someone like REM, for a card like this. That's just sort of my speculation. We'll see what actually happens once the release comes out. We'll see if people are able to be moving their REMs, and what price they are moving them at. I'm sure there's going to be some sellers that open up a lot of stuff, and we'll see what they're pricing them at, and how many they pulled and what they got. The Amelia, and this is not normally like a price forecast sort of channel. Just giving like my 2 cents on where I think the Weiss market is and how it will react to this set based on a variety of factors. Amelia is also very popular. The card is far less playable than the REM, and I know there's lots of people who don't care. But while I love Amelia, the REM does look better. And I do like Amelia more than Rem, but I love Rem. Don't get me wrong. I think they're both S tier girls. If I just Maybe it's because Rem has been asleep for like half my fucking life that it's just easy to sort of. The show has been a lot more focused on Amelia for like the last forever, since Rem's been taking her nappy nap. So it's just she's had more to do. So maybe that's part of it, but that's sort of irrelevant. Getting sidetracked. I think the Rem does just look better. Her fans are very much more hardcore, the REM fans. So the Amelia is still going to be pricey. Do not get me wrong. I do expect her to be an expensive card. I've seen people throw around like 2K for her. I think that's kind of high. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people willing to spend that. I think when you have collectors in a game like Weiss, you will have like collectors who kind of from what I've seen in the years that I've been a part of Weiss, you will have collectors that truly only want whatever is the absolute rarest. They just want to be able to say, I have the rarest version of the card. But then you have a lot of collectors that to them a signature is a signature. And when you have the SP Amelia versus the Secret Plus Amelia, and there's going to be a very big discrepancy in terms of pricing, a lot of them will just go with the SP Amelia because her price is going to be, while not chump change, it's going to be far more modest when compared to the Secret Plus pricing. So you'll have like sort of, I don't know if healthy is the right word, but a healthy mixture of the two types of collectors that I think are going to be buying into this set. Whereas some, they will just want the most premium, most rare version of Amelia, and others who to them, they don't see a difference when a signature is a signature, and that's really what they're after. especially with Union Arena coming out, and the signed cards just honestly do look a little bit better, which I really do hate to say. And I like Union Arena. I think it's not as fun to play as Weiss, and for the beginning, Union Arena was nowhere near as good as a collecting game because the art was incredibly uninspired. But Bandai, to its credit, I think they still have issues with Union and how they handle distribution, and allocation, and just supply, but they have gotten a lot better in terms of just the art design. The cards are starting to look incredibly good, especially the high rarity cards. They really are stepping up their game, and hopefully it encourages Bushiroad to step up their game a little bit. Maybe there are people who saw the discrepancy in terms of how the cards look, and maybe some of them will wait for Union. We'll see what happens, but the Amelia should still command a healthy price. I think that the longevity of the Amelia's value isn't going to be as sustained as the REM's value. I think because of how desired the REM will be, I think the REM, whatever price she does settle at, I think the REM is going to sort of command that price for a good long while. I think the Amelia is something that will always be a pricey card, but I don't think it's going to sustain the initial price as well as the REM is going to sustain her price. People will buy into the Amelia. She'll be more affordable than the REM. So if people are out there buying Secret Pluses, they'll switch to the Amelia if the REM is too expensive, and they'll be happy. Maybe they're willing to spend $1,500 maybe on the Amelia, which is not chump change at all. At that point, you're basically paying because it's Amelia, not because the card is really that amazing and commands that sort of price. And I know a lot of people who collect Weiss and are spending that kind of money on a card. They probably don't even care that's not like the most amazing card ever printed because they don't know how to play Weiss, which is fine. I got my start with Weiss with collecting Weiss. I didn't know how to play Weiss for like months and months, and I sucked at it when I learned. And look at me now. Now I own a bunch of nice shiny cards, and I'm a regional champion. I don't know if I've mentioned that this video, by the way. All right, I need to start being humble. It's okay to have humility, so I'll stop mentioning that in future videos. I'm getting a little arrogant, I think. But all jokes aside, um, the SEC pluses will have value. The Echidna will have the least. Rem will have the most. Amelia will have a decent value. I think I'm excited to see where things land. I'm not buying, I buy a lot of high rarity stuff. I can't justify when I've got sets like Bunny Girl coming up, and Kaiju number 8 next year. I can't justify spending 3K on a REM, so I would never do that. Even 2K would be like too much, and I'm someone who like bought the Chainsaw Man rare Makimas, because I love Makima and I love REM a lot more than I like Makima, but it's just a lot of money on one card, and it's going to be hard to get. I've said it before. Secret pluses are a garbage rarity. They should not exist. I'm very glad that so far, and things could change, ever since Bushiroad changed the case ratio system, they seem to have kept secrets but done away with secret pluses. I think that's a very good change because secret pluses just suck. They are not. It's just for anyone who is just jumping into Weiss. On average, secret pluses tends to be a generally like a sort of 1 in 9 case sort of hit. Um, and there are 3 secret pluses. So if let's say that you bought roughly 27, 30 cases and everything in ReZero was perfectly evenly distributed, you would need to buy roughly that many cases to pull one of each of the pictured SEC pluses here. Obviously, distribution doesn't really work out perfectly like that. So those are just for rough number estimates. It's roughly 1 in 9 is what it's historically been. So the odds of you pulling the any secret plus to begin with, especially if you're only buying a couple boxes, which I think like most people in Weiss are doing, not everyone is opening up multiple cases of product. It's already pretty low to be pulling a secret plus, and then to pull the secret plus, that is the more valuable, more desired, like the Amelia and the REM. Honestly, it's just so low, and I hate that because I am not opposed to having hard to get cards in a set. I'm opposed to something where at that point they are like baby versions of cereals, to be honest. They are obviously not as hard to get as cereals, but for the average player and collector, they might as well be because the price that the only time we see secret pluses not really have value is when the set is just opened up to an absolutely insane degree, such as Azure Volume 2, where we are now seeing the least desired SEC pluses from Azure Lane 2 go for sub $200 for like the Rune SEC plus is now I've seen people buy it at less than $200 for something that's a 1 in 9 cases. Probably because the SP looks better. The SEC plus for that set looks like crap, but that's a separate discussion. And then even something like Nikkei, the least desired, even though I think it looks gorgeous, the least desired SEC plus has dropped down to kind of like $500, $600, where you have ones that will sell for 3K. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be expensive cards in Weiss. I've totally blown my future children's college tuition on Weiss cards. But I guess that's what student loans are for. So I'm not opposed to spending money on cards, but I think a problem is when you have something like Secret Pluses, you have a major availability, you have a major supply problem. Even when you have a set like ReZero, which is going to be opened up a lot, there is still a lot of demand. And even with that supply, that I think the demand is just going to outstrip it. The demand for REM is definitely going to outstrip the supply. And they could have fixed that by maybe, not making it a 1 in 9 case thing. And that's not even when you factor in the fact that you only have a 1 in 3 shot, even if, you pull the secret, which is even worse odds. For the most part, when we see secret pluses, the only ones that are really dirt cheap are when the set has been opened up to the moon or when the set just isn't that desired. Like you look at Girls Band Cry. Girls Band Cry, which released this year, had 2 secret pluses in it, but they were the same exact card. It's not really the most amazing card ever. They look really nice, but no one really wanted the set to begin with, and no one wants to spend the money. So I see people who can't sell them at like 400 or 300, and they never have, and they probably never will, even if the card looks nice. That's really the only time. Those are the only times I think where we really see Secret Pluses really not have quote unquote much value. Obviously, that's still like money, and still like a good chunk of money. But I think just the rarity, that rarity specifically, is just sort of unfair to both collectors and players, and it's just a little disappointing. If these were secrets, they'd still be a lot of money, but the supply would be there. They would still be pricey. People would still open the set up, which would help Bushiroad. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of buyers out there who are like, oh crap. I really want the REM SEC Plus. Let me go buy 30 cases to try to pull it. But maybe if it was secret, regular secret, not a secret plus, which would be easier to get, it would still be an expensive card, but then maybe they'd be more incentivized to buy more product. It's hard to say. A lot of that is just me knowing some bit about psychology, as well as the Weiss market just in general, and just some speculating. But overall, if you pull any Secret Plus, you probably won't be disappointed, even if you pull the worst one Echidna, because you can still make some money off of it. And if you pull the REM, well, that's your luck for the year, because it is going to be a very hotly desired card, and it is a very beautiful card, and extremely playable card for players out there. So while I hate the rarity, um, you know, at least 2 out of the 3 are sort of very good, and they do look really nice and all that. So it is something to chase, even if it is sort of unrealistic for most people that are in the Weiss community. We do have 2 English exclusives for this set. It is the English exclusive for REM is the same card as the SEC Plus that we looked at, and the Amelia is the level 1 Amelia combo. People got very excited when they announced that English was getting 2 exclusive arts. Then the art was revealed, and I just saw a bunch of laugh react emojis because, look, Amelia and Rem are very pretty. They always look good no matter what they're doing. But let's be honest, what the fuck is going on with these cards? They don't look good. I mean, they look pretty because it's Amelia and Rem, but like Amelia's a pilot and Rem is a flight attendant. They've got the, oh look, Bushiroad is advertising because their outfits have the fleur-de-lis Soul Trigger icon on them because God forbid they advertise Weiss outside of Weiss cards. They're advertising Weiss to people who already are buying into Weiss. They got to get that in there. I don't think they look that great. I don't really care about the English exclusives. I'm not going to buy them. I'm sure people will buy them, like collectors will be interested in them. My concern, though, with the English exclusives is that Blue Archive last month also got English exclusive cards in the set. However, from what I have read, is that the English exclusive for some people was taking the slot of an SP, and I think that sucks. I think these cards should not take the slot. I don't know how it's going to be for ReZero because it's English exclusive, and we haven't had enough English exclusive cards to really gauge it. But I think that if it takes the slot of an SP, and when you pull an English exclusive, you know that you're only getting one SP in the case. I think that would be a major mistake, and it's going to piss a lot of people off. It's too early to tell. We'll see what happens. If it's like a bonus hit, fine. I have zero problem with that. If you pull this, but you still get your two SPs in a case, nothing wrong with that. A bonus card is always nice. Um, it's hard to say exactly how much these cards will be worth. I think up front people are going to ask for like insane amounts of money because for whatever reason, people when they hear exclusive, they think it means money, money, money. Sometimes it does. Um, Lots of times it doesn't. Lots of times, companies love to say, "Oh, premium, exclusive," those sorts of buzzwords to try to generate, buzz, I guess. And often doesn't mean anything. I don't think these cards look nice enough to really justify too much of a premium. Certainly they'll be worth more and should be worth more than the SRs. But you know, if people want to spend money on them, that's fine. Just as long as they don't take the slot of an SP, because if they take the slot of the SP, I think we already are going to have a supply issue because of the fact that it's only two SPs in a case, at least based on JP. If you start taking one of those away, you get the problem that Fairy Tale had with only one SP in a case, and we all know that Fairy Tale's release in English was absolutely abysmal. Should have been one of the most successful sets of the year from a sales perspective because Fairy Tale is incredibly popular, and Weiss gets a lot of popular IPs. Do not get me wrong, ReZero obviously being one of them. But if you like look at manga sales, Fairy Tail has sold a lot of it does move things. People do like it. Say what you will about the anime adaptation, whether you like it or not. It should have sold a lot better than it did. The set wasn't the most competitive. I understand that it isn't, but that set should have had a warmer reception on release than it did because of the number of Fairy Tail fans that are out there. But it didn't have that because the release was just completely botched with one SP in a case and 14 SPs in the set. It just felt terrible. It just, I think, killed a lot, maybe not a lot, but it definitely killed some interest in Weiss from some people who maybe aren't devout Weiss buyers and they come in and out depending on what sets. People who spent over $1,000 on a case, they're not going to want to spend more money on a case in the future if they got burned bad by Fairy Tale. Imagine you are opening up ReZero. You work really hard for your money. You saved up for a while to spend $1,000+ on a case, and you pull, you know, the Amelia in a pilot's uniform card and you pull the Frederica SP and that's your hits from the case, you are going to kind of not feel that great, I think. So as long as it's not a situation like that, then the English exclusives do not offend me in any way. It'll only be a problem in my mind if we start seeing them replace SPs. So we'll see what happens as people start reporting things over the next couple of days. Lastly, for the collectability portion, this is the serial. In JP, it was an AGR, which is, I believe it stands for autograph rare. In JP, they got the run voice actress to actually put like pen to paper, pen to cardboard, whatever, and actually sign the card. That's what JP has for their AGRs. They have the same art, but they just have actual, ink signatures on the cards that the actual voice actors put there or whoever they got to sign it. We don't get that for English, though we are going to get it soon. I think Nikkei has an actual hand signed one coming up, and the wrestling series has two, I think, that will be hand signed. ReZero does not have a hand sign one, but it still has this nice serial. As you can see at the top left of it, the sample image says number 00. They will have other numbers. Bushiroad does not give us specifics, but we have seen serials in English Weiss go as high as 30, that I know of. We see a ton that get pulled in the 20s, so at least the 20s for an average set. It's tough to know because Bushiroad won't tell us exactly how many they print, and they don't say how many. It doesn't say like 2 out of 20 or 2 out of 30 on the actual card. But there is no denying that this is a beautiful card. It has the same art as the Rem from the Secret Plus. Some could argue that that is lazy. I would say that the last Secret serial that we saw in English Weiss was, well, maybe not the last one. The last one I think we got, if I remember right off the top of my head, was Overlord. The Albedo did look very pretty. The one right before that was Eminence. That one looked like crap, and I shat on that one a lot in my set overview video because Shadow looked like a moron who couldn't afford a tailor, and it was just advertising Weiss, and it was a total waste of a serial. This looks infinitely better. She has her nice little outfit on. She's awake, so it's not very flavorful to the anime. But that's fine. This No one's gonna feel bad about playing this. I think I've discussed already that some serials they struggle to move at even $1,000, but we do see serials that are able to sell for thousands of dollars. There's always going to be the people that think because it's a serial and because it's REM that they are going to be able to get 20, 30 grand out of it. We see it every time someone pulls a serial. Those people never sell those serials in Weiss. I am not saying nobody has ever spent 20 grand on a single Weiss card. What I'm saying is that there are not many people who have that amount to spend on a Weiss card in general, let alone are willing to spend it on this card. However, with that being said, I think this will be one of the more expensive serials that we have seen since they started doing serials that have signatures on them. It's really hard for me to put like what I think a number is going to be. But we saw that the Eye from Oshinoko, for example, that came out this year, people were able to move her for at least 5 grand, like on release. There are some people that were maybe able to get a bit more. I don't have access to every sale that comes out, but I did see people that would ask for 5, and I know for a fact that they did get 5. But then we also see that there are some people that are still trying to move their eyes and they can't get 5 right now. So the market has cooled a little bit, at least for that card. We'll see what happens with the REM, but I expect the REM to be a healthy price that people will be willing to spend on her. Make no mistake, whereas I was very unsure, will the REM land the Secret Plus? Will she land at 2K? Will she land at 3K? This serial REM, I am sure there will be people lining up that will be willing to spend several $1,000s on it. And by several, I don't necessarily mean 3 grand or 4 grand. It's tough to know the exact range, but we're talking like money. Definitely somewhere in the 4 figures. That is not in dispute. I do not think this is going to get into the 5 figures. People will try. I don't personally think we're going to get to 10 grand or more for raw copies of them. You get this back as a black label, you might be able to entice some people. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised. I think this is easily going to be like a mid 4 figure sort of card. Could be a high 4 figure sort of card. But like I said before, when talking about the REM Secret Pluses, the higher Weiss is already a small community. Even though there are people that have some money that are willing to spend it, the higher you go, the less people there are. Even though REM's incredibly popular, ReZero is incredibly popular, you still are working from a very small number of people that would have the kind of money to willingly spend on this, and then they still have to like ReZero and they still have to like REM, and still, with all that, are willing to spend it on this. Though I don't mean that in a negative way. I like that Bushiroad releases these serials. I do think they look very nice in person. I think this one looks beautiful. This one will be worth money, so most people are never going to pull this because it's going to be incredibly rare. But if you do pull it, don't maybe ask for like 30 grand for it, but you're not going to get peanuts for it. This is something you will be able to legitimately get some good money for. And if you don't want to sell it, I absolutely respect that, because if I got this, I would never sell it unless like I had a daughter that needed like some life-saving surgery, or something. Not anything else. I can't imagine being willing to part with it because it does look really nice. So Bushiroad did do a good job on this one, whereas the Albedo that we got, the cereal, was a very nice looking card, but if I'm being honest, it was a little uninspired. And then the one right before it, and I love Albedo by the way, the one before it was Shadow from Eminence, and he just looked like a fucking disaster. I think this is a very nice looking cereal. It's hard. You can kind of tell based on this. I have one cereal that's in this style, and it looks much better in person with the way, the triangles that you could see behind Rem, the foiling with the colors where it's kind of got that pinkish, purplish, sort of yellowish hue throughout. It shines very well in the light in person. So definitely, beautiful card in person, incredibly popular character. So, it's kind of a nice thing to chase this, even though, please do not go max out your credit cards thinking that you are going to pull this, because you're not going to pull this if you are chasing it. You might pull it if you open a random pack or something, but, don't gamble, because most gamblers lose. But yeah, that is it for the collectability portion. Next up, I'm going to talk a little bit about the competitiveness of the set. Now we're going to discuss the competitiveness of ReZero Volume 3. For anyone that has listened or watched to this entire video so far, you will know that I have made it very clear that ReZero, this should be news to nobody that even semi follows Weiss, that ReZero is going to be a pretty big contender in the meta going forward. Now, that is pretty much, I shouldn't say pretty much, it's completely thanks to the level 3 Rem combo here. It's going to be 8 pants. It's going to feature this level 3 Rem and the level 1 Rem combo. The level 3 Rem is just very destructive. It's incredibly easy to set up because of the brainstorm. So, just try to imagine what it's going to be like sitting across from triple Rem. They're going to have double brainstorm out, so they're going to have 2 chances to be fixing the top card of their deck, and then you're just going to get hit with 3 swings and 6 burned threes. It's a very scary thing to be sitting across. It's a very fun thing to be playing because it always feels really nice to just tell your opponent burn 3 twice. Is it fair? I don't really know. I have tested it enough to know that after practicing a lot, after tweaking the deck a lot, fixing it so that it's a little more my personal play style. There's enough cards within the ReZero card pool, mostly set 3, to cater to different types of play styles. A lot of the lists are going to look very similar, as they probably should, because I wouldn't go as far as to say as that deck is just solved, because I think there is some wiggle room with a few cards, but I think most of the lists that you're going to see are pretty similar. They kind of you got wiggle room because the rem is just so destructive that as long as you are able to get to level 3 first and you are able to just triple the rem, you should be fine. Honestly, it is just very satisfying when you're the one playing it, obviously, especially if you are a fan of rem like I am. It is pretty nice to finally be able to play with some ReZero cards that feel incredibly strong, overly strong to be honest. um, there is not a ton that you will really need from past ReZero sets. While there are some cards that come to mind, most of the cards from the past ReZero sets, by now, they are pretty dated. You won't really need them. What I mean by dated, they're just sort of underpowered, overcosted, um, sort of just outdated card profiles. A lot of the older things, there might be some type of top checks. ReZero has a lot of top checks for some reason. With this set, but also older sets, a lot of just power pumps, that sort of thing. Just nothing that's really too crazy. That does not mean that there are not good cards that you could add from past ReZero sets into your modern deck. But I think the only real thing that is pretty essential for the Rem deck will be this Stakata package here. I mentioned this earlier in the video when I believe we were talking about the level 3 Rem combo. This is from an older set, this package there. They go hand in hand, this 1-0 and this 0-0. The 0 Amelia is a vanilla 3k beater, that's it. The 1-0, when she's played, she sends the level 0 vanilla Amelia from your waiting room to your stock, which I did not want to have to go spend the money on this package because right now each copy of both of these is going to run you about $15 per copy. So with a playset, you could find someone online like I did that if you don't want to buy them through TCG Player, you could save a few bucks. I got a playset of each for about 100. I will be honest, I absolutely hated paying for it. Yeah, it really was annoying to pay that much just for 8 like commons, which I think these is what these are. It doesn't feel good. They will eventually go down when at some point ReZero isn't going to see as much play. I have no idea when. It's probably going to be dependent on some sort of ban list down the road, which won't come for a while, nor should it necessarily come for a while. Decks should have their chance to be allowed to play, and this Rem deck is incredibly strong, but it's not necessarily, in my opinion, oppressive the way that we have seen certain other decks in the past. Its top end is unbelievably powerful, and it is one of the most powerful top ends that we have seen in English Weiss. But you can't be using it until you hit level 3. Before that, I would say that aside from the level 0 Rem that I really raved about, that is very annoying to play around, it kind of just plays like a regular 1k1 deck. You know, it has a couple of tricks up its sleeve. There's some interactions and stuff, but there's nothing oppressive about the level 0 to level 2 game. It really is just level 3 because it could blow you out of the water. We have been in formats in the past where the top ends were nowhere near the level of this Rem, but the decks themselves are very oppressive. When I say that, I'm thinking of things like when Data Live first came out. The Kermi level 3 combo is an incredibly versatile combo, and it's strong in its own way, but it's not the type of strength that closes out games from when your opponent's deep into low level 2, which this Rem has the possibility to do. But the difference is with that sort of deck, or something maybe like SAO Alice when the 10th anniversary animation set came out for SAO. Very early on, those decks would just set up these boards that felt very oppressive if you were playing against it, and you really needed to work to play around it, and it was very unfun to do so. We've had formats with decks in it that were like Data Live when it first came out, like SAO Alice when that came out, where yes, their top ends for their respective decks didn't have anywhere near the kill range that this Rem has, but it was very unfun to play against those decks. Pretty much as soon as your opponent would like hit level 1, at least for SAO. For Data Live, it could start feeling oppressive from even before that, I guess. So I do not think this Rem deck is oppressive in the same way that those decks are, but you're going to feel like you have lost the right to play Weiss if you let your opponent hit 3 first. That is how powerful this Rem is. And after testing it in the simulator a ton, since I don't own the cards in Japanese, that is why I bought the Stakata package here. It's the Amelia package that's pictured here because it helps you get to triple Rem. So if it sounds like $100, maybe they'll go down. They certainly will go down in time. The Stakata package from Bunny Girl, which is the same exact package as this, as the Amelia package pictured here, those did eventually go down, and now those are pretty cheap, and they're actually reprinting it with Bunny Girl 4, but that's just, irrelevant to this set overview. But it is worth it if you want the Rem deck to be as good as it can be. That does not mean that it is absolutely essential. You totally can build the Rem deck. If you just want to buy a playset of ReZero Volume 3 and you don't feel like, your playset on release, you're probably looking at a couple $100 or so. Those should probably go down because the set is most likely going to be opened to the moon and back. So prices will just be lower. Is my prediction. But you probably don't want to have to spend half the amount that you would spend on a playset on release just for 8 copies of a common card. It's not even like a double rares or something like that from a past ReZero set. So I could see why people wouldn't want to do that, but um, begrudgingly I bought them after not using them in my initial deck because I didn't think I was going to be willing to pay for them. And then I did pay for them. I mean, I did test it in the simulator, and that's when I decided, okay, I need these cards. They really do help you get to that stock threshold, that 10 upfront stock threshold that you need to triple the REM. And there are going to be games where you will have 10 stock and maybe you don't triple REM because maybe you need to use, at least you don't triple REM combo because maybe you do 2 REM combo and then you do one of the REM that is the 3-2 that I really raved about because you need to totally just disrupt your opponent's entire deck state and then you blow them into oblivion. So while there are to tie this back around to my original point, while there are some ReZero cards from past sets that are good and you could add into this deck, I think if you are don't feel like paying for older double rares or anything like that, there's not really much that you need. You could just buy your playset of ReZero Volume 3. If you really want to go the extra mile and be the most competitive you can be, you buy the Amelia package that's pictured here, and that will be enough. They reprinted the Rem Ricky, the older Rem Ricky in this, so it's part of the promotional buy 3 boxes sort of thing that I talked about before. You buy 3 boxes, you're supposed to get a pack, and that pack has a 1 in 6 chance of being whatever card it is, and the Rem Ricky is one of them. That's the on play Ricky that we discussed. If you don't feel like paying for those, because I do expect that they will have some sort of price attached to them. I don't think they're going to be dirt cheap because there are going to be people who gravitate towards it because it is a very good card. You can just stick with the ROM Ricky that is in the set. That's the double rare, the red one that we discussed in this video, and you'll be fine. It's not a bad Ricky at all, and a lot of people do play it on the JP side of things. Comes down, I think, more sort of personal preference than one being better than the other. Um, there's an old Rem early play that is popular from an older ReZero set. It's a good early play. It's a cute early play, but you don't really need it, if I'm being honest. And pretty much, in my opinion, aside from the Amelia stock package here, the card that I think has the most value in the specifically in the Rem deck, that is an older card from an older set, um, is probably the Rem Clean Cut, which I think was ReZero Volume 2. Um, I think I've tested it a lot, the deck a lot with and without it. With you already have a really good zero in the form of the on reverse salvage rem. That is insane, and that's like a must. At least 3 copies, probably 4. I play 4 and I love it because I want to see it all the time. But you really want to conserve stock as much as possible. You don't want to have to brainstorm. You don't want to brainstorm if you don't have to. And something like the clean cut, which is for anyone who doesn't know, it's an old rem clean cut that says on play, you reveal the top card of your deck, and I think if it's a character, it gets pumped up to 35, I think, if I remember the numbers correctly, and it's a clean cut. So it just helps you conserve stock in the early game by saving a character so you don't have to spend stock to brainstorm or to do another Ricky or something like that. And I found that adding it in, it did very much help me save stock in the earlier game so that if need be, I've had a little more freedom as the game went on to brainstorm if I needed to, and still meet the stock threshold to triple rem. And I always want to be triple rem, doing triple rem at level 3. Unfortunately, that is a double rare from an old ReZero set, and even the SRs are impossible to find, but the double rares are still like $30-ish, and it's hard to find them. Um, I bought 4 copies, I think, from TCG Player like a month ago after I started testing it. And I think I bought like 4 out of the 5 copies that were available on TCG Player at that point in time. I did check the other day when I was prepping for this video. There was 1 damaged copy and one, I think, near mint copy, and the near mint copy was about 30 or something like that. Obviously, that could change as time goes on, but I think that would be the card that you probably would be most beneficial to the deck, and that's only after I've tested it extensively. However, I understand that that is a high, aside from the fact that it's hard to find, that is a high price to ask per copy of a double rare. So you do not need to use that. I think it works well. I think if you were going to spend that sort of money, get the Amelia stock package instead. If you were going to spend that sort of money on old cards, and if you don't feel like paying for any old stuff because it's a little overpriced, you can still play the deck with what is in set three. You will lose some value without the Amelia stock package, but it just means that you got to be a little more careful and maybe accept the fact that you will have some games where you're only going to be able to do triple rem, and you'll just have to be okay with that. But when this all comes together, you have the brainstorm that was pictured before, you have this Amelia stock package, you have the rem that digs you for 3 cards on play, you have the 3/2 rem that really just sort of messes with your opponent's entire deck state. Is just incredibly destructive. You're on 8 pants, so ideally you are just slamming a pants climax every turn. So you're pushing your opponent as much as possible, almost, hopefully hitting 3 first. And then if maybe you're pushing your opponent a little too fast and you're not ready, maybe you slow it down a little bit. You just watch your tempo, how the game's going. Especially if you're going against Oshinoko. If you're going against Oshinoko with a standard re-zero 8 pants list, you know, make sure you hit level 3 first, because you do not want to be being burned for 1 3 times the 3 Akanes that they will summon, because of the insanely high zero count that is found within standard 8 pants re-zero decks. But expect to see this deck a lot. We only have, at this point, it's like less than 1 month's worth of regionals at the time of recording this. They end sometime in September. I forget if Philly is the actual last one. I know that's the last team regional that I will be attending this format, this team season. And then it very quickly jumps to singles season. Um, it's tough for me to make a prediction right now. I think in terms of when we get to single season, during team season, you're only allowed, for anyone unfamiliar, one set per team. So only one person can be playing ReZero, period. It does not matter if they're playing a different ReZero deck. No one can have the same series on a team. No two players. So there can only be, for example, one ReZero deck, one Oshinoko deck, one Bane Dream deck. That is it. Um, the only deck that gets kind of funny with it is you can play Data Live, and you could play like Fujimi, because Fujimi has Data Live cards in it, but it is a separate set, and Data Live is its own separate set, but there is overlap since Fujimi has Data Live cards, so it's kind of funny, but that's just the funny aside I just thought of right now. Point is, when it's teams, a lot of the most competitive teams, they are going to be putting generally what they think are the best decks on their team. But you are still limited to only having one set on a team at a time. Um, you can't have three ReZero decks. When we get to singles, people can be playing whatever they want as long as it's a legal deck. And it's a little too early for me right now. While I think there is going to be a ton of ReZero once we get into singles format, once we get into singles format, people tend to be a little more competitive. I notice people are not lax during team season. That's not what I'm trying to imply, but a lot of people, not everyone buys into every single set that comes out. Not everyone buys the most competitive set, regardless of whether they like it or not. A lot of people go to teams taking stuff that they like, and then there will be people who will take a deck that is based on an anime that they despise with every bone of their body, but it's the best deck of the format, so they just take it because they want to win. But during single season, I think people tend to take what they know a little bit more, and sometimes that could just mean it's a little more competitive. And it's tough to say right now, predict, do I think ReZero is going to be the dominant deck of singles format once we get to the singles regionals in a couple months? At that point, most likely We're still going to have full power Oshinoko. We're still going to have Bane Dream as it exists in its current form, which is pretty close to full power, to be honest. Um, by the time singles regionals happen, we will have Nikkei Set 2 will be out. They have only revealed a handful of Nikkei Set 2 cards so far. So far, I think they're okay, not anything crazy, but they really have only revealed a handful of cards. But Nikkei is incredibly popular, so a lot of people are going to own it. People might take it. They could still reveal plenty of nutty stuff. Who knows? It's a worldwide simultaneous launch, so we really have no idea what to expect from that, so that's sort of a wild card. But I wouldn't be surprised that if Nikkei doesn't turn out to be like that much more competitive than set one, I wouldn't be surprised if Bane Dream Oshinoko and ReZero sort of have very similar representation. They're not gonna. It's not going to be that everyone is on one of those three decks when we get to singles format. But I think, you know, let's say three decks are going to make up the top maybe 70% of represented decks at singles. I wouldn't be surprised if when you divide it, it's very, very close between Bane Dream, Oshinoko, and ReZero. ReZero could have the advantage that it's incredibly popular. It's also very new. People like to play stuff that is new. Um, and I'm sure ReZero is more popular than Bane Dream, even though I think that Bane Dream is still a better deck overall, even if its finishers are not as powerful as Rem. Um, yeah, so be on the lookout for this. The only other thing that's going to be really coming out for single season that's going to be people could get into aside from Nikkei 2, depending on how that turns out, is Bunny Girl 4, but we already know the Bunny Girl 4 list. And while I think Bunny Girl 4 is a very underrated set and I'm very excited for it, and I think there's some really powerful stuff in it, I think Bunny Girl 3 was its competitive peak. And I think, despite the fact that Bunny Girl is popular, I don't think Bunny Girl 4 is from a season that is maybe as beloved as the other adaptations, and the characters aren't as well liked. The new ones that are introduced, and so people might not pick it up as much, especially because there is nothing in it that is as explosive as even though Bunny Girl 4 does have a card that is effectively exactly what this REM is. It's very, very similar. But anyway, that's pretty much what you can sort of expect upcoming. So I think REM is going to put in work. I'm sure she's going to put in some work on the few teams regionals that we have left this season. And she will put in work once we get to singles format. And time will tell what sort of hit she might get on a ban list in the future, if it happens, when it happens. And I say that largely just because, again, we have a very different format from Japan, where they just have a lot more things going on. Right now, I think it's never healthy when you have a sort of one deck format, and with the introduction of ReZero, we will go from a two deck format to a three deck format. But despite the fact that you could very much say that it's clear that it's a three deck format between the Bane Dream, ReZero, and Oshinoko. I don't think the power gap is as wide as it has been in the past, in certain past metas, where the top decks are just so far ahead of anything that comes beneath them. I think if, let's say, ReZero, Bane Dream, Oshinoko are S tier decks, and then below that is A tier, I think we have a lot of stuff that is in A tier that can reasonably compete. And I think even a lot of the strong things that are in B tier can still hold their own, because in modern Weiss, most decks that come out, and there are exceptions because we do always, every year we get a couple of sets that are real just sort of duds, even if they have technical cards in them that do things. I think modern Weiss largely is if you can just build a competent 1k1 deck that is able to tri-field characters and attack and push soul and deal damage and plus you cards with plussing combos, and have good triggers. Uh, I think if a player is skilled enough and maybe they have a tad bit of extra luck on their side in certain games, they absolutely will have no problem beating what will arguably be the top three S tier decks of the format. They might be at a little bit of a disadvantage power wise, but I think that the last 2-3 years of modern Weiss, we have been fortunate enough that Bushy Road, while sometimes they will come out with a set whose floor is like in the boiler room of hell, like that's how low the floor is. They will just come out with some sets that are just abysmally bad. I think most sets they have slowly been raising the floor so that they are very competent, and even if their ceiling is lower, their floor is higher, which allows them to better compete with the like quote unquote top dogs of the format. So even though I'm hyping up the REM deck very much, um, I do think that if you are not on that, if you're not on Oshi, if you're not on Bane Dream, you can still definitely beat something like the REM deck, especially if you have a deck that plays into it very well, especially if something that has like stock swap attached to it, because the REM by its nature needs to build a ton of stock. So stock they do get very vulnerable to stock swap, and that can be a real game changer. So stuff like that, if you're mindful of, could be very helpful. And yeah, aside from that, Rem's going to do some serious numbers, so definitely be on the lookout for it. Aside from that, um, I think there is a pretty big gap between what the best ReZero deck coming out of ReZero Volume 3 is and the second best deck. I think the Beatrice 8-door deck will be the second best deck coming out of ReZero. However, if I was going to a regional, um, Intern Kun, for anyone who's familiar with Bushy Road and the social media stuff, he was a guy who posted, or a girl, I don't actually know. He was someone, worked for Bushy Road, did the ban list updates, gave explanations, made tweets, whatever, I don't know. And seemed to be the person that did that sort of thing. It appears that Intern Kun, and I don't think his parents named him that, but Intern Kun is no longer with Bushy Road. So I bring that up because Bushy Road, for a while, and it was something I really liked, they had been publishing through their channels every single deck list that competed in every regional, regardless if they got first place or last place. You got to see their win record and you got to look at the actual deck list. And that was really nice to gather information. But they've sort of not been doing that for like roughly a couple of months now. So hopefully they go back to it because it was really valuable data. I'm going to go with the assumption that we are not going to get that back for a while. I don't think they're going to get someone to start doing that after they've stopped doing that for a bit. But who knows? Fingers crossed. But my point is, I bring that up because with that data, we'd be able to see exactly how many ReZero decks entered a tournament. And I would put money on the fact that if we did have access to that data once ReZero does come out in a couple days, when we start getting regionals with it, if there are, let's say round numbers, there's a 200-person regional, and let's say there are 80 ReZero decks, just round numbers. I would say out of those 80, 95 or percent or higher would be the REM deck. I would guess though that the second most represented ReZero deck would be the Beatrice 8-door deck. Um, the ceiling is significantly lower than the REM. I don't think the ceiling is low though. I think the ceiling just is what a traditional sort of 1K1 sort of deck that comes out in a year like 2026 is reasonably expected to do. That is the sort of ceiling. So it might seem bad in comparison to the REM because the REM ceiling is just sky high. But I think the Beatrice sort of takes us more down to a realistic sort of standard, what most combos are in this day and age. The package around her is very nice. I'm sure there's some people out there that prefer old Beatrice to REM. I like Beatrice. I don't like her more than REM. I don't like her deck more than Rem's deck, but I'm gonna build it. I'll have fun with it, and I'll always know that it's not as powerful as the Rem. But maybe it doesn't mean it can't do things. Importantly, if your opponent plays the right way and they build the right way, this could do something. I don't think that people need to be as wary of this deck as they would with the Rem deck. I don't think you really need to be especially prepared to play the Beatrice deck. There's not really much you could do anyway. I guess the most you could do is like not leave a waiting room so that your opponent can't top deck you. At that point, they're just doing a burn 4. and that's not really that great, to be honest. So yeah, not much more to say about that. This set is very much just full in on the Rem deck, which is okay on one hand. On another hand, I'm a little disappointed by that. Um, After the Betty deck, the best deck would be the Amelia 8-bar deck. But just like how there's a pretty significant difference between the Rem deck and the Beatrice decks, being the first best deck and the second best deck coming out of ReZero Volume 3, I do think there is a gap between second and the third being the Amelia deck. The Amelia deck is also a very competent 1k1 sort of deck. I don't think there's anything wrong with it other than the fact that green is not really the strongest color in this set. I think that your zero lineup is probably going to look very blue and very red, so you might have to level some higher level cards for green, um, just so you can get green in your level early on to do your level 1 combo, which some people don't like. It doesn't really bother me, but that deck will be fine. It can definitely high roll if you were able to be looping the Amelias, pressuring your opponent with multiple turns of multiple burn fours. That can be a lot to deal with for an opponent, especially when they can't reverse those Amelias. So you will have games where you'll go up against it and you will feel like your opponent is just firing cannons at you, just freaking turn after turn after turn because they're just looping it because they're on bar and they're just having the game of their life. Deck has weaknesses, but it does have some strengths, and Millie is popular, so people will probably play it for fun. I doubt many people will play it because they legitimately think it's the best ReZero deck you could build, but they'll play it because it's good enough and they like Amelia, especially at a locals level. At a regional level, probably playing it against someone who just really likes Amelia, and doesn't care if they win. But at a locals level, I wouldn't be surprised if you see it, especially if people get a little tired of playing Rem, not because it's boring or anything like that, but just because when you just have a lot of people playing the same deck over and over and over, it can, from my experience, create an environment where people kind of just get a little sick of it. They may still love the deck, they may still love Rem, they may still love ReZero, but variety is the spice of life. So uh, unfortunately, that does mean that people might get sick of sitting across from Rem if enough people pick it up, which I'm sure that they will. Now I'm going to just give some overall thoughts for the set, just sort of summarize what I've said so far. Um, I think ReZero Volume 3 is going to do exceedingly well with sales. It's going to be a very popular set. I am very happy that Modern Weiss has a ReZero set. Um, Combos feel very modern when compared to old ReZero sets. We have some good profiles being introduced. We have a handful of cards that are incredibly broken, and I'm very excited to pick it up as someone who really enjoys ReZero. I do have complaints about the set. Um, I do not like how much this deck just pigeonholes you into one deck, that deck being the Rem deck. Don't get me wrong, I love Rem. I know lots of people love Rem, but it kind of feels like this set is very much an all or nothing set. You are either playing Rem out of this set, or you're just here to have a very sort of casual good time. That doesn't mean that you can't take down the top decks if you want to build 8-door Beatrice. Modern Weiss were blessed enough where it's not incredibly oppressive as some past formats have been. You can play 8-door Beatrice and absolutely beat a Rem deck because you know why? People just eat burn fours that they shouldn't eat. Sometimes it just happens. I think there was a game where like I once ate like 15 damage straight. Even though I had like 7 climaxes in my deck, they just were like the 7 bottom cards of my deck. Sometimes you just do that. I'm not saying that you need to count on your opponent taking that much damage to win with a deck that's not the Rem deck. But it kind of could almost feel that way when the Rem deck is so clearly presented as the option that Bushiroad wants you to choose. Now, on the one hand, I can appreciate that Bushiroad uh, did acknowledge by printing so many very strong Rem cards that Rem is a popular character. You know, Generally, Bushiroad is pretty good. They know when they're licensing IPs, who the popular characters are, and a lot of the time they will put good card effects on those popular characters. But sometimes Bushiroad gets really weird, and they will randomly just print really good profiles on characters that like no one gives a crap about. You know, Bushiroad a few years ago, they might have given the Rem combo effect to like Frederica just because why the fuck not? But Schwarz sometimes makes weird decisions. So I think the fact that they gave so many good profiles to Rem and then pretty much any good profile that wasn't on a Rem they gave to an Amelia, I think that by now they're aware of what people like about ReZero and they are very aware of their consumer base and what they like about ReZero and what types of characters they want on the better cards. So I guess from that point of view, I do like that pretty much whatever I'm going to build, there are going to be a lot of Rem cards and Amelia cards. I guess I just wish that I could build a deck that wasn't so focused on Rem and feel like it was sort of on par or close enough to on par with the Rem deck. That doesn't mean I think that whenever a set comes out, when there is a clear cut, most powerful finisher, that every other finisher in the set needs to match that power level. But it would be nice if the gap wasn't as big. um, but then on the other hand, I do understand that the Rem level 3 combo in this set is sort of an anomaly. It is not just that there is a gap between it and the second best and the third best combo in the set. Obviously there is, but what I mean by that is that it's not a gap that exists because those other combos are weak by comparison. It's a gap that exists because the REM is just so overpowered that it makes very standard combos look weak by comparison. So it's not necessarily the fault of those other combos, except for the Echidna combo, because to be honest, that combo is not that good. It's really just the REM shines so bright that everything else is just kind of, almost impossible to see um, when Rem is just shining so bright. It was very similar when Bunny Girl 3 came out, where the My combo was the combo that was discussed, and any other combo that could be found within that set or any combo within Bunny Girl at that point basically turned invisible. Even if there were other combos that were worth talking about. It was the same thing when Hololive Volume 2 came out and Gura came out, and Gura was one of those combos that is up there with My from Bunny Girl and Rem from ReZero Volume 3. Where when it came out, there was just so much hype around it because it everyone knew it was going to be, and it wound up being just an incredibly powerful combo that could close games in a way that very few combos can match. So a lot of the other cards that, at least the finishing combos that came out of Hololive Volume 2, they just seemed very tame by comparison. Even if they were good combos, they were coming out at the same time as Gura, so they kind of got overshadowed. I think this Rem sits up there with Gura and it sits up there with Mai. Each one obviously is different and it does damage in a different way and it decompresses your opponent in a different way. It requires different deck buildings. So they're not one to one comparisons, but just in terms of here's a combo, how good is it at destroying my opponent and just obliterating them from the game? Rem is very clearly up there. I would have liked if there were a bit more variety, but I'll take what I can get. We got Modern ReZero. I'll just be happy with that. From a collectability standpoint, I spent a lot more time than I thought I was going to discussing the collectability of the set. I am happy that we are getting a modern ReZero set that will be opened by modern standards, meaning that there are just more people in Weiss than there used to be. So there'll be more supply, which will be nice to help meet the demand because I haven't really been able to own many ReZero cards just because supply was so low because ReZero sets came out at a time before a lot of people migrated into Weiss, and the people who owned those ReZero cards, they probably really like ReZero, and they don't really put them up for sale very often, at least not the more popular characters like Rem and Amelia. So I'm glad that I am finally able to buy into a ReZero Weiss set that is a strong set in certain ways and have some nice shiny cards. And I'm glad that there are other people in the community that also have that opportunity because I'm sure I'm not the only one in that boat. I think it's also great that ReZero is such a powerhouse in the world of anime that I have no doubt that there are going to be a lot of collectors that have no idea how to play the game, or they learned the game and they do not like playing the game, but they will collect sets based on IPs that they like. And I think it's great that we have a ReZero set coming out because it will presumably bring some people that maybe haven't collected Weiss in a bit, bring them back into Weiss. Maybe they'll stick around, maybe they won't. But at the end of the day, you have more people ordering product. I'm not saying this because I own shares of Bushy Road and I want them to do well so I get a nice dividend at the end of the year. But I think in a trading card game environment where Weiss is competing more heavily against bigger players than ever before, I think it's very important that it maintains its ability to put out big and popular sets like ReZero. There's already a ReZero Volume 4 that's in Japan. To be honest, the ReZero Volume 4 sucks ass. Very pretty set, lots of pretty cards. It's not a good set, but I'm very hopeful for when we get it to English because there are a handful of good cards in it. And that will continue to bring people into Weiss because the cards are really pretty. And even if it's not the most competitive set, ReZero just sells. People buy into ReZero. People love ReZero. I think Union Arena is an anime-based card game that licenses a lot of big names. They've licensed Bleach, they've licensed Black Clover, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, Inuyasha, Demon Slayer, Chainsaw Man, the Reze arc, which Weiss still hasn't done for whatever stupid reason. One Punch Man, they're getting My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen. They get really, really big names. Weiss has always been a game that has gotten big names, yes, but have they gotten they've got an Attack on Titan. That's huge. Everyone knows Attack on Titan. It's very beloved. They've gotten ReZero. They've gotten Fate, even though it's been freaking years since we got a Fate set because they really have dropped the ball on that. They've gotten Sword Art Online. When we talk about anime IPs, at least, like they got SAO and they've milked the crap out of SAO, even though it has been a while since we got a new set. But the point is, while all of those are very, very popular, especially Attack on Titan and ReZero, you know, it's tough to compete with a company like Bandai that publishes Union Arena, and they have the resources to just consistently license all these heavy hitters, as big as, Fate is. Is it as big maybe as, Demon Slayer, or even though it's, the anime is done by the same company, or Bleach or Hunter x Hunter. It's debatable, but also Union Arena has only been out for like 2 years at this point, just about. I think it's almost 2 years in September in English, and um, they've had all these massive sets in a very short span of time because Bandai just has a different level of resources that it can play with. Um, Weiss has licensed these big sets over the course of, in English, roughly 15 years. So it has to spread it out a little bit more. And they will never get something that's like My Hero Academia or Black Clover or something like that. They don't get those really big, very appealing to the general anime viewing audience sort of anime, which is fine because I don't generally have a problem with what Bushiroad licenses for the most part, because we do get enough big names. We get Oshinoko, we get ReZero, Attack on Titan, Fate. We get plenty of big things that I do really enjoy, so I don't have an issue there. But the problem is with it is that I already love Weiss. I'm already a part of the Weiss community. I love the game to death. I love getting shiny cards. I love playing with my shiny cards. The big problem with Weiss, I think, is attracting people to it. Most people, even if they know trading card games, they don't know Weiss exists. And then they go and they want to buy an old set and they see that it's hard to find and it's overly expensive and it's underpowered, and it's probably never going to get a sequel set, and they're told, oh, it's never going to get a sequel set, so you can't mix the cards with another set from a different IP. And then they like, huh, that kind of stinks. That was a set I was interested in. And then they see, oh, look, Bandai is gonna get, 5 really major new anime IPs into Union Arena over the next 3 months because they just pump out releases like nobody's business. Maybe it's a little bit easier for a game like that to draw people into it. Weiss has no marketing and they don't have the resources that some other companies have, so it can be a bit of an uphill battle. So my point with this whole long-winded explanation is I think ReZero is a very important type of IP for Bushiroad to hold on to because whether it's players, whether it's collectors, or both, it does draw people into it. So even though I think that ReZero Volume 3 in certain ways is a very strong set and in some ways is I don't want to say very weak set, but in some ways it is a weak set. It could have been better in certain areas, both in terms of collectability and competitiveness. Um, I think it's very, very good that this set is coming to English and that we'll presumably get the set 4 set at some point in the future. The set 4 set covers season 3. Season 4 just started airing its second half. I'm assuming we're going to get a set at some point that will cover season 4 because ReZero just prints money. You kind of need those anchor sets in a game, especially when you are someone like Bushiroad that is competing with, One Piece is is its own IP, and it's such a big IP that it's able to sustain its own card game, and it just does massive numbers. You know, Weiss is a game that a few years ago, before we had all of these relatively new games in it, even if Weiss was a little more unheard in terms of TCGs, it was able to do some good sales numbers. A lot of collectors were in Weiss. The player base maybe wasn't as big as it could have been and definitely should have been. But there were a lot of collectors where if you would look at lists that were published from various sales analysts about what the top selling TCGs of the year were. A lot of years in the past, Weiss would be like a top 10 selling TCG. It may have only been like number 6 or 7, but at the time it was going up against Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. There are a lot of big things out there. However, just within the last 3, 4 years, there has been just such a massive change in the amount of competition in TCGs, where Weiss isn't in the top 10 anymore. Now we have One Piece competing with it. We have Lorcana and all the Disney properties. They've started moving into Pixar as well. Star Wars even beats, just in terms of sales numbers that are published by analysts that I assume know what they're talking about. I guess I never actually verified them when I looked this stuff up. But I don't know one person that's ever played the Star Wars card game or told me about it. But it's Star Wars, and I guess people like Star Wars, so people, Star Wars has overtaken that. Bandai, I'm not exactly sure how Union Arena is doing, but Union Arena is relatively young. But Bandai also publishes the Dragon Ball Super card game. They publish Gundam. They publish what's the other one? Digimon. They're gonna have Naruto coming out next year. Naruto's getting its own card game from Bandai. There is just an unheard of amount. Riftbound has been doing good numbers. I'm just thinking of all these things. Like there is just so much competition in the current TCG landscape, and people are just losing their mind for trading cards. I know trading cards have been popular for a long time. Sports cards are still a thing, but it's just blowing up where everyone is just making a trading card game now, and people are buying into it. And it is, I think, negatively affecting Weiss. Now, when I say that, I don't have any like negative or pessimistic predictions for Weiss. I don't think that Weiss being pushed out of like the top 10 best selling TCGs is because Weiss is necessarily selling less. Um, I think it's more, and I don't have hard numbers or anything. I think it's more likely the explanation is not that its sales numbers are drastically down, because Bushiroad does publish things, and it does seem like Weiss, even though they won't explicitly say how Weiss is doing. It does seem like Weiss is doing okay, especially overseas. It does seem like it is growing according to some of Bushiroad's own financial reports. That does include other card games that Bushiroad does, like Hololive. Um, so those numbers sort of all just mixed together into one blob. But I think Weiss is doing okay. It's not pushed out of the top 10 because it's lost sales. I think these other games are just selling so much that they're just selling more than Weiss was doing at this, different points in time. So I'm not pessimistic about the future of Weiss. I think Weiss is okay, but I do think that Bushiroad does need to be careful to hold on to these sort of IPs because it keeps people interested in the game. Bushiroad has always done a good job with sort of licensing ones that are big, like ReZero, but they will also get things that are a little more niche, like we saw earlier in the year with Girls Band Cry. Popular show for the people who have seen it, but not that many people have seen it. And so, there's just a lot of variety, and I think that is very helpful for the overall help, longevity of the game, to be able to draw people that have different, there's a lot of different niches that are covered within Weiss. But ReZero is one of those things that, you know, I have friends that will watch two different anime in an entire year, but they know about ReZero. They won't know about 80% of what comes to Weiss, but they will know about Weiss. And hearing that Weiss is getting a ReZero set will make their pique their interest a little bit. Be like, huh, can you maybe show me some of the cards? Like I've had these conversations with friends. Oh, I wonder what that looks like. Oh, really? You can play with ReZero cards? Oh, wow, that looks really pretty. I haven't had that conversation about ReZero specifically, but with other sets at ReZero's level. So overall, I think it's very good that we got this set. I'm excited for it. I know a lot of people are. They could have definitely done certain things a little bit better with it. But I guess for now, we should be grateful that it is coming to English in just a couple days. And unfortunately, we should just be grateful that Volume 3 is significantly better than Volume 4, which, if you thought that I was a little pessimistic when I was discussing certain aspects about Volume 3, wait till Volume 4 gets announced for English, and I do a video about that because Volume 4 is close to a train wreck, if I'm being completely honest. But there's a lot to like, especially if you're a Rem fan. Rem gets a lot of love in this set. If you are an Amelia fan, she has just enough to keep her going, which is nice. And if you are a fan of Frederica, well, good for you. You have one card that should have been way better than it is, and unfortunately, it's off trade. So how the hell are you going to play it? It's just going to mess with everything. But I think that's enough about that. Overall, I am happy with the set. I'm happy it's getting released. Maybe not all of my positive reasons for liking the set have to do directly with the cards in the set, whether it's how they look or with how they read. Outside things like market forces that I think ReZero will have a positive effect on when it comes to Weiss's bottom line, and keeping players engaged with Weiss and bringing people back to Weiss. I do think those are the sort of positive things that I'm referring to. But at the end of the day, I think that's fine. It's not always just about looking at sets in a vacuum. Sometimes, for the health of the game, you got to think about the broader impact that a set could have. And when you think about the broader impact that sets can have on Weiss as a whole, I think ReZero is a set that, in my book, is maybe not as good of a set in terms of how the cards look and how the cards read, as compared to certain other sets that we have gotten just in 2026, maybe. But it's undeniable that this is going to be a set that brings a lot of people into Weiss, whether they're first timers, whether they're lapsed players, whether they're lapsed collectors. Of course, for anyone that's going to be like, oh, I don't think we're going to get that many people, look at the numbers that Union's doing. Weiss is not going to be a game like that. It's not going to be a One Piece. It's never going to be as big as that or something like that. All the numbers I'm discussing are relative to Weiss. We bring back just hundreds or a couple thousand people who buy a playset or buy a couple of boxes or something, or show some interest to their locals that wasn't there before. Lots of stores do stop supporting Weiss because they have a hard time moving the less popular sets. When it's sort of if it's a set that's based on a more niche IP, generally a more niche anime, I have seen store owners and store employees of hobby shops post plenty of times about how those sets will just sit on their shelves for years, and they just mark them down, mark them down, mark them down, and they just will not move. Uh, they're not going to have that problem with ReZero. I think that is a good way to help keep shop owners incentivized to stock Weiss, maybe generate some interest for future sets. ReZero is the type of thing where somebody walks into a hobby store and they see this on a shelf. They're not going to have ever heard of Weiss in their life, but they're going to want to buy a box of ReZero trading cards. So at the end of the day, that could potentially be the biggest impact that this set has. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful that I have some nice, cute REM cards to play with. But I think that wraps this video up. It's about 2 hours longer than I thought it was going to be. I think that's because I spent a little bit more time than I thought I was going to on the collectability portion of this video when I started speculating about prices, which was very unplanned. I did not intend to go that in depth with it. So for anyone who has watched this video, whether it's a little bit of it or the entire thing, thank you for watching any portion of it at all. It is much appreciated. Let me know what you're excited to build out of ReZero in the comments. Let me know what cards you're excited to collect. I will definitely at some point be making a deck profile once I get some cards in, for at the very least a deck profile for 8 Pants featuring Rem and 8 Door featuring Beatrice. And I probably will do a deck profile for 8 Bar featuring Amelia, because Amelia is still pretty cool. So expect that over the next few weeks as I start to get my cards in. And yeah, this has been Cat's Weiss Schwarz. Thank you for watching.